we're live, we're online.
Yeah.
It's on the website, so I'm just going to leave this mic open in the room, just because otherwise it will just be a big buzz on the stream whilst we're waiting for it to all start, so they're just going to get room noise. So when you come over, it's already on. This one will just need switching on. So I would say put this on the presenter, use this one to pass over between. And then play a bit of double act, so when you're switching off the presenter, turn the microphone off, take the microphone off, clip it on the next person, then turn it back on, otherwise it will just fill the room with a load of sounds.
That's right. So whoever is reading the thing, the other person can just handle it. We're not going to put it. We're just going to get them to hold it. So clip it on the front.
Don't worry about it. Just
Yeah.
shove it in the pocket and
Yeah.
just whack it. Literally, stick it on the tie there, and then switch it on. So that's all they
Clip
need.
it on. Yeah. So
It doesn't need to look pretty. It just needs to work. Jerry, please can I ask that you don't share the Wi-Fi password? We're very limited on bandwidth. Thank you. Hopefully the 5G lot will be able to provide Wi-Fi for everyone.
Lovely. All right. Well, Steve's here. Maybe. He's got it all authorised and up to February. I've got to make sure you're on the list. Did you register?
No, yeah, all right, you'll be all right. I think registration costs nothing.
Because if you're not on the list, you can't come in. We'll see you. We'll see you.
I'm a bit better than Dave yet, because there's a question on the slide, so I can't. It's not,
I'm just putting this here for us during the.
fine, I
Just
just
in
moved
case.
the ones out the doorway, because it was a bit,
Yeah, it was. But I think
makes it easier, 'cause you got a lot of people, you've got 3 people coming in all at the same time.
oh yeah, I mean I wonder how many people will be coming because of the strike. Okay. So I think everything is done now.
Yes, but we moved it around a bit.
Oh, have you? Alright.
Because when I spoke to Dave yesterday,
Yeah,
he got on the chat,
yeah.
I think. No. There is a message somewhere.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Is that about the slide?
Yeah, but
Well, it's really
It should,
no.
oh, it's, right.
I said, obviously, I was just wondering whether we should start with the video and then say Harrison where it's at, and even say she started the video as well, so I put the video at the beginning,
Oh, okay.
and I
So-
just
yeah.
moved his section out of it.
Okay. As long as the video's in.
Well, the
Yes.
video, the
Yeah,
business, the
yes.
only thing is we're just not sure about that one slide, whether it needs to be shown or not shown.
I see what you're saying.
Because it did say on it, was read,
Right.
but it may be that he,
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether he meant to hide it or
I see.
Or whether he put notes on
It should
it.
be in there as a hidden slide, so he can see it on the thing.
well, if it's a hidden slide because it's in presenters mode, then he won't see it on the thing.
Uh,
But if he wants those notes on
No,
another
he's come
slide,
back
he
to me,
should.
yes, it should be removed, he's on his way.
Oh, is he on his way?
Yeah.
Okay. But now we've already put the duplicate of the presentation over there and here.
Yeah.
So if we change anything, we must just make sure we
Yeah.
change it on both
Oh, okay.
because of the live stream.
I see.
Sorry, I'm in
I was being a little bit more, sort of, polite.
HD. No, it's not. 720p. It's doing frame stepping, which makes the image look awful.
Yep. Anything moving, it doesn't.
Oh, no, really?
Yeah, but this is why
It still plays videos.
This is why the live stream has the slide deck on it. So, I was just testing the live stream. We've got about a 30-second delay on it.
Yeah, I can't see my head on that.
Well,
My best slide.
there's me at the lectern with the slides beside me. Happy days. And then, literally, I have to sit at the back advancing the slides as the speakers advancing the slides because we've got no link front to back to the room.
I couldn't think of a better man for the job. Somebody just pressed the button at the right time.
Eventually we found him.
Yeah, it was quite stressful yesterday, trying to do all the tests and make sure everything was working right. And then we still had like outstanding presentations, and I was just like,
We can't help that we were told that we couldn't get access yesterday, so we didn't bother.
yeah, they weren't very friendly. Luckily they weren't using the room, and we just kind of came in, and there was a whole argument around the bar because we booked it from 5 to 7, but somewhere they decided that the bookings are only from like 7 to 5, and then a separate booking from 5 to midnight. So the 75 booking is like maybe like something like £800 or £900, and then if you book it for the second part of the day, it's another £18. And we only wanted the bar for like 2 hours. I'm not sure.
If they're giving all that money and they're charging for drinks, then they're having one over on you.
So, I mean, there was a bit of an argument. That's why we rearranged the program yesterday. Took 10 minutes out of lunch, 10 minutes out of the Q&A panels, you know, and found an extra like hour basically, so that we can have the drinks from 4 to 5. Because 5 o'clock they're just like, no, you need to leave the room. Even though the room is all set up for us for tomorrow. So they were just...
Sweet. I thought so. It was just like, okay. Brilliant.
They don't
Thanks,
just
bud.
hide it or whatever you need.
Yeah, no, we'll just get rid of it.
He's on his way anyway, so he'll be
Yeah.
You know, I would also go, where is it? Come on.
Okay, let's change the subject.
Right, okay, it's that. No, it's not. So, oop, no. Come on in. Click on there.
So now I need to be really well behaved and I can't fuck this up. Because now there's someone in the unit here too. More pressure.
It's not. No.
That we need to coordinate across here. Do we need to just go over it once again? And you need to talk to me. Tell me about the start of your... okay. Yeah, tell me. Do the start. Okay. With your speech.
It's going to be a surprise. I prefer everything to be a surprise.
But are you happy with your speech?
Yeah.
Or do you need to practice?
No, I'm just going to do that. I'll just talk it and look at it partially and talk it and look at it and talk it. If I try and do anything beforehand, it'll go wrong. It's just, you know, the more I found, the more I try and script and rehearse things, the worse things. Because I'm trying to remember the things that I've tried to rehearse.
I just need my
Okay, morning here. Come and join us on the podium, and we'll stand there. Literally, I'll move this way. I'll move. Okay, you can deliver your bit, go through that and that, and I can stand here and look at the audience go. And yeah, it'll be fine. We're good. We're good. We're good. Oh, is that open? No, it's not.
No, that's closed. The other one is open.
That one's open. So that's being live streamed over YouTube. Sorry.
Not a good place to practice.
No, it's not a great place to stay. Chances are nobody will.
No one will hear anything.
Not yet.
As long as you didn't talk about any of our wonderful presenters.
No, we're all good. We're all good. Right. Okay.
Do I need to rip this page out and put it there maybe?
Yeah. Probably that shout.
Because the book is just classic.
We will probably grab another chair to go here, so we're both. So when somebody else is presenting, we're both able to sit there.
Okay.
So let me do that. Gary is one of the
The mole in the audience.
yeah, and I'm going to do the same with Steve, and as many as we can.
everybody when it comes. I turned it was 2020 for years. I feel like what I've managed to achieve by only starting. It's a real pain. Some areas you move at a million miles an hour, and we
get, so I'm going to just tell a little story to get going. I don't need it at all. I don't need it at all. I'm going to play it a different way. Yes, I know. Right.
But I think we've done quite well with some of the kind of things everywhere. Some go and then some go back. Some go
For breakfast. Hopefully you can arrange. You're doing that very good.
It should be demolished on the outside.
Yeah, I'm the one in the pantry. Getting the safe room. It's all really good. Yeah, it sounds nice and spacious. No, it's really good. The bath is really low, so you don't have to like put your leg over to get in. It's got a flat box.
One of the most we did, not last year, the year before, ended up in that place. The shower, you went into the shower. The shower head was at this height. And then just
Borrowers shower, was it?
and then the basin was, the toilet's up here, so it's like that, and then it's down here, the basin, it's just like,
The toilet is very high actually. Yeah, right. Yeah. Low shower, low bath, high toilet. That's what you need.
so we went into the West End last night, we went into the
I was thinking going to see Back to the Future. Salesforce Tower on the 27th floor. As soon as you stand back, and you get a set, and then you get like 12 courses, and you have to say, right, sushi, ice cream, lychee.
Your table back?
No, we don't.
Oh, good.
But we, we've got the standards all up around. We've got that around the it is.
Everybody get on with the rest of that.
planet there.
See the city on trial coming out.
Everything is crashing around me. Crazy body lying all over the street. Dead bodies are everywhere. Strewn across the city. Meanwhile, some other bodies standing there. Ignore the bodies. Let's get our light towers in the
Ian, Dave,
Morning, Dave. How you doing?
Yeah, nice to meet you. See you.
Brilliant. Fine.
we made it, or some of us made it. I don't think the rest of us have got people.
You might have discovered a new way of reaching a bigger audience. Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah.
We're going to get you a clicker in there, but the key thing is to stand as much around the podium as possible. In fact, use the podium because the camera will be on you, and the slide deck that's presented on the slides isn't this slide deck. They've got a parallel slide deck which they're advancing in the YouTube world, or the GoToMeeting
Well, I'm
world.
just going to use this as my guide for what I say. I haven't got a script, I'm just talking.
So all your stuff comes up here,
Right, okay.
so all will be fine.
Okay.
We will literally, whilst Sandy or me is going, this is Dave, literally
Put that in my
the other
pocket.
one of us will clip it on, turn it on, slip it in the pocket, there you go.
Okay. Cool.
And that will be good. I needed to look at your CV, your
Too old for a CV, mate.
there is an emergency, please.
And I'll stand by the side.
Oh
and
yeah?
actually do-
Yeah, should we do the whole evacuation? Please head for the back door. I will try not to crack myself with laughter like when you start doing. Oh my god, no, 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 don't do that.
In the event we can pop it up.
Okay.
That is a whistle.
Oh no.
We're gonna have a little bit of fun today. I promise. I promise. Just
Gender
uh,
there, QR code is there, the
lunch-
hashtag is there.
lunch
It is
is-
COMIT, not COMIT.
and you can say, just briefly say mention that lunch
Oh,
is at
yes.
11:55.
Each of the presenters will have 30 minutes to speak. If they go over, they will probably be beaten and battered by my co-chair out of the room. And please, the same goes for coming back from lunch and tea time. You will be beaten and battered by my co-chair.
Right, I don't think we'll worry about a clicker. We'll just make them click on here, which keeps them here in the second podium, which means that
The
film-
camera, yeah, that's a good way
camera is
to,
on.
to limit them. Okay. And we need to remember to put this on
Yeah.
each person.
So, just 2 seconds. So,
Sure,
you're
you should
going
be writing
to,
on my screen.
you're going to, introduce Alex. You're going to introduce me. I'm introducing you. And I'll introduce Steve.
Put a circle around my S so that it differentiates it because I can't really see. No, 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 now they're both on the same. I can't really see that clearly. So, yeah, there you go. Now
I
we're
shall
talking.
also do Steve. Okay.
Yes, and then,
And then we both.
so who introduces the panel?
I'll introduce you.
And then I end the panel and introduce lunch.
Then for lunch.
And then you bring us all back from lunch.
I bring us all back to lunch. Then introduce Paul.
And then I do for Alison.
Alison.
And then you do Dave.
Thank you, Dave. Morning, buddy. How you doing? 2 seconds. It's one of these crazy things we're trying to shoot on over back in and then change it to the radio.
Couldn't get past it.
Oh, of course, Paul is kind of the first one ever who's going to a bus president. Oh, and there's a bacon roll at the back there and a cup of coffee. So go and fill your boots and I'll catch you very shortly.
And then I introduce the break. After that.
So, yeah.
And then bring them back after the break. Then you introduce Chaz.
Yeah, so
Oh, I have no idea. You need to show me this video because I don't know. Well, we didn't know, we assumed. Yeah, exactly.
you're introducing Jaroslav.
Okay.
I will introduce Hannah again. And then we'll both finish the panel. And have
Everything that I need to say about Aristotle is here.
yeah.
Everything that I need to say about everyone is here. So I just need to. Yeah, so if all else fails, I just need the slides long as I can get through the first part.
Yes.
So and then the questions will just kind of, I've got this, so, where's your notebook?
As you were, sir. What is this? The annual gag reel? Oh, you've done it now. That was going up. Yeah, it's good. The camera's not on, eh? The microphone is on, yes.
Hey, sorry,
Right. Okay. Yes. I think.
So I'll just, when I need this, I have it.
Yeah.
Better not fail. I might have to swing it open a bit. Yeah. Alright, bathroom. What time is this supposed to start at 9?
9:30.
Oh. Still the bathroom. Okay. So.
Super busy and stressed about something, so I have some pencils.
Ah, awesome. There are a set of bags somewhere that people are handing out, whatever. If you want to talk to Jerry, Jerry's sitting at the back there, blonde hair, and then just slide it, and then just find out where the bags are, and then just slide a pencil into each bag.
So water. Where will we?
So we'll grab some water to probably stick down here somewhere. Ready to spill all over the power. Right. Sweet. We'll
They
check
don't
that.
even have glasses.
So, yes, correct. That is Ian, and it's Steve who can't make it now. Ian is.
So we need to swap those around.
So we just need to unhide Steve's slides. And then unhide Ian's slides.
Have the presenters, like, Shaz, been advised of the change in their presenting time?
Yes. So the present.
Okay.
So everybody's got the new agenda.
So we are just,
Were there changes that need to go up onto the website since yesterday?
No, that agenda. That everybody should have that agenda.
so, okay, wait, let me get this right. So Ian was going to be remote and Steve was going to be in person,
Right.
but now it's swapped
The
around.
other way around. Okay,
Yeah.
no problems. Does the graduates so you can join the go?
Yes, they're all. Everybody got it, even the in-house ones, because they needed the new timings.
Okay, so,
We
yeah.
just need to make sure before each of the sessions, so can we put a message to all of them that we check in with all of them sort of 10 minutes before their session starts to make sure their AV works. And that way then, when we connect the thing here on your laptop, we know that their microphones are on all of that.
Can you do that?
So you and Stuart were copied in on the email that went out.
Okay.
Let me just.
You two okay?
Happy.
I'm just going to shut the bug at the back.
Pretty certain I put you on that one. Well, no, I didn't. But, okay. Let me
I should put my jacket on.
forward
Right.
that.
I'm just going to the bathroom.
Right. Right, I think.
tell people to look for it now. It's the first one that we like.
Yeah. And I'll add that to the housekeeping slides then.
You probably want to connect with. You probably want to stay on UJC on yours.
Yeah, I'm just going to. Oh, we need to start the go-to meeting here.
Yeah, but what I'd say is you join the go-to meeting when it's time for the presenter. Otherwise, anyone joining the go-to meeting, you're going to hear their microphone coming through during other presentations. So I just, when you're ready for the next presenter who's remote, we'll just stick up the go-to meeting. If you want me to, I can come and just do it and whack it over. Is that it? Yeah, that's it.
That might be a good backstop, just to have Max when there's an online person, just come and
Or be available. I think if we look up and go,
yeah, exactly.
Max will run.
If he sees us not
So
doing it in
can we
enough
just
time,
can we just go and connect to it just quickly now?
Yeah, let me get the link.
Because then it's in our history and we always know where to go. Because then we can close the tab. We're not going to have any audio coming
Well,
across that shouldn't be.
this extended desktop, so we could just leave it here and
Yeah.
mute it.
No, because unfortunately, anyone joining the stream, it will go boop, boop. Whenever someone joins the stream, that will come through the audio. So we would want to disconnect here. But this is why we'd use a laptop at the back to corral everyone, and then we don't get the audio coming through. And that way, Stuart's got his domain. He can connect, and then we can make sure that people connect. If they can talk to Stuart, we're golden. And we'll just make sure Stuart's laptop's turned down, so at least it's all. We'll grab it when we're setting up the live streams.
Yeah, just do something with it.
Let me just grab a notepad and then I can note down who is remote, because then I know we're going to see Jason.
We needed to check in with all the presenters. Hey, Ian.
So,
Hi there. How you doing? You all right? Yeah, doing well. I'm just I need to do something. But good to meet you. I shall be there very shortly. Oh, come on, Ian. Which one did it come in on, and which one did it go out of?
You're looking for the link.
The link. Yeah, it came in from. Yes, it would have been Stuart that sent it to us, wasn't it? Yes, so it would have.
So search for Stuart.
Yeah, so it would have been yesterday.
Don't try, just search for Stuart.
Oh, probably it should just be there. Events manager. So it wasn't from Stuart. It's from
Ben's manager from yeah. Hey, is that the right one? Because he sent one for yesterday as well, 31st. Yeah, that's right.
yeah, that's the one he sent. So it runs from.
So can I just so it's meet. Go to, just in case we haven't, telltechnical.com /numbers, please.
Okay, so 2732708005.
2732708005.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you. Grand.
Join that.
That's fine. And yes, mic on, camera on, that'll be fine. Communications microphone. Yep. Speakers. Nope. We're going to need to change that to headphones. Oh, okay. You've only got speakers. That's fine.
Yeah.
So we just need to start.
So yeah.
So when do we do this?
We do this, we log in at the start, so when we're switching over to a remote presenter, someone comes on here and logs onto the website. So can I just confirm the timings of who is now remote?
Right. So Alex is remote, 9:40.
Okay.
Steve is remote, 10:55.
Perfect.
The panel is remote at 11:25.
Does that feed straight on after Steve?
Yes.
Okay, so we just need to make sure that the panelists joining are muted when they join. So
Yeah. And then Chaz at
Join.
14:35.
Chaz at 14.
35,
Yep.
and then the panel at 15.35.
35. 15:35. Yeah, check out join.
So we join them on here and we use it.
No.
We do
Stuart joins them at the back. You literally just join the call here, and that will all be running.
So I'm waiting to join.
So then we just do it.
Yeah, let's just do a run.
Yeah,
I'm just confused now.
that's all right. Leave that bit to them. You
Yeah.
don't need to know anything about it. Just
I need to know what I need to do here, not what they do
Yeah.
there.
we do nothing.
Except we have to have this.
Yeah, it'll be over there a bit anyway.
So,
We'll just flip between the two.
yeah. Is there a way that we can have this stay on the screen so it's always here, so we don't have to open it? So it will just be minutes, and then always use.
We'll drag this over to the other screen, put it behind the presentation, and all we'll do is alt tab and it'll pop up. Yeah.
Yeah, you just said we can't be joined.
Oh yeah, because it's not running yet.
No, because of the boop, 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 every time someone joins in.
Okay, I can put up with the book.
It will come over the whole speaker system for the whole room.
It's a very short book. Risks mitigation. For a book, it's not exactly kind of like
This is what I was weighing up in my mind.
Yeah. Quite frankly, we're just going to leave it running. If it goes book at the top, it goes book.
Because if we're having to come in. So wait, let's do this.
And it's only going to be 3 times.
Remote, so the first one is Alex. So I'll be introducing her, you'll be opening it.
Yeah.
The second one is Ian. You were introducing him. But you've just finished your presentation here.
Yeah.
So as soon as you finish your presentation there, I'm introducing the next one while you are opening it again. So it's your problem the second time too.
Yeah, it's not a problem. Leave it all with me.
And then the third one,
Well, you're introducing Chaz. Actually, I'm introducing Chaz.
so I need to open it. But
we
we
can-
could
we
open
can
it
do
in
it
the
during
break.
the break.
Okay. And the panel, you were introducing. So the panel, I'm going to have to need to open it here. And the panel over here, I'm going to need to open
It's already open because Steve is open. We're just right straight in.
it. Okay.
So you don't need to do any of the opening.
Okay. And then here, I need to open it after yours.
So get that over there. And then we're going to pick that up from there. Then we go to there, we go to the main slide deck, and we bring on that. Done. Good. And then all we do is just Alt Tab. And go to Alt Tab and back to the PowerPoint.
Can you write what's happening?
That's right, I got it. Alt Tab to swap.
Sorry, are you into the meeting currently?
Yeah.
Can I just check the audio on your laptops? It doesn't appear to be coming out the speakers. Just apologies.
I'm not.
No, it's the audio from the computer itself.
All right. Okay.
So I should be getting a room. Yeah, perfect. Your laptop sounds like it's about to take off.
Well, it does that every now and then. It's really weird. I've got no idea why. So it's not as if I'm running anything dramatic. It's supposed to be really high spec. I had the extra cooling gel on it and all sorts of things on the processor. God knows what it
Settings,
does.
computer communications, speakers, Realtek audio. Did that change anything? Stuart, can you say hi again? Sorry. Stuart, can you say hi again?
So it's going to be a cluster if it doesn't get the two-way.
Try again.
I think it's just got issues with. Yeah. Okay. That's why we couldn't hear it. Okay. Otherwise, I think it's all working.
You want to skip to the next slide? Yeah, or the mouse. There's a little microphone.
Okay.
So-
That will help me.
Yeah, so we'll just put it on and
Okay.
then you can hold this or you can put
Okay,
this
that I
here,
can put
however
somewhere.
you...
It has some. Okay, but you can. I can put under my trousers.
Yeah,
on the
and
door.
there's an on and off button as well over there. But I'll try remember to put it on.
Okay, but we have some gap between people. Yeah, that we can. Make
Yeah,
it smooth.
so the way the timing works is it's just 30 minutes, 30 minutes, 30 minutes without a, we haven't timed a gap in between the people. So we just, however long it takes to set up, it comes out of the presentation time, if that makes sense. This is our timing here. So, yeah,
I will be 5.
15:05 to 15:35.
Yeah, yeah. And here will be the message that is 5 minutes and 1 minute. Yeah? Visible on the screen. But I just saw that on the online presentation, people will see that it's 5 minutes to end and 1 minute to end.
Yes, so
But
at
it
the
will be
back,
kind of wording.
at the back we're going to have, I don't know if it's going to be Stuart, someone is going to have flashcards. Let's go check.
I won't be nervous later.
Yeah, so you can refer to it here as well.
fantastic.
Okay.
Fingers crossed.
And can I ask a question? Is the right way to pronounce your name Yaroslav?
Yaroslav, but you can say also shortly Jarek, because my short is Jarek. I did in official papers. I need to make this wrong.
Okay. So Yarek is
Jarek. It's
Jarek.
like Derek, but it's Jarek.
Yarek.
It's easier.
Just so I introduce you properly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi. Hello. Yeah.
Hi Stuart, just testing. Can you hear me all right on the stream?
That way you can have a two-way conversation with them before we go live. Yeah. And then you can say, right, you're just handing the presentations over, so if you just mute yourself now, I'll go and turn it off. Right.
Audio's working. So all you need to do is hit the back button and that will connect you. Oh, yeah. Bag in, it will only get better. So, tested, confirmed. Stuart's going to be able to talk to them at the back of the room beforehand, and then when you're ready, you just hit the back button in the browser, and it will connect to the call, at which point just these settings are absolutely fine, just leave them as is, and just go, okay, I'm ready. So you don't need to change anything here, okay, I'm ready, and that will be connected, drag it onto that screen. So that's it, it's all good to go. Sorry? The browser is just hidden, it's this the Chrome one. So for the rest of the time,
quite frankly going to live with the because
It's only happening 3 times.
the problem is on the panel sessions when they join, and if Stuart's talking to them at the back, it's only coming through the speakers here. So it would be better if you wouldn't, if you could join and unjoin. Sorry to be a pain.
No, that's all right.
But when you're done with the speaker, you just leave call, and then you just hit the back button in the browser.
Be prepared on those 3 occasions.
I will be loitering. I'll be loitering. No problem.
We're fine. I've got it covered. It's fine. It's not a problem.
Okay, so my whose is this?
I don't know. It's a bag of some sort. So what I've just done, just in case, is I've opened 3 tabs with it on because we've got 3 remote presenters. Which means if we lose the damn thing halfway through, if we lose it, we just click on the tab and go back on video again. So we don't have to go, oh, it's the link, because it's already there.
Yeah, I don't know how to use this
I don't know how to use the
Safari
history tab.
one, but I think
You go into here and go history, and it's, no, it just says we transfer.
all right, this is good. Now it's too late.
Doesn't matter, right, because we're going to start in 1 minute. And that's the frustration thing is that most people are either sitting in traffic or can't make it. It doesn't matter. Nothing really matters to you.
So we have no Paul in the room, no Alison in the room. Dave?
But they're fine,
Which one was
they
Dave?
come in after the first panel, so
That's
Dave's
okay.
here, so he's here. Good.
Oh, is that
Paul's
Dave?
here.
Okay.
Um,
So who was introducing Dave? That was me.
yeah,
No, that's you.
that's me.
So you can waffle,
Yeah, that's fine.
and
Good.
then
Yeah, it's fine, we're good. Right. You ready? Go grab yourself a lonely seat. Right. Ah, we're on. Splendid. Sorry, I was just testing the mic. You don't have to be quiet and look at me yet. Not for another 30 seconds. Oh, that's me. Yes, of course. Okay. I'm just going to go and make sure we're all gone. Oh, yeah. Okay. Can't wait any longer. We're going to have to go 9:30. Go. Yeah. Okay. Here we are. Lovely. Oh. Right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And we've had a little bit of a hiccup with the rail strike, and thank you so much for those people who have made it in today. Those of you sitting in a traffic jam currently watching YouTube because it's gridlock out there, also good morning to you. And those who are sitting at home with a cup of tea and maybe a gin and tonic, which is what I need at the moment, also going well. So welcome to the COMIT conference, 31st and the 1st of June. 2023. Today's first set is about strengthening the UK's digital future. So from the beginning of my digital journey, from the many conversations I have around the industry as a whole, and those people who are going to make the most out of the digital models, the twins and the shadows that we are using to design, to build, to construct, to maintain and operate our built environment. Most of them have been looking now at something called a system of systems approach. Okay, and that gives us the ability to address some of the challenges associated with a highly complex and interconnected set of assets. So nothing works in isolation. Within our assets, the same could be said when we're looking at our national level assets and understanding how our infrastructure supports the society in which we live. So the approach of the National Digital Twin, which is the subject of today's session, is not about being a behemoth single entity of information, but it's looking at a system of systems that can manage complexity, optimize performance, enhance resilience, enable effective integration and decision making in a large scale interconnected world. Okay, and can only have a very positive impact on the world that we live in. That's why I am involved in the National Digital Twin, and that's why our first day is supporting it. So I want to first of all thank our many sponsors and supporters from today. You can see there are many ones up there. Come and talk to them here and come and find them online. We'll post some links up on the website. It's all there. So a few brief words about COMIT. Why are we quite so unique? Well, this was a quote from one of our members, the fact that we have informative events and a place where decisions are made based on real-world solutions, real-world people, and real-world problems. We're not about looking at the theoretical. We want to add value and try and resolve the issues that are there rather than looking for issues that technology might help with. So COMIT has been around since 2003. Our mission to promote innovation with the UK construction, operations and maintenance sectors, looking at best practice, looking at promoting new developments and facilitating understanding between technology providers and construction companies. So we do that through multiple things, through demonstration projects, engaging like-minded organisations, and helping to develop various projects and working through to deliver publications, meetings, conferences, and links to the education institutions. So in the last few days, we've launched a brand new website, thanks to Max and Glyn and the team who have helped us to develop this and deliver it. So there's lots of new stuff up there. There's a QR code to go off and have a see that. And we have, whenever you're up on the social media, if you can use the hashtag #CommitToDigital for the stuff that we are working on. So I am very, very privileged today to be joined as my co-chair, Sandy Etchells. Okay, Sandy's passionate about making a difference in the industry and is most interested in the application of explosives for optimal rock breakage mechanisms. There's a mouthful indeed. She completed her honours degree in engineering geology and went on to specialise with her experience in mining, geotechnical and explosives engineering. She's over 18 years of international industrial experience in various mining methods and commodities, including open pit and underground in diamonds, which we'd all quite like to have plenty more of, iron ore, gold, copper, coal and platinum. Worked in many countries around the world. There's a whole list here, and on her bio, one of the ones that really interests me is the fact that she has worked extensively in Burkina Faso and Mali, and we can certainly understand how dangerous these kind of places are. So I'm very pleased to have such a resilient person on my side up here today. He's dedicated to the governance of explosive handling standards across the group, but also to enabling technology, innovation and digitalisation for the growth of people and minds to enable that mining of the future. So Sandy, please come up and join me this morning, and I will hand over to you for the first part of the slide deck.
Thank you, Ian. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real privilege to be here today. For those of you who are online, welcome. I'm actually really interested in today because, as you heard, this is quite a new area for me, so I'm hoping to learn a lot. Let's start off with some ground rules, just to lay the bases. So, as always, safety first. So, if in the event of an emergency, there's an evacuation route out the back. If you have a different kind of emergency, there are also bathrooms out the back as well. So if you, after the tea breaks, please make sure you're back in time. Don't be late, because my chair here, is known to beat people if they are not on time. The same applies to the presenters. Please stick to your time allocations. So there are 2 panel sessions at the end of each session. So just before lunch, there's a panel, and then at the end of the day, there's a second panel. So all the presenters will be seated in these chairs and online, and that is where we will have the questions. So please make a note of your questions and hold them until that point. What else? The agenda, that is linked to this QR code here. So if you need to look at that, please. I think we also have a Wi-Fi in the room. So COMIT 2023, you'll find it on your Wi-Fi selection. So just log on there, there's no password, everything's sorted. What else? Hashtag, we've spoken about the hashtag. COMIT2 digital, and that's it, yep.
Superb.
So with that, we will be moving over to our first presenter. She will be online.
Here comes Dave Peters again. Are we going to get this online hybrid? We're actually working today properly. Right, so I say I'm ready. I joined the session. Alex is online. You've got that. So 2 seconds. We just need to do the opening slide for Alex.
So with that, let me introduce Alex. Alex is a chartered engineer. She is a fellow of the Institution of Civil Engineers, a fellow of the Chartered Institution of Highways and Transportation, and a member of the Register of Security Engineers and Specialists. She has a wealth of experience in issues pertaining to asset management, BIM, digital built environments, intelligent transport systems, management of information and security-minded approaches. Accumulating expertise through several engineering roles, Alex specializes in the development, implementation, management, and auditing of proportionate and structured management systems, policies and processes, as well as the development and delivery of programs within these disciplines. She is currently joint policy lead for the National Twin Program, which is why she is joining us today. Over to Alex.
Hang on, 2 seconds. Make sure that goes up there. No, come on. Okay. What I should be, and I press that button there. Are we there?
Yes, we're good to go. Great, okay, so thank you very much indeed for the opportunity to speak today. So as Ian said, I'm here to talk about the National Digital Twin Programme. So really just to give you a bit of an overview as to what we've been doing with the programme since we brought it back into government to be run directly out of the department, and what the future look is like for the programme, so the work that we're doing and how that is going to be progressing, certainly over the next couple of years, which is as far as we've got funding at the moment. We'll obviously be bidding for more funding at next comprehensive spending review, whenever that is. So I think really National Digital Twin Programme is you're probably familiar, has been sort of born really initially out of the BIM Level 3 programme, which was really around recognising that if we are going to be able to move the built environment forward, what we need to be able to do is to far better be able to share information across organisations and across sectors within the built environment. That was then followed up in 2017 by the National Infrastructure Commission's report, Data for the Public Good, which was where the idea really of the National Digital Twin Programme was first really, I suppose, articulated in a document the government then responded to. And again, I mean, that was really about reiterating the value of having, excuse me, an ecosystem of multi-domain, multi-sectorial digital twins, with those needing to be connected by securely shared interoperable information of a known quality. So I think the problem comes is then, well, okay, that's a great idea, but how do we actually get there? And we have spent quite a lot of time talking about the vision of this and what the benefits will be when we'll be able to have not only individual digital twins that are trusted, secure, and resilient, but actually also when we'll be able to start connecting those together into a larger ecosystem. And the problem is when we start talking about this, we start to get into fairly wild and wacky ideas. So you see lots of images like this around, and people get very carried away about, well, I've been doing digital twins for 40 years, and, this is all going to be wonderful, and we'll be able to connect all these things up, and wonderful things will happen, and, probably world peace will be solved, etc. And I think that's quite a frightening concept for a lot of people. I think that is this idea of everything being connected up this easily is very, very far off. That doesn't mean that there aren't going to be significant benefits that we can actually achieve along the way by increasing people's abilities in these spaces and allowing them to move at a pace at which they themselves feel comfortable. The other problem that we get is when you start talking about these big concepts, we end up with a sort of idea that, well, now the only thing you're going to need to do in order to achieve this utopian ideal is change everything that you do, change all your existing systems, manage all your data very differently. And again, that is very, very off-putting and probably completely unscalable and unadoptable for the vast majority of organizations, certainly within the public sector. People who are sort of local authorities who are trying to deliver real benefit to people, very often with extremely limited resource, very limited technical capability. And that's not to knock what they're doing at all, but recognizing that they are facing real challenges and they are managing situations, particularly people like local resilience teams are managing situations on a day-by-day basis. And they don't have, and they're doing that at the moment with very low technical capability and resource. And therefore, when you start talking about this, sort of, well, you're going to have to change all of these things, nobody's ever going to do that, and the costs are too high. So what we've had to do really is to look and say, well, okay, if we want to get to this position ultimately where we are able to connect digital twins, how are we actually going to do that? Where are we now? Where do we want to be? And what is the path that we are going to be able to, we're going to have to go to get there? And what do we need to do in order to allow people to come along that path at a pace at which they themselves feel comfortable? So we've really gone back and looked at, well, what is important? And we've got things like the Gemini principles, which I think probably were a little bit of a mix-up between the principles about how you would run a national digital twin and then and how you would run a program versus, well, actually, what would digital twins themselves, what properties would they need to have, what principles would they need to comply with? And so what we talk about is the National Digital Twin Program being really acting as a focal point for growing national capability in digital twinning as set out in the 2021 integrated review. And the way that we run the program has to comply with certain principles. And then the program then exists to create the underpinning rules of the road. So the standards, the framework, the guidance, the processes and the tools that will then enable people to develop digital twins and to be able to connect to them together in a way that complies with a second set of principles. So when we talk about the principles of the program, we talk about some very key things. So the fact that what we need to be able to do is to demonstrate value as we go through this process. So it's no good us going to our lords and masters, our ministers, and saying, yes, well, wonderful things will happen, just keep funding this for 10 years, and at the end of it, everything will be great. That they just don't wear that. So what we have to do is to look and say, actually, how can we show bankable benefits as we go through this process? And actually, that also helps for organizations that are coming on that process with us. We also have to, I think, be much more open and transparent about where we are now and just how far we have to go. We also have to be open and transparent about the maturity of the things that we are developing. And that's been very important in terms of some of the work that you'll be hearing about later around the integration architecture, is when we go and demonstrate that to people, is being very honest about its capabilities at the moment, but where it is going to be. But I think if we promise or try and tell people that we are further along than we are, then that is damaging. You know, we are making good progress with that work as well as a lot of other things. So we've also got to look very much at scalability and adaptability of everything that we're doing as well. So we need to make sure that what we're doing is accessible to a wide range of stakeholders. So again, going back to my point earlier, there's no point if we are only doing this with consideration of those with high technical capability and high technical resource. We have to be thinking about the full gambit of people out there that could actually benefit from being able to have ultimately digital twins and be able to connect those together. We also need lots of organizations to be able to participate in this. So this is not just about those big organizations being able to participate and being able to use this technology. It's also about how do we facilitate the whole range of the supply chain to be able to get involved in this as well, and not leave any part of it behind. So we will always end up with a bit of a tail, but what we need to make sure is we leave enough of the rungs behind that anybody can then come along that path as well and be able to climb up through that level of maturity. So I think those are really important factors that we need to bear in mind about how we develop the programme. We also then, I think, as I mentioned, the sort of principles that we need to think about when we talk about digital twins as well. And what we need to think about is how do we get digital twins to be safe, secure, trusted, ethical, sustainable, and robust and resilient. And I'm not saying any of those are easy things to do, but those seem to be some of the core principles that when we've been engaging with stakeholders, we hear time and time again. And I think we'll need to look at how we do all of those, and they're not binary measures, but how do we look at how digital twins can be delivered in a way that ensures those requirements are met in a way that is appropriate for the different situations. Oh, so I forgot I put this slide in. So this is just talking about, sorry, apologies. This is talking about the benefits as I went through about the programme itself. And also just, this isn't just about technology. What we also need to think about is the skills and the cultural change that is going to be required if we are going to get digital twins being accepted and being adopted and used, and that also being the outputs being acceptable to people across business, across government, individuals, and wider society. So really, I think we can divide, and it's a quite a simplification, but I think what we can do is really divide the programme into three or four core streams. So the first of those is how do we ensure people to gather, process, manage, store, and share information? And I'm not going to go into this in huge amounts of detail because you'll be hearing far more about this later from Tellison, who are building the integration architecture for us. But in addition to the work that they're doing, we also need to think about some other things as well. So we always need to start off with digital twin, well, actually, what is the user requirement that I have? And when I understand that user requirement, actually, what data and information do I need in order to answer that requirement? Because what we hear a lot is, well, actually, I'll just go out and collect all the information because I'm sure it'll be useful at some point. Well, obviously, that is probably not a very sustainable solution and comes with its own carbon footprint as well. And what we should be thinking much more about is actually what is the data and information I need? What are the sources of that information? And what sort of quality does that information need to be for the requirement that I have? Understanding that people need different types of quality of information depending on the situation and also depending on how quickly potentially they need to make a decision as well. And this was I think probably a move away from some of the sort of ideas that were set out in the original information management framework, which was a little bit more around if you are going to come and participate in this space, then you need to, before you come and put any data into this system, your data needs to be of a certain quality. And I think, again, that is probably actually not particularly scalable or adoptable because what you're doing is requiring organizations to commit a lot of resource to improve the quality of their information without necessarily being able to demonstrate the immediate benefit for them. And I think we've got evidence that is just far too big a leap. Organizations just understandably are not going to do that. So instead, what we need is better that we can understand the quality of the information, and then decide whether that information is fit for the purpose to which we want to be able to put it, which the user wants to be able to put it. And I think when users start to see the value of the information, then they are more likely to themselves start looking at improving the quality of it. So as I said, I'm not going into huge amounts of detail about the integration architecture because you'll be hearing more about this later, but that is a fundamental part about how we be able to bring information together across multiple sources and to be able to do that in a distributed way. So to be able to federate the information or the appropriate information across organizations, between individuals within those organizations. So I will, as I said, I won't go into that in any more detail at this stage. So then I think the second stream really is then about, well, if we've got that information, then what do we need to do with that information to enable users to be able to engage with it? So how do we provide and present that information in a way that enables users to make the decisions they need to make when they need to make them? And also, how do we do that to ensure that users understand level of risk and uncertainty in the information and in the modeling that sits on top of it? And again, that's important because understanding risk and uncertainty will determine the decisions that people make and the confidence they will have in those decisions. And they will have different levels of appetite around that depending on when they're trying to make the decision. So if I have to make a decision in the next 5 minutes, my risk appetite is probably going to be quite different than if I have to make a decision in a month. So how do we do that? How do we get users to better understand risk and uncertainty, as I say, both in data and information and in the models that we put on top of that information? And then the third stream is really around then how do we support the development of skills and cultural change? So how do we look at this generation? How do we look at how we do career development? And how do we look at the requirements around the next generation? So really looking at this from both a pull perspective, but from a push perspective as well. So yes, there will be a pull from industry about the skills that are required, but there also will be a push from, hopefully, from students who are enthused in this area and want to look at, well, actually, what careers are there in this and how do they get involved in those careers? So we need to be able to meet the demand, meet that push that's coming from the next generation as well. And that will be really around how do we support that work? There's a lot of work going on in that space. What are the specifics that we need to focus on and where do we need to work with others in relation to that? And I know Alison is speaking later about some of the sort of next generation work that she is doing and that we are looking at in the programme as well, working with her on that. And then really, I suppose the fourth stream, the last stream in the programme, if we divide it up into these big chunks, is the demonstration programme. And we've recognised that it's really important to be able to not only do all of that underpinning work around technology and around process and around skills, but to then look at, well, all right, what happens when we try and push that into the real world? Knowing that the moment when you bash things up against real life problems, it tends to be when they break. And when things that you thought were going to work out in the way that you thought they were going to work, you find that they don't work out like that. So the demonstration program is really important about testing our ideas and testing and understanding whether we get the value that we anticipate from these. And again, it's really about scaling. So nothing that we have done so far comes close to what I would consider a digital twin to be. And I'm conscious that I have not defined what I consider a digital twin to be, or what the programme or what the department considers a digital twin to be. I think in broad terms, we would always say it has to have a physical component and a digital component, and that it also has to have a two-way flow of information from the physical to the digital and the digital to the physical. And that flow of information actually has to drive benefit. It has to achieve something. Otherwise, it's pointless. Why have it? So that's the way that we define digital twin. I'm conscious there are a lot of definitions of digital twin out there. And I think actually we need to think more about what are the key factors within digital twins rather than going hammer and tongs about trying to agree a definition with absolutely everybody. We need to think about what the key factors are within digital twins and focus more on that and the functionality that users require. So as I say, digital twins, we don't have them in the demonstration program at the moment, but it's very much about, as I said, how do we demonstrate value by increasing the complexity? So we're moving up through some fairly basic digital modeling and starting to push the complexity of that and looking at always understanding, as we increase that complexity, what is the additional value we get back from that? So we've got several demonstrations that I will just run through in a little bit of detail with you, just to give you a bit of an understanding about what we're doing. The demonstration program, we are largely running on the Isle of Wight. The reason for the Isle of Wight is that obviously it's a bounded ecosystem. So we have everything, or largely everything, that we have on the mainland, but just in smaller scale. But also we have a bunch of service providers who are very much focused around providing those services on the island as well. So islands are quite good ways of testing these sorts of ecosystems for those sorts of reasons. So the first demonstration program is around retrofit. So this is around looking at domestic properties and energy consumption. So this is really starting to look at how can we use these types of technologies and processes to understand conflict, if you like, between different types of policies. So with retrofit, we have a big push around decarbonisation of people's properties, so improving the energy efficiency of people's properties. But that also has to be balanced against the fact that we know that we have individuals in properties that they need. What are the problems that they have and how can we meet that need? So really focusing very much on that user requirement. We were then able to take that and those user requirements and understand, if that is what we are trying to achieve, what is the information that we need in order to be able to do that? And how does that information then need to be presented to users in a way that is accessible to them, doesn't prevent them with more information than they need, and is suitable for their particular purpose? So that can be the same information just being presented to different stakeholders in different ways. So the providers such as the NHS probably want quite a different interface with that information than potentially the retrofitters on the island do, and potentially a different view again from the one that the council requires. So really starting to understand what those different requirements are, and actually looking at the sorts of time that these sorts of processes take at the moment, that flow of information between the different stakeholders, and actually how much can you really start to condense that about being able to far better share information and share decisions that are made on that information between those stakeholders. And actually what the early work has done is to show that you can really condense that down from months down to a matter of potentially days, which clearly has huge time and cost savings. The second demonstrator is looking around asset resilience and particularly emergency planning and response. This is focused to date around flooding, and it's very much looking at that interconnectivity of assets. And this is a piece of work that Ian has really been leading on for us, taking and I believe we're speaking about it later, but taking the different assets on the island and looking at the interdependencies, criticalities, vulnerabilities between them, and looking at actually how we can present that information to support the local resilience team in how they are better able to plan for and respond to incidents. And I think one thing that's really interesting to understand from this, we talk a lot, we get very concerned about the sensitivity of information, and rightly so, but I think this really just exposed how much information is already in the open domain, and we need to be able to understand that far better if we're also going to be able to understand how we protect the information going forward in this type of space. We're beginning to look this year as well at another resilience demonstrator, which is around coastal erosion, and this will allow us to start bringing in different types of sensor data. We're also looking at working with the National Robotarium around how we bring in data from robotics, doing more in detailed investigation at sites at particular areas, on something called the Military Road, which is around the south of the island. And they've got real issues facing potentially maximum of 7 years before the road disappears, or part of the road disappears into the sea. So actually, how can we better use information and modelling of that information from a lot of different sources, bringing that information together, modelling it, be able to start looking at possible options and impacts of those options as well. So that's something that we will be beginning to look at this year, and we'll be bringing together. And it'll be interesting as well, I think, to start looking at what sort of information we already have, what additional sorts of information do we need to be able to gather when we start looking at different resilience issues. So this, I suppose, the resilience demos are looking far less at sort of policy, much more about immediate decision making or planning decision making. So slightly less policy related. So looking at the, again, slightly different application of these types of technologies and how do they drive value in those spaces. And the other one that we are starting to look at this year, so ramping up the complexity of the sorts of systems that we are looking at, is to start looking at the energy system on the island. And the Isle of Wight have an ambition to be self-sustaining in terms of energy in the future. So starting to look at, well, what does that mean? Is that achievable? So looking at the sorts of measures that they would want to implement, well, actually, how close does that get them? And what sort of other things do they need to be considering? How can they understand usage, looking at balancing demand, etc. So as I say, that really is like starting to ramp up the complexity of the types of things that you are starting to be able to bring together, and looking at that relation into decision making and policy as well, all sorts of policies that the island needs to have in place to be able to start responding to that requirement. So really that's, hopefully has been of use, of interest. Very interested obviously in engaging with anybody and talking to anybody about, you know, what we're doing, and if anybody's interested in getting more involved, we're obviously very willing to speak to people about that. I think it's hopefully it's something that you see as an exciting project going forward, and something that will really be, as I say, driving benefit, not only in the long term, but really looking at that sort of immediate value, not only from particularly within the demonstration program, benefit to the community and to businesses on the Isle of Wight, and being able to show that to people, the sorts of benefit this brings, but also in the creation of assets that we will then be able to start testing, refining, taking feedback on, and then releasing for others to be able to start using in this space, because I think that's also really important, that we are generating assets that people can pick up and utilise. So on that, I will hand back, I think, probably to Ian. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Alex. Great. Thanks very much, and hopefully we shall join you, or you should join us very I can't remember how long now, at about 45 minutes or so, an hour or so for the panel session.
11:25.
11:25. So I've got Sandy here to help me keep me in order. So yes.
Thanks, Alex. With that, I'll introduce Ian. Ian is our second presenter for today. Ian is an infrastructure industry digital advisor, that's quite a mouthful, director of COMIT, and a reservist officer in the Royal Engineers. With over 20 years experience in delivering innovations into construction and BIM digital advice to organizations all over the world, he is now part of the National Digital Twin program, utilizing his military, industry and technology skills to forward the UK's digital journey. Thank you, Ian.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Sandy. Okay. So I'll just have to remember what my slides were all about today. So Alex mentioned very briefly that we were doing a demonstration project on the Isle of Wight. And she said, you know, the reason we picked it was because it had a boundary. Actually, the reason I picked it was because there's a hovercraft going over. And I'd not been on that hovercraft since I hadn't ever been on. I watched it as a kid and was never allowed on it. And eventually, at the beginning of last year, when we started the project off, I got to go on the hovercraft. And it was so exciting. I had to take lots of photographs and send them round to people because I was just like one big kid. It was very exciting. Anyway. That wasn't the reason, of course, that we picked the Isle of Wight. We picked the Isle of Wight because it was a really good ecosystem of all the various infrastructure out there for doing the project. So what I wanted to talk to you very briefly about, quick 15 minutes, so people are going to have to keep me on time because you know how much I waffle, is the circuit board decisions, the things that we do in the Royal Engineers that we used as the basis to help us to set up the demonstrator for the National Digital Twin on the Isle of Wight. So I'm part of 12 engineer group. We used to be 170 Royal Engineers. We've got a stand there. If any of your employees are interested in getting involved, we're looking at infrastructure engineers, people who can go out and do really cool things with a little bit of green stuff behind as well. But actually, there's quite a few of us in the room. Well worthwhile going and talking to them. So part of our role is to support humanitarian aid and disaster relief around the world, helping out non-governmental organisations and governments wherever that we are needed. And what we do is we go out and we do infrastructure assessments. And that is, there's a country that has been very damaged, might be Nepal after the earthquake, might be the British Virgin Islands after the hurricane. A lot of infrastructure is destroyed. How do we preserve humanity? How do we preserve society? Well, we go in and we do an infrastructure assessment that says, what are the things that are damaged? What are the most important things? What are the most critical things? What are the most vulnerable things from aftershocks, etc.? So understanding what are the critical things, we can then understand where to put the priorities for spending, where we can put our limited resources in a country which is badly damaged to rebuilding. What do we rebuild first? What do we put back online to help protect the most lives to get that society back on its feet again at the end? So that assessment helps us understand the interdependencies and the criticalities of vulnerabilities and ultimately the priorities of where the NGOs, the governments and other organisations such as the military can be deployed to help people to get things back online. Now, infrastructure assessments as a whole, okay. Anybody recognise the triangle below? What is it? Maslow's, awesome. Okay, Maslow's hierarchy. Infrastructure is one of the basic things we need to hold society up and sustain people, the life. We have a very manual and very quick and dirty process. Whenever I'm introduced at the National Digital Twin Programme meetings, I'm always introduced as the person who did the quick and dirty to the project. So we are the quick and dirty people. We're able to cover multiple domains and sectors, so we cover all these things, looking at the infrastructure of where they are, what they are, how they interconnect and how they depend on each other, what the vulnerabilities are, how they're damaged, whether they're still alive, how can we put them back together again afterwards, and if we have the resources to do so. It gets results and it can be scaled and refined. You can scale it down all the way down to a single asset or facility, all the way up to an entire country or multiple countries within a region. So it's a very powerful tool. However, it's very what we like to term mandrolic. Okay, it literally is an Excel spreadsheet and some aerial photography and a big highlighter, and that's our tools, because it's got to be. We can't rely on fancy technology to do things when we're in a country that might not have an internet connection anymore, might not have power to run a computer. So we've got to be really quite resilient in our own efforts there. So I did the CNI course many years back, Critical National Infrastructure course with the Royal Engineers, and we, whilst we were sitting there, the light bulb came on. Me and Major Fry went, ooh, this could actually deliver something that would deliver us a national digital twin. All very, very excited. Came back, presented the CPNI and BAYS in 2018 and said, can you do something? Do you think we could do something like that? Obviously, glacial movements of all sorts of things, but 2020, towards the end of 2021, they came back to me and said, hey, do you want to do something? It's kind of like, can I do it on the Isle of Wight? There's a hovercraft. Yeah, okay, fine, you've got me. I'm sold. So What I did was I spent my Christmas, a very interesting Christmas, 5 very long days. I took the Isle of Wight, I used Google Earth, I used Ordnance Survey, I zoomed in and I used things like open source data. It's amazing what people publish. Alex was saying this earlier in her presentation, but they put out there so much data that they shouldn't do. One of those, you can find it on the online, so I'm not going to break any boundaries here. Grotmeyer had done an analysis of the energy network on the Isle of Wight and published it. So all the connections, all the positions, everything that relied on everything else was all there in a paper on the internet. You can just pick it off and look at it and then analyse it and present it back in there. So during those 5 long days, I assessed, I placed pins on a map, 1,357 individual assets, and then networked them to understand how they initially connected to each other in their own sector, so power to power, power to power, and then across power to water, to communications, to transport to medical, medical to government to et cetera, all over. So basically you get this massive circuit board that you understand the entire relationships of all these things and how they interconnect and work together. And I got to tell you that spreadsheet is crazy. It's absolutely mad. If you think about 1,357 things down one side, 1,357 things along the top, and then you kind of like put the pins in the map to say which one connects to which all the way through, your brain goes slightly crazy. And I've got to say, it took a lot of gin and tonic over that Christmas. We went through many, many bottles, but we got there and delivered it. So the Isle of Wight demonstrator, as well as going through the connectivity, you use that connectivity to do something called a Carver analysis. Carver analysis understands what connects to what, how they rely on each other, how they depend on each other, but also where they are. Are they accessible? So are they behind a fence? Are they behind a bund? Can I, public, just walk in on them? Or are they hidden in a basement somewhere that I could never find them? On 2 reasons. 1, I could creep in and steal them or vandalise them. Or 2, if I'm the person trying to mend them and it's not my world, how do I find them to actually mend it in the first place? So it's a double-edged sword. Things like recognisability. If I'm not a water engineer and I'm told, you've got to go in there and fix that pump. It's like, I'm in a room, there is some things in there, I don't know which one it is. How recognisable is this thing to the thing that I'm being told to go and fix or to maintain, or potentially to steal? Okay, can the people who would like to steal something or damage something, can they stand outside in the street and go, that building is full of copper cables. Right, I can nick all that lot and make a few bucks. So, double-edged sword. Criticality and vulnerability is part of the calculation that helps its accessibility, recoverability, effect, and recognisability. Gives us this whole set of things that we need to understand. Right, how quickly do I need to get off of here? 10:25. Oh, I've still got 9 minutes. That's great. But we might have a few minutes in the bag because we're getting towards the end of this one. So, there had to be a better way. Excel spreadsheets, no good to anybody really at all. When you start looking at it and you're trying to analyse it and visualise what's going on, it just blows your brain and starts to destroy your Christmas, which it did a little bit. So we sat down, we thought, right, is there going to be a better way to do this? Well, there has to be a better way. There's got to be an automated way. Can we use, and you'll see them a little bit later on, satellite imagery to detect something, image recognition, to know what it is, and then perhaps detect the lines between them, and then detect where things are perhaps buried, or detect how they are connected? I don't know. Yes, there is ways of doing that, and we're going to see a little bit about that later on from the Earth Eye guys. Can we then bring in information from closed sources, from those different organisations to verify and validate that, and also to bring in information that's not visible? Things like, is there a fallover? Is there a reserve system there that could help us? Is there backup information somewhere? Is there a nice warehouse full of sandbags, temporary works and telehandlers that can actually help us to
then recover what's going on? And then can we start plugging in other things like cover analysis? Can we look in investment priorities? So what are the things that we need to do first to a country? Might not be a disaster scenario. This might be how we're going to put the strategy together for the infrastructure of a country in its own right. Then we look down at things like overlaying flooding and erosion, historical mapping to see, is it going to start being affected in 5 years' time? Do we start reacting to it now? What's the historical world? Can we put in artificial intelligence to help us look at condition monitoring, see how things are going from those databases, and perhaps using side aperture radar to see cracks, bends, movement in various assets? Can we bring economic data in to look at where we need to build businesses? Because economic data is just another data set to bring in to this. It's another network. It's not a visible network, but it's another network, just the same as any water network is. And then perhaps, as we've used a little bit in the Isle of Wight demonstrator, the human networks. Because nothing works without people. We found that out during COVID. So many systems out there are vulnerable to people. Because if the people's not there, well then that bit of infrastructure doesn't work. And if the infrastructure doesn't work, then we've got a real issue with that world. So I'm going to leave us on this point, that there has to be a better way. And I think there is a better way, but the foundation of that better way has to come from technology. Okay? It also has to have some good standards behind it. And you can see I'm sort of segueing already into Ian's presentation. So I'm going to start removing this mic off of my, without beating it too hard. Right, let me put that up. So I want to introduce you to talk to you a little bit about the standards that we're going to use to Ian Bailey. So Ian is an experienced startup CEO with an emphasis on data integration and data science. He is a globally recognised enterprise architecture. You wouldn't know that, would you? No. The reason I know that is because ChatGPT told me. Oh, really? Yes, it created a bio for me. It was great. It's really, really good. It tells me that I'm really good as well. So it might not be right. Sorry, bud. So he is globally recognised. I'll move on to this one, and then I can give you that one to plug in whilst you're there. So globally recognised enterprise architecture authority, and has been the lead architect on the multi-billion-pound budget programs, as well as technical lead for the MOD and NATO architecture frameworks. So Ian has represented the UK government and industry at international bodies and holds a PhD in data mapping and a first degree in engineering. That's pretty impressive, sir. So I shall hand you over to run through IES 4. Just either click on the buttons or down on the keyboard.
Thank you. Well, normally if you Google Ian Bailey, you get a murderer. There's quite a famous murder record. So I'm quite chuffed ChatGPT didn't have me up there as a mass murderer or something. Right. Great way to start. Okay, hello, I'm Ian. I don't need to introduce myself to her because that's been done in a way that's just embarrassed me completely now. Thanks, Ian. Right, so I'm going to talk about IES. Now, IES is a rather unimaginatively titled Information Exchange Standard. And I'll go into a little bit of history about it. But it's probably worth saying right up front, there's a bit of a circular story to this. I'll get into that in a minute, and I only realised it when I saw your opening slide with all the sponsors on there, that actually there's quite a few of the sponsors of this event were the pioneers of some of this stuff originally. So, but anyway, so this is IES, and the reason IES is being featured is it's been selected as the data standard for the UK National Digital Twin Programme. And how we got there, I'll try and explain to you now. So, what is it? As I said, not the most imaginative title in the world. It originated out of the MOD and related agencies. So it was a recognition within government that lots of agencies that didn't normally talk to each other perhaps as much as they should, police, Home Office, MOD, intelligence agencies, Cabinet Office and various other bits and pieces of government, were tending to
share information in reports. Civil service is dominated by classics graduates, and I'm not saying they like to write essays, but they do like to write essays, and they like to share those essays around, which was okay, but they were writing those essays based on data coming out of analytical systems. They were writing a report on it, passing it to another agency that was then re-entering it into their intelligence analysis systems, and on it went. And, you know, hamsters on wheels springs to mind. But this was going on all over government. So there was a recognition that it would be good to have a data standard that could capture this kind of stuff. Now, the interesting thing about the information they were sharing, which was kind of, I guess you'd call it assessed intelligence or analysis, or whatever it might be, that could be anything from economic and political data through to terrorism, through to military stuff or policing. It's a fairly broad remit. You never know what you're going to be dealing with. So there aren't that many fixed fields, and that should come out of this presentation. The flexibility is the most important part of the IES standard. So it's designed from the get-go to let you pretty much exchange whatever kind of information you want, but attempts to do that unambiguously. And that's a very difficult thing to do, to have that degree of flexibility and yet cut out the ambiguity. But it does a pretty good job of it, I think. Anyway, a little bit on the history, and that's a big slide, probably unreadable from the back of the room, or probably totally unreadable on Teams. But where it came from, the IES standard is what's known as a 4D ontology. You used to not be able to say ontology in public presentations, but it seems to have caught on recently, and lots of people say it, so it's fine now. So IES is a 4D ontology, and these 4D ontologies sort of originated in the oil and gas industry. So I saw Shell and Fluor were on the sponsors list. They were two of the key companies that did a lot, particularly Shell. Matthew West, you know Matthew, used to be head of standards at Shell, so they pioneered a lot of this work. And a couple of standards came out of it. So ISO 15926, that's a big oil and gas standard. They use these kind of 4D ontology. These are similar situations. There's that much variety in data, and I guess it's the same in building and construction. And you get the same types of things being reused in lots of different ways over time in process plants and refineries, oil rigs, and so on. That you needed a flexible data standard that was unambiguous, and it's that flexibility with the disambiguation in there that makes it really appeal for the national security community when they picked up IES, but also I think for the National Digital Twin Programme when it's picked up IES as the standard to use for digital twins. So I'll go into a little bit of background. So this is kind of what it's really about in the main. It's a data exchange standard. So the idea is that Party A's got their own system, they've got their own data in it, they handle the data the way they want to. That system was built to do a specific job, has its own data model or ontology inside, and it doesn't conform to any standards really, because it was just built to do the job it was meant to do. And then you've got another system over in Party B, again, built to different specifications for a different purpose, or maybe the same purpose. But you put two data modelers in a room, give them the same problem, they come up with 11 different data models. So chances of them having the same data model internally are pretty remote. So the idea is you build an interface to your system so you can squirt out an IES file. The receiving party can then convert that IES file back to their format and read it in, which looks like quite a bit of work when you've only got party A and B, but when you've got 20 of these parties all sharing data on a major program, that turns into a bit of a rat's nest of data exchanges if you're going point to point all the time. But if you just go via one format, you only have to do it once for every system. So that was the idea with that. There was also quite a lot of interest around, and this is where I have to fess up. I think Ian mentioned I'm the founder of Telescent. We've been working on the secure data platform aspects of the UK National Digital Twin Programme. And our interest was in building this type of architecture, which is about big distributed systems where you want to keep them all in sync, but you want to do that in a standardized way. And we saw a lot of potential in this IES standard to allow you to go to market with a product that was standardized in the way it moved data around, but was then extensible and flexible, which was a pretty rare combination. So that's what we really liked about the IES standard. But this was another proposed use of IES in the kind of defence and national security sector. I should say these aren't my slides, these are slides from the MOD. So they're all Crown copyright, if anyone's, I did say, yeah, Crown copyright on them. And finally, quite a few of the agencies were very keen to not have their data locked into systems, so they would buy a commercial intelligence management system or digital twin system or something like that, and it would have its own proprietary format internally. Once the data was in there, it was very difficult to get it out again. So there was a lot of interest in, could you build databases that were compliant to the IES standard, so that at some point, if you ever want to get your data out of that system, you've got a standard to work to and an easy way to get your data out. So that was the idea. So that's a bit of background. The standard itself is layered. So version 4 of the standard, all these things get squished together into one data format that's published. There's a GitHub page for it, which I haven't put in the link, but I'll tweet it in a minute when I'm sat back down again with the link to it. And there's a GitHub page you can go and see the spec and dig into it and all that kind of good stuff. But version 4, whilst it's layered, it's all in one spec. Version 5, which they've just started talking about now, they will split it into 3 separate standards because, as I hinted at earlier, the number of different interested parties that are wanting to use IES now is increasing. It's gone from being quite defence and policing focused through to now digital twins, and of course digital twins covers everything you think of, from building and construction to aircraft to oil rigs to whatever it might be. So the interest is widening out, and I don't think it's sustainable longer term for the standard to stay one big monolithic standard. It will probably become a group of standards all off some basic concepts and foundation. But the really cool thing about IES and what makes it flexible is it just focuses on stuff that everyone deals with. So when you look in the domain concepts, you're going to find people, organisations, places, assets, and it doesn't go much deeper into it. It doesn't really tie you into a specific way of working. You can do that yourself by extending it. So you can extend the ontology locally for your business purpose and work with it that way. So that's kind of the idea. Now this one, I've presented these set of slides a couple of times before to Americans, and I lost them completely because they didn't know what Airfix was. So to try and get to the point, so traditionally if you build a data model, what you're trying to do is build the optimal structure to store the data you need to solve your problem. So you've got a very well-defined problem, hopefully, and you want a very well-defined solution for it. So you build a high-fidelity data structure that will hold exactly the data you want to hold, and return it to you in a timely manner, in a structure you can work with it, and so on. And that's been the way people have traditionally built system data models for donkey's years. But there's a problem with that. That requirement you build it to is today's requirement. Tomorrow's requirement will be different, and then the requirement in 2 years' time will be different again. And those very specific data models are quite hard to change over time because you tend to implement quite a lot of infrastructure around that. You've got middleware, you've got front ends, and they're all working to the same model. You want to make a change, it gets really, really hard and really, really expensive. So I've tried to liken it to an Airfix kind of model. So if you build an Airfix model, it really looks like the aeroplane you wanted to build, right? If you do it in Lego, you've really got to squint a bit to make that look like a SR-71 Blackbird. But the really cool thing about doing it in Lego is if you suddenly decide that you're not building Blackbirds today, you want to build Concorde tomorrow, you can take all the bits apart and put them back together. And there are certain rules about how all those bits fit together and the parts can move. You try and do that with an Airfix model, you're going to have the heat gun, the soldering iron, a hacksaw, and a mess on your hands and glue everywhere. It's not going to look like much like a usable Concorde at the end of it. So that's the compromise they've gone for with IES. You've got to squint a bit to understand, so it takes a little bit of getting your head around. that they've used these common patterns that are common to all kinds of industries, but then you can specialize them for your own use and shape them around the way you want them. But they all fit together in a very specific way. So it's a bit like building a Lego model rather than a... Anyway, that's a bit too much of a metaphor. I'll stop at that one. I say I'll tweet out the link to the GitHub site for IES in a bit, but at the top of the model, we do it all in UML. So if you're familiar with the UML modeling language, it seemed to be what the world wanted. So the IES team opted for UML. And right at the top, we've got this top of the shop, if you like, is exchanged item. Everything in the model is an exchanged item. And then it immediately splits into elements. So elements are things you can kick. Elements are things that have, to quote Matthew West, spatio-temporal extent. So stuff that existed in the past, present or future that had some kind of physicality to it. And you can have relationships like one physical thing's part of another. So you can see these are very, very high level patterns, and IES goes down a little bit further than that. But really what it's trying to do is tease out all those kind of generic real world patterns that anyone might want in their data to do stuff. And then you've got types of things. So this is class of elements, so that's the kind of thing you'd find in Uniclass or any of those kind of categorization standards that you work with in this industry. So I mentioned 4D earlier. I'll try and do a bit on that. So this is a space-time diagram. These first started to appear in a couple of books. There's a couple of books on this subject. In fact, I've got 3 of them there. So this How Things Persist. Catherine Hawley's a philosopher, so that's the kind of philosophical background to all this. So she's a logician and philosopher. And then you've got 2 other books. You've got Business Objects Re-engineering for Reuse and Developing High Quality Data Models by Matthew West. But these space-time charts originated from Einstein and Minkowski originally. They flipped them on through 90 degrees. I think they had space along the x-axis. We have time along the x-axis and space on the y-axis. And basically what you do is you say these things that are these elements that I talked about earlier, these things with this spatio-temporal extent, you split them up into states. So you've got the whole life Fred here, and because there's a pointy end on that, it means Fred's not dead yet, Fred's still alive and kicking. And what we've done is we've picked some states of Fred. So these little temporal chunks of Fred are a way to split him up into different stages of his life, which allows us, in one data set, to do that thing that quite often, always amazes me this, but quite often data models really struggle with this, to cope with the idea that there are 3 masses for Fred. So when he was a baby, he weighed 3.5 kilos, then he was 25 kilos, then he was 92 kilos, and so on. That kind of idea looks really simple when you do it. You would be amazed how many systems can't do that. And if you want to get the previous weights for something, you've got to go talk to the sysadmins. They're pulling backup tapes and all sorts of nonsense to try and find historical measurements on things. So just things like this, which we all really want to do, but our systems won't let us do. IES does it natively. That's the kind of idea. And you can get a bit more complicated. So this is quite a complicated space-time diagram. So if something's not moving, it will be flat on the y-axis. So this is probably a location. I think in this particular case, it was a hospital. So the orange thing is a location. The blue thing here, I think, is a person. I think it's actually Fred. So Fred's bumbling along, and then he goes into the hospital. There's a state of Fred while he's in the hospital, then he comes out, and he goes off and does something else. And this thing here is a period of time, because the really nice thing about this is you can model periods of time as objects as well, which is really nice because you can put lots of things connected to the same period of time, which is great for indexing your databases and so on. So these are the kind of things you can do, these space-time diagrams, and the model allows you to have this sophisticated approach to space and time. What have I done? Have I got that right? There we go. So in these spatiotemporal things, these elements, we've got entities. So there's a little bit of blurring around this. It's not quite as clear-cut a division between these things as you might think, but we've got entities. So those are things like people, places, devices, vehicles, that kind of stuff. States, those are those temporal chunks like you saw of Fred earlier. Events, so those are activities. Those tend to be things where you've got more than one entity participating. We treat those as spatio-temporal because events have a location and they occupy space. This event today is occupying this room, so it's definitely got space and time associated with it, so there's nothing unphysical about events. And then, as I mentioned before, periods of time. And then the rest of the IES standard just descends from this. And it doesn't, as I mentioned, doesn't go too far down into it. It leaves you plenty of options about where to go about your own specialisation. But it kind of stops at the person, organisation, device kind of stuff I was talking about. So you can put something really specialised in there, but when it gets to the other end, the receiving party knows it's a mobile phone because that's in the standard, but you've also put that it's a Samsung blah, 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 which they might not know about, but you've just added extra information to the standard, that's all. They still know they've got a mobile phone. So that's kind of the way it works. So there's your periods of time again. So what you can see here is a kind of cross-section of space and time. So we've got, there's Fred, and we've cross-sectioned him with time. So we've basically said when he was measured at 92 kilos, that measurement was done inside that period of time. And this has been particularly useful for policing and national security purposes where the information is a bit woolly. You know something happened last week, you don't know what date it happened or what time, but you know it happened last week. They get their information in kind of quite patchy chunks, particularly in policing, I think. And the other thing you can do with this is you can have activities. I mentioned events earlier, so this is a meeting. So imagine this meeting today. How many people have got in this room? About 40 people. Imagine 40 blue lines all coming from all over the country into this room. The meeting takes place in the room, and then after today, everyone goes their separate ways and comes back tomorrow, for example. So that's how it deals with events. So everything's built up from these really kind of granular building blocks of states, events, entities, and so on, and the relationships between them. It's got this idea of bounding states as well, so you can put bounding states on things. So I've got this participation of Bob in this meeting, and I can put bounding states on either end, and I can say those bounding states are in a period of time. So again, it's like Lego. I'm using the same things over and over again at a more granular level. But what that allows us to do is I mentioned earlier about there's a term is it constructive ambiguity they talk about in government. That's not really what I mean. This is precise ambiguity, right? So we're dealing with ambiguous data. The real world is messy. We don't know how much we do know, and allow other parties later to add more detail without breaking what we've done. So it's built from that principle. So what we've got there is a grey thing, top left-hand corner, that's a period of time, and we've got something happened in that period of time. That's as much as information we've got. It happened last year. We don't know how long it took. It might have taken 1 second. It might have taken 6 months. All we know is it happened last year, and we can be that vague. We can put a bounding state on the start of it and say, look, we know when it started. We know it started. We don't know when it started, and we know it's still going, but it hasn't ended yet. So you can be really vague like that, and you can say, oh, it started and it finished, but I've no clue when it started or when it finished. And then I can add some times. I know when it started. I know it's finished, but I don't know when. I know when it started and I know when it finished. And you can imagine with these kind of Lego bricks, you can build quite sophisticated models of how things happen in space and time. So it's pretty cool. And you can see in a refinery, you take a pump out, you move it, it goes back to be repaired. When it comes back, it doesn't go into the same tag number it came out of, it goes into a different location. That ability to track how things move through space and time is really useful in asset management. So that's where this originally came from. I think I've probably covered that one. That's Fred going into the hospital, as I mentioned, his way in there. And I think this is me done, yeah. So I've only shown you a tiny bit of IES there, but you've already got an ability with this to move people around, things around, talk how things connect and change over time. And to do that in as vague or as specific a way as you want to. And that's the really important thing, because you're dealing with patchy information in the most part. And I guess that's probably the case with the Royal Engineers as well in kind of messy environments like disaster relief and so on. Yeah, and it's all using the same stuff. It's all Lego, and you can just glue it all together. because I'll post out some links in a bit. Has anybody forgot any time for questions, or am I?
We'll save them for the panel.
Sure.
As long as Steve is ready for... Sorry, I should be speaking on the microphone. Just been told off from the back. Oh, there we go. Is Steve online? He's ready to go. Brilliant. Okay. So we'll save questions for the panel. I've got quite a few because that really piqued a lot of my geekiness. I do have an inner geek that I just love these things. So what we have up now is Steve. Now, Steve has decades of experience in consultancy and advisory work around enterprise software integration and information management in government and industry. He specialises in service design implementation and has been trusted to deliver on a number of UK critical government projects in defence and the national security sectors. So Steve is part of the National Digital Twin programme delivering what's known as the big box of boring. So you're going to have to bear with me very briefly as I flip over to that. And I think if you display your screen, Steve, we will all disappear off to the side and we'll be good to go. I'm amazed at how well this is actually flipping backwards and forwards at the moment. Can you hear me all right, Steve?
I can. I'm just sharing.
I'm just really impressed with that. Yeah, and you're sharing up, and away you go, sir.
Brilliant. Nice to meet you, everybody. Apologies I couldn't be there in person. I think you probably can see the screen okay now. So, yeah, thanks very much for the intro, Ian. Yeah, a bit of background. My background is primarily in the delivery of complex projects, primarily in the last 10, 15 years in the defence and national security space. But before that, I did an awful lot of work with BIM, working on a large nuclear site, bringing in large capital projects and integrating their integration across with the existing campus information. So I think probably looking at some of the attendees in the room, I think we probably share some of the same scars. But it's lovely to be with you today. So today I'm going to give you a bit of a run through on the work we're doing with the National Digital Twin. I want to give you a bit of an introduction to the company and what we're doing first, but I'll keep that as brief as I possibly can before we can get onto the interesting stuff, and then we'll give you a demo as well. So hopefully I can slickly switch between PowerPoint and Internet Explorer as we move on. Okay, yeah, so today, the big box of boring. So we'll get into what that is in a second, but just to give you a quick introduction into who we are as a company, you've just met Ian, who's my co-founder, who is our CTO. I'm the COO. I look after operations and engage with our customers. So our mission really is to create technologies that accelerate digital innovation. We are a startup. I'm not sure how long you're allowed to call yourself that for, but we started the tech and development in 2018. We founded the company in 2020. We're based in London. We were effectively COVID babies, so we started as a remote firm, but we do have an office in London now. 20 of us, we're a really fantastic team of staff that we've working on a product, and we're growing rapidly. Customers in private and public. This is a bit cheeky, but we always lead with this. We are engineers and implementers first and foremost. So if you're expecting slick PowerPoint, as you can already see, this is not our forte, but we lead with our engineering. We're all about, we'll be very honest about what we can do, what we can't do. And we want to sort of grow that relationship with people that we're working with. And we're revenue based. So we haven't taken investment. We are owned and operated by the founders and our staff. So we're about sort of trying to build that sustainable, ethical company as we move forward. So what do we do? So Ian and I and another gentleman called Tom, we're all working in large enterprise environments, and we realized that they were really, really struggling to innovate, struggling to kind of move forward and do the things they wanted to do. And in a lot of cases, there's people will tell you it's about the culture. Things are, it's difficult to change, and change is difficult to achieve. However, we found that in most environments we worked in, the culture part was fine. You often get the odd stick in the mud who doesn't want to change, but by and large, the culture in those environments are fine. The fact of the matter is, it's just really, really difficult to do. Innovation can happen in a vacuum, so you can work on a project and you do something really cool in over a few sprints or a couple of months, start presenting that business. Everyone goes, "That's really great, I'd love that." And then you say, "Let's put it into production," and that's when everything slows down. And when we looked into that, we identified there were a number of reasons, and primarily because those fast-moving innovators don't necessarily consider all the stuff that is necessary to bring something into production. So security, monitoring, compliance, audit, RRD, all those things which you need to assure a product or assure an outcome at enterprise, but you don't necessarily think about during that innovation stage. So our idea is, could we build a platform or a tool set that takes care of all that boring stuff and allows rapid moving innovators to do what they do and gives the enterprise the assurance they need to move things forward. So that's how Core was born. Core is a product that's designed to do that. It effectively works as a data integration and innovation platform that allows you to take data from your client systems or from data feeds, bring it into the core, run it through a process, which I'll go through in a second, and then present it out via highly secure APIs that you can build cool stuff on top of. It's designed as open source. We'll get into why we've open sourced it in a little bit, but it's designed to give the power back to the organizations that own the data. We want people to be building cool stuff on top. You shouldn't be beholden to any particular supplier to do so. Just as a quick idea of what's happening inside Core, you can take data through an adapter, clean it, resolve it, map it. Ian's just given you a great run through of IES. So in the cases you're going to see today, we can map it to IES. It then projects it into some smart caches, which are effectively secured databases. Now, we've taken security as really our prime consideration in the design of this platform. So we use an ABAC security method. That's an attribute-based access control security method that was developed by GCHQ and the NSA. Which basically means that every single participle of data, be it a cell in a table, be it a node or a line on a graph, has its own security and data headers. And it only gets out of that API, you can see on the right-hand side, if the user's attributes match that data. So what that means is that people can build stuff on the APIs knowing that the data platform is taking care of the cleansing of the mapping of the data, the resolving of the data, the audit, the provenance, all those things you can see across the bottom there, the authorization. The platform kind of takes care of that. We're building the platform out to be zero trust. We're not there yet. It's something we're working on. And we're also building in a federation capability, which I'll talk about in a second. The two key security elements in the platform are attribute ABAC and zero trust. So if take anything away today, if you want to read, you've got Ian in the room there, so I encourage you to harangue him at any opportunity about access and zero trust, ABAC and zero trust. But they are the sort of key elements of the security part of the platform. So hopefully that gives you a little idea of what we're doing, what we're building. And I really now want to move on to the NDT. So as I said, we sort of founded in 2020. We've been working primarily within the defence and national security space, but I had an opportunity to present to the NDT team about what we were doing. And that led to really an agreement that we would open source the entirety of Core as a platform and make it available to the NDT program to use in return for some co-development funding. So what we've been working on over the last sort of 18 months or sort of 14 months with the NDT is really getting to a point where we can create the integration architecture necessary to build up those digital twins. Now, a real spoiler alert right up front, I'm not going to show you a digital twin as part of the demo, but I am going to show you what the effects of bringing loads of disparate data sets together can be. But to give you an insight into some of the challenges you face in the digital twin world, and I think anybody that's worked with data in any environment will recognize some of these challenges, be it around digital twins or not. Digital twins are a fantastic opportunity for us to realize some, to adopt new challenges and opportunities, but there are some real things to consider when you're bringing data together, especially if you want to make that repeatable. So you've got to start thinking about standards. Now, Ian's just walked us through IES as a way of standardizing around data, but things around, like I say, security standards, compliance standards, compliance and all that sort of stuff all need to be agreed. We need to agree how we're going to map and convert incoming and outgoing data from the system. We need to look at the interfaces necessary to bring data in and out of that system. It obviously needs to be secure, so people need to trust the system. And we need to ensure that the integration architecture for the National Digital Twin has got a sense of scale. So what dropped out of that was really a set of design principles that we're working on as part of the design of applying Core to the National Digital Twin. So I'll quickly whiz around them, but I think they should be pretty open and obvious. Top one is obviously security. People need to trust the data they put in is going to be looked after and only seen by those that are able to see it. And they need to trust that the system itself isn't going to open them up to any sort of systematic vulnerabilities or issues. It needs to be open and flexible. Again, I said earlier, in my previous life, I was the asset systems architect for a very large nuclear site. And my job was bringing in all the data from large build projects into a campus environment, merging that data with maintenance management, building management systems, asset management systems, finance systems. And what you had there was the sort of, you had proprietary format wars. What we need to avoid here is that we need to keep it as open, as flexible as possible. So again, open standards wherever we can. It needs to have low technical barriers. This is something that's really, really come home with the work we're doing with the NDT, you do kind of get used to, in some cases, working with the military and working with the national security community, a degree of technical capability and resource availability that just isn't available to some other customers of the National Digital Twin. So we need to keep the barriers to adoption to the NDT as low as is humanly possible. It obviously needs to be robust and performant. It needs to be, people need to trust that it'll be available and useful in the use. It needs to be compliant. People need to trust that the data they're putting through it, any compliance arrangements they have around those data, will be honoured as they go through it. These last two are bolded and underlined because they're really quite important in terms of making a business case for the NDT. As far as we can see it, the integration architecture needs to form part of the overriding business case for why somebody should join the National Digital Twin. So it needs to be low friction. If I come into in your environment, and I can just imagine with my previous hat on, if someone said to me, hey, come and join the National Digital Twin, it's really great. All you need to do is change absolutely everything you do. It's going to be a really, really hard case to take, and I'm probably not going to take that up to my board for a decision. And the flip side of that is I also need to say, okay, I'm going to make it easy for you to join, but I need to be able to demonstrate value. We'll get onto in a little bit how we would demonstrate value in a second. But the whole idea is the integration architecture should add something to the capability of the subscribing department. They should be able to build some stuff. They should be able to see some value just from having the integration architecture in their environment, not just effectively public good or undefined benefit that may well come in the future. They should be able to describe the benefits that are coming through them. So these are all the sort of design principles we've used when we're looking at how we've integrated core into the National Digital Twin integration architecture. In terms of how we're looking at how it works, so this, the idea is effectively what you've got is a federated ecosystem where each NDT stakeholder will take a core, they will bring that in, they'll connect it up to their client systems, bring in their data feeds, bring their data in, it will bring that data through the process we showed before, which effectively gets it ready. So you've got IES, cleansed, resolved, mapped IES data available in smart caches for use internally initially. We talked about value a second ago. The whole idea here is you do not share a thing. You don't share anything with the outside world until you are completely comfortable that you understand exactly what you're sharing, the quality of it, the ramifications of sharing it, and you can describe it appropriately. But what people can do internally is they can use those smart caches to test that data, to test the functionality they need to build, but also they can build their own apps on top. The APIs are open, so they can start building applications with their own data internally on top of their own core without presenting it to the outside world. And in a lot of cases, we're getting really good traction with that in certain business environments, because this means they can start to get rid of legacy capability. So they're bringing out all their nice brownfield data into effectively a greenfield site, and they can build new applications on top. Or they can really start to run compliance and audit over the data to see exactly what they might be potentially sharing with others. Only once they're completely happy that the data that they intend to share is meeting their internal policy, they effectively press the button through the federation component, which is a component that's been built specifically for the MOD and for the National Digital Twin, to share it with other stakeholders. So how does it work? It's very much a pub-sub kind of environment. So it's a federated ecosystem. It's not a hub. We're not building one giant digital twin to rule them all. The whole idea is that you'll be able to subscribe to the National Digital Twin, and then you can work with other stakeholders to share information. Now, a lot of stuff still needs to be built. So there's a whole data cataloging functionality which we don't have at the moment, but will be built on into an endpoint, so that you as an entity or a body can understand what data you wish to share with others, and other people can come and have a look at it, inspect the data that you have available. We've got to do all sorts of things on the policy side, like, is it open sharing? Do we have sharing that is contractual based? So it says, actually, yes, I'll publish that I'm willing to share it, but we need to enter into a contract that you can share it. But the whole idea is that the data is available to share with others. And in the end, what you can do as a stakeholder is you can assemble the data that you need to build a twin that's relevant to your job. There's no point me saying, actually, once you're connected, we're just going to build a giant digital twin to rule them all in the middle. So if I'm doing a study on soil erosion in the north of Scotland, I don't necessarily need the weather data for the Scilly Isles. I can actually choose the data that I need for part of the digital twin. The other thing we're going to build, we don't have this at the moment, this is vaporware, but we're starting on the design and starting to understand what this might take, is sort of management node. So the management node would look after the subscribers to the ecosystem and understand who's there, probably do some work around master and reference data management, and look at how we register and control who can access the data. That doesn't exist at the moment. That's a piece of work we'll probably be doing next year. But the whole idea is that, again, this federated ecosystem is controlled, and we understand who's taking part, and we can apply and control data standards and other standards as is necessary from this central core. So we talked earlier about barriers to adoption. Again, having been through some of these things in the past and seeing how painful it can be, we're going to try and keep this relatively simple. This is a prototype journey. We haven't tested this yet. This is where we kind of area we'd like to be. So a user can decide to take part in the National Digital Twin. I know Alex Lucky, who you met earlier, is looking at some of the policy framework for how people join, when they join, what sort of qualifying criteria they may be. But from a technical perspective, they'd join the National Digital Twin, they'd install their core on-premise or in the cloud, and as part of that install, we'll register that with the NDT management node. They choose the data they want to share. This is massively important. They choose their data journey through the system. You know, we cannot be prescriptive. Previous iterations of this project became very prescriptive about what data was going to be shared, when, how, and so on and so forth. And again, what we saw was a lot of organizations just almost refusing at the fence, saying we can't do that. So at the end of the day, the users that's coming on board, they choose the data that they share. They adapt it into the system using the adapters. We have a toolkit in Core called MapLib, which basically allows people to very quickly connect data in. They then map it to the NDT data standard, which is the IES Ian's just run through with you. They then specify the ABAC labels, security labels for the data they're sharing. So they describe how they want to secure that data. Now, at that point, it will start streaming into their core environment. It's really important to understand that they haven't shared that with anybody yet. That's still within inside their operational boundary. So as I said, they can start looking at that data through their own core system, building applications on top of it to test out new functionality, or just do compliance and audit checks on that data before it goes. And when, and only when they're happy, they can then decide, okay, I'm now happy to publish that data to the NDT and share it. So we want to keep this journey relatively simple, and really importantly, the data owner needs to be in absolute and total control of what they share in the outside world. So that's quite enough PowerPoint. Let's see if we can actually give you a demo of something that's happening. So what I'm going to show you how now is a demo scenario. I'll stress again, it isn't a digital twin. You're not going to see live feedback. I'm not going to change the points on a railway station or anything like that. What we're going to do is show you the power of bringing loads of disparate data sources together. Now, we've got, I think, 4 or 5 different data sources coming in. We've got some databases. We've got some survey work that E&M did on the Isle of Wight. We've got some open source scraping. We've got some fake NHS data. We're obviously not putting real people data in at the moment. And we've got some feeds from the environment agencies as well, all coming through the core platform, all being cleansed, adapted, cleansed, resolved, and mapped into IES, and then promoted through these smart caches. I am going to show you very quickly a couple of proprietary apps just for, so the platform itself is open source, but obviously as a company, we've got to make some money somewhere. So we'll be transparent about how we do that. We have a couple of applications that sit on top of our platform. You are under no obligation whatsoever to use them. In fact, you could build your own if you wanted to. These just give you a head start. So let me see if I can slickly, and no one's ever really called me slick. So let's see if I can slickly stop sharing that, start sharing. Can somebody, Ian, maybe give me a thumbs up?
Yep,
you can see
all good.
All good. Fantastic. So very, very quickly, we talked about ABAC earlier. So basically what that means is that every user connected to the system has a set of attributes that uses to describe them. And those attributes are what are passed to the APIs to work out exactly what data they can see. So we can see in this system at the moment, I'm in the system as an American national. I work for a utility company. And I have a low security classification. These are using the ICIHM labels currently. We're doing a piece of work this year to allow us to have far more labels to describe people, but these are using a set of labels that are used by the national security community. So if I now go into search, this is a search engine that we built on top of the core platform, and we're going to search for cows. You'll see in here, I get an Egypt Point combined sewer out. We can start to see some of the power of the IES ontology that Ian was describing just a second ago. So we can see that it's typed. So we know that this combined sewer is a type of facility. We can see it's got an identifier, WL17, and we can see it's got a common name, the Egypt Point CSO. But we can also start to see that the power of that in graph. So if I come into graph here, I can start to see my connected data. So if I add some data in, it's not giving me much really. It's letting me know the position of that object. And it's letting me know that an assessment has been done on that object, but it's not letting me see anything else. Well, I've had the misfortune of being down as combined sewer outfall a few times, and I know that in the end of the day, they're usually pumped, but I can't see any evidence of any connection to a pump or an electrical system in there. Well, that's because in our application here, we've said that all electrical data is labelled with UK only. So I need to be a UK citizen to see that data. So if I very quickly come in here and I change my passport to United Kingdom and update that, and then come back into search, sorry, into graph, right, and click again, I can now add 2 more things that weren't there before. That's because my attributes are being recompared at the API level, and I'm now allowed to see the electrical data that the electrical company has provided into the system. So I can now see that the CSO is connected to that substation. So again, a really, really simple demonstration of IES really. So the two key elements of the platform, which is the unification of all that disparate data into an IES format, into a knowledge graph there, and then security of that data actually in operation. Let's move away now into the application that we've actually built for the National Digital Twin. So this is Paralog, not a digital twin. I'm going to say that again just to ram it home. But fundamentally, what's happening here is I have loads and loads of that data all been brought through. And this is just another viewpoint on it. I could view it in search, I could view it in graph, I could view it in Paralog here, or I could view it in another application that is yet to be built. We're actually doing some really cool work with a company called Augment City, who are taking the data off of Core and doing something really cool with 3D. They're building their own app on top of the platform, which will be available to view soon. So let's just bring on some bits here. So I can start to understand asset interdependency on the island. We have to thank E&M for this. E&M did the painful work of, I think, doing all this from open source, Ian? Yep. But we can start to see some of the asset interdependency on the island. So if I, very, very quickly using this graph here on the left-hand side, I can start to understand where my highly connected assets are. So I can click on the water treatment plants here and start to understand their connectivity. Now, we mentioned earlier about not building one digital twin to rule them all. And if we've got data that's well formatted in the outside world, we'll just go and grab it. So in this case, because we've unified the way that coordinates work in the system, so no matter where I get those coordinates from, I can very quickly go in and open Street View to see that data. Really, really sort of simple thing to do. And it's this whole idea of not building one digital twin to rule them all. If there's good data elsewhere, why don't we just go and connect to it? Let's just give you a very, very quick demonstration of another element of this system. So at the moment on the left-hand side here, you can see I can see a load of water assets. There's some medical facilities in there, which we've scraped from open source, or Ian scraped from open source, but we haven't got any vulnerable person information. Well, that's because I don't have the right attributes to see that. So if I very quickly come into this again, and I need to be an NHS worker, and I need to have some sort of security clearance. So I'm going to go in now as a logistics operator in the NHS. If I run update again in here now, go into Paralog, just quickly refresh it, we should see vulnerable people appear. Now, if I put the medical facilities on and the vulnerable people, I can start to see which of these vulnerable people depends on which medical facilities. Now, these are all fake people, as you'll see in a second from some of the names we've got in here. But as I'm a logistics driver, all I need to know is I need to pick up package from this medical facility and take it to this person here. Now, this person, I don't need to actually know their ID. I just need to know their address. That's because the attributes are not letting me see any personal information about the individual. They're just letting me see an address that I've got to take some stuff to. However, if I come back in and change my clearance, let's say I've moved from being a logistics driver now and I'm a vulnerable care manager, I can update that my security attributes, rerun that, bring in the vulnerable people in the medical again. And now when I click on one of the vulnerable people, we should see here, I can now see a name, because as a vulnerable person name, I'm obviously going to need to know the name of the patient I'm supposed to be helping. So it's just a really, really simplistic example of a fine-grained security mechanism that's available to us using the core platform and inside the NDT integration architecture. Let's just very quickly move on to the next iteration of Paralog. So this is looking at flooding, and what we're doing here is we're bringing in data from the Environment Agency's APIs, so we can turn on some flood areas. So let me just change to basic, I think. Go to basic, and we can start turning on the flood areas. Again, all this geometry is being supplied by the APIs run by the Environment Agency. But again, we can do some really simple stuff in here. So if I now turn on some electrical distribution data, and let's put some wastewater complexes on, we can start to see, again, the power of this data. So if I now come in here, and we can see that we've got a water treatment plant and some some other stuff right in the middle of a flood area. By clicking on that flood area, again, by bringing all this data together, I can identify that I have 87 things that are potentially threatened by the flood at that water treatment plant. Now, Paralog itself is not meant to be it's not meant to describe the art of spatial capability. That's what packages like Bentley, like ArcGIS, and all those are for. What it's meant to describe is we have been able to bring together all of this data, to cleanse it, to resolve it, to unify it, bring it into a single platform that you can build stuff across the top of. And the idea here is that, imagine you connected to the NDT endpoint for the Environment Agency, you could go and grab that data. You could go and grab some data from a water company. You can go and grab some telecommunications data, knowing that all that formatting, that resolution has all been kind of taken care of for you. So really the thing to take from this demo is not necessarily Paralog, which is a nice application, but it's meant to just show the power of bringing all that data together into an integration architecture and making it available, securely available for people to use. And I think, Ian, that's pretty much it, unless anybody's got any questions.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Steve. What we're going to do is we're going to open up to the questions to the whole panel. So I'll get Ian Bailey to come and stand next to the camera, and hopefully, I think we're a little bit early. Are you in personal contact with Alex at the moment,
I am.
Steve?
Shall I go and grab Alex?
If you can grab Alex and get her up online as well.
Yeah.
And then we can bring everybody together to do that. But otherwise, thank you. Right, brilliant. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to grab some questions now. I've been feverishly writing away and getting lots of questions that I want to ask, but it's not all about me, because I can ask these questions any time of the team. It is very much about you guys asking the questions about the various things that you want to know about the TWIN program. So I'm just about there we go. I haven't got enough hands. So we'll wait very briefly for Alex to appear. I'm very impressed at how well this online stuff has actually worked today. Max, you're a genius. What can I say? Yeah, it's awesome. I probably run off to the coffee machine. Oh, here we go. Aha, here we go. Brilliant. Fantastic. Ian, do you want to come and join us up here so we can kind of like throw a microphone at you, and if you just want to kind of like stand sort of there-ish, we pretend you're in this little, and then we got Alex, and then we got Steve, and of course, and Sandy behind me. Sorry, I shouldn't be. Is that us all on the camera, Max? Yeah, brilliant. Okay, right. So thank you all for your presentations. As I say, I've got quite a few questions written down on my panel here. So I'm going to open the first one up, if you don't mind, unless Sandy, ladies first. No? Okay, I'll go first. It's a really interesting program. I'm very excited to be a part of it, but what advice would you give other organisations that they've sat here, they've watched this online, and they've gone, oh my word, I want to be involved in this. I think our organisation has got data that needs to be put into it, or our organisation can get information out of it to help make better tactical decisions, or our organisation's got a really cool thing that could plug into it using the APIs, etc. What advice would you give them right now if they want to get involved, to either prepare themselves or to get involved now? Alex, you're probably the best person to start with on this.
So I think, yeah, we've got organisations that are coming in and participating in particular elements and providing some in-kind resource in. We obviously also tender work out, and a lot of that is going on through the Accelerator Capability Framework, which is something that is it's a Home Office framework, so we let a lot of work out through that. But obviously what we're really interested in is organisations that are keen to come and participate in the demonstrator work and potentially add things into that, and come up with ideas about things that they believe would be useful and helpful in that space. So I think that it really depends the sort of nature of how people want to get involved in that. There are sort of probably 3 key routes to doing that. So it would depend on exactly what people wanted to do.
So would their sort of first port of call be a communication with the Department for Trade and Industry through you, or would that be through Steve and Ian on the Telecent team, or what's their opening gambit?
Yeah, so realistically, I won't put that on to Telecent because that would be very unfair. It needs to be really through, and it's Department of Business and Trade, Ian. Yes, it would need to be really myself or my colleague Barry Blackwell at Department of Business and Trade. My email address was at the end of my presentation, so please do feel free to get in touch if this is something that you're interested in. And we can certainly have a chat about what that looks like, what you're particularly interested in terms of the programme, and how you could potentially contribute to it in that way.
Brilliant. Thanks, Alex. Sorry, I'm hugging the questions. My apologies. Sally.
Hi, thanks. So I really loved the big box of boring. It was actually quite interesting as opposed to boring. Do you think this will help us? We've got a lot of organisations in the UK, like the NHS and the Armed Forces and the police, who are not necessarily in the best of shape in terms of their data systems. Do you think that can actually help us to get better linkage between them?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a two-part answer to this question, one which I'll leave to Ian in the room there. But the first part is the work we're doing right now with Alex is actually generating interest across departments. And with the flexibility of IES, as Ian described, and with the ability for the data effectively to be shared that we're trying to do through the core platform for the integration architecture, I think there's definitely an opportunity for other government departments to get themselves out of some of those data problems. One of the key things that we're seeing with some of our early stakeholders who are using core is that ability to run it alongside their existing infrastructure, their existing capability, and also to then start effectively using core as a greenfield that they can build new internal capability on, so they can increase their confidence in that data, and then have the confidence to share it with the outside world. Ian, I don't know in the room there if there's anything else you wanted to add to that?
No, other than I've got it. We did try and have a chat with the NHS, but it's such a big amorphous organ. I don't even know where you'd start. And the police is kind of the opposite problem. There are 40 odd police forces, and they all buy their own systems, so you can't talk to them as one. So yeah, they'd both be great customers, I agree, but they've both got slightly different problems that prevent them from doing something like this, I think.
And I think it's one of the things I've seen with a lot of the major projects out there is that they procure a lot of different systems that are the best of breed for doing various different things. But one of the big expenses that they have is getting a team in to try and integrate all those particular systems and databases and things that are going to help them to make really good quality decisions based on the data from all those systems. And I do wonder whether something like this, which is open source and supported and would help their major project also integrate into the bigger world, whether that would be a really good option for future major projects to adopt and move forward with.
Yeah, it'd be amazing if we could. Yeah.
I think it would be really exciting. Personally, I think it would be exciting. I'm going to steal the microphone one more time for a question here. You mentioned, Ian, about standards and ontology, and the fact that the IES world is very much the higher level part of the ontology, so down to the almost the facility level, as it were. And I get really excited about that because and I'm not sure if the rest of the world, the room has had the same frustration with the Uniclass classification system out there. I find it very fragmented in that I've got 20 different doors, but at the same time I've got 20 different ways of describing a railway station. I need a single thing that says it's railway station, and the bits below that I'm happy with. let the Uniclass world deal with that, but I would like to have something that allows me to be a little bit more solid about what I'm going to be calling my facilities and my major pieces of infrastructure, so we're all talking about the same thing.
Yeah, that's where it stops. I think mostly because it was as far as I can tell, at best, it wasn't a hugely funded exercise. It was just a bunch of frustrated civil servants and military who wanted to solve a data exchange problem. So they kind of built a standard to do it. So yeah, they didn't have the expense to the budget to go build a big taxonomy of the world. I think given a chance they might have done, but luckily they didn't. They kind of stopped at that point that you said. I think that's been the sweet spot really.
But it's one thing we have the data talking to each other, but it's another thing if organizations are actually willing to share their data.
So that's where the other standard comes in. So Steve mentioned that there's another standard came out of government. So anyone's working with the MOD at the moment, they'll have heard the term data-centric security mentioned. And that's the idea that once the data enters the boundary of the organisation, it's labelled with its security label. So that's what Steve showed in his demo. There's a couple of NATO standards, STANAGs, for this now. And we've implemented that standard for the NDT as well. So the data carries its security labels with it wherever it goes inside the secure boundary. And when it hits the boundary filters the stuff you're not allowed to see, but lets the stuff out that you are. And it can do that at a very fine grain level. And that came out of the national security community where they were trying to balance that need to share versus need to know. You want to share as much as you can to prevent loss of life or disasters or anything like that. But equally, there's some stuff you can't share. And traditional methods meant blocking an entire database from a whole community of people or entire document or an entire data set, whereas with this fine-grain ABAC approach that Steve was talking about, you can filter, you know, Steve was able to filter out people's names there, for example. So you could, that I think is one of the most exciting bits about it. It's a separate standard to IES, but you put the two together, that kind of expressivity of IES and that ability of EDH or ICIHM, it's had a few names over the years, or data-centric security, whatever you want to call it, to filter and secure the data. I think you've got quite a powerful combination there.
Brilliant. Thanks, Ian. So got two questions in the room. I'm going to start down here, if I may.
What are the significant milestones in the project? What is the go-live date? And how are you securing funding for the project?
They're all over my pay grade. I'm looking straight at Alex for that one.
So, Ian, can you repeat that? Sorry.
What are the significant milestones in the project? What is the tentative go-live date? And how are you securing funding to make the project a reality?
Okay, so just starting with the last one first, I suppose, really. So we have funding up until the end of this comprehensive spending review period, which, strictly speaking, is March 2025. Obviously, at some point between now and then, we will have a general election. So that will cause a little bit of hiatus in the funding. But if we just take it in the way that government usually works, put the general election to one side, we have funding to the end of March 2025. We would anticipate starting bidding for further funding in roughly April 2024. It takes about a year to go through spending review. It is a joy, can only be described as. And we would be looking then to secure funding for a further 5 years worth of work. And I think by what we're sort of talking about at the moment, we've got a big piece of road mapping work going on, which is looking at where do we realistically want to be by 2030, 2031-ish, and what would we need to do in advance of that to get to that perspective. So then we can look and say, well, actually, if that's where we want to be, if that's the ambition, how realistic is that? And do we either need to push more funding into it, or do we need to alter the end ambition? But I would say at the moment where we are is that what we need to be able to show by 2030, 2031 is that you can demonstrate the ability to drive value, to enhance decision making through the use of the ability of sharing information and technology to be able to process that information in a way that enables people to make those better decisions. So we would need to be able to say, by that point, we would need to have all of those rules of the road in place in order to that people could start creating those tools and to be able to connect them together. So I wouldn't say, would we have a national digital twin by 2030, 2031? No, I don't think that is realistic. I don't think you would be able to connect everything maybe you'd want to connect, or every user would be able to connect what they need to be able to connect. But I think one of those underpinning requirements would be in place. There is then a view as to how do you get to a position where that becomes a self-sustaining model. Is that something that government does ultimately want to maintain a stake in, or do you need to be able to commercialize it in some way so that it becomes self-sustaining? So there's elements that you need to maintain. There is income being generated by certain types of information sharing that would then sustain those building blocks that would need to be sort of probably more centrally owned to maintain a national digital twin. So then I think in terms of sort of significant milestones, I think the way that we are trying to deliver the projects is to ensure that we are banking benefit as we go along. So using the outputs from the demonstrators to generate assets and then be able to test them across different users, and across different scales, and then be able to push those out for use by others more widely. So I would hope that on a reasonably regular basis, we will, as we gain traction in this and as we've got more of the demonstration work under our belts, we'll be able to start pushing those out.
Thanks, Alex. We have a question from the audience.
Thank you very much. It's Richard Scott from TwinView. First of all, before I came this morning, I didn't know very much about National Digital Twin, and I've learned an awful lot. I think it has been a fantastic presentation, and I think also the narrative has been really interesting from the the overall concept, the gin fuel data acquisition, and then the naming standards, and then how you analyze that data. Clearly, you're going to be generating massive amounts of information, multi-dimensional kind of data, and the scope of scaling this is huge. So I think the question, and this comes from my inner geek, just like Ian has, is and I guess for the technical people, with this this huge amount of information, we see a lot every day about rise of AI, generative AI, and so on. My question is, what role do you see AI playing in this? In kind of understanding and getting really getting the insights from this huge amount of data that you're generating and working with.
Ian, I'm going to be really cowardly and ask you to see if you've got a response to that.
Well, you've got EarthEye later on. So EarthEye, it's a machine learning company. So they're using neural nets to pull features out of images, and they can do that in real time, and they can do that multispectral, so they can use radar information as well as thermal and visual to predict what things are going to do. Then there's the whole prediction algorithm bit. They're not actually probably one of the weakest bits of AI at the moment. There's things like Profit from Facebook and stuff like that about predicting when systems are going to fail, but they're getting better, and the more data they throw at them, they get better as well. And I guess the other side of it is the human interface. This is complex data. You can probably train large language models around this to be able to present that information in a more interactive way with users. So those are the immediate ones: prediction, communication, and detection, I guess.
Is that actively part of the project?
So EarthEye certainly is. They're coming up shortly.
So EarthEye are part of the project. Also, actually, I'm going to chip in on this one as well, because we're looking, as you can see, what's been going on so far, it's about connecting those things and looking at the interdependencies of those bits. But the actual Carver analysis that the Royal Engineers did that was still the manual bit, because that's up to me as an engineer to look at it and go, oh, it's got a bund around it, it's not going to flood, or it's got a security fence, or it's above ground, it's on a stilt, it's below ground, or whatever it is. So I can make up my minds about vulnerability. A lot of that, of course, can be taken from imaging. It also can be dragged out of the internet, and if you apply some form of artificial intelligence to that to be able to understand the vulnerabilities of certain types of things. When you think about the vulnerability of a security camera compared to the vulnerability of a concrete slab, well, we know the security camera is quite shiny and people want to nick it and probably damage it because they want to commit crimes around it, whereas the concrete slab is very difficult for me to kind of like pick up, put in my pocket, and it's not really something I need to steal because, well, it's very difficult to resell a concrete slab. But it's that sort of thing that we're looking to apply artificial intelligence. So I've just done a whole load of this around looking at how to define the security rating of assets within a major project, using Carver analysis to understand each of the systems within that major project, which will allow us to then understand what the security rating of each of those systems is, and then understand what level of security that information should be within all those systems. So the artificial intelligence side of that is going to help us to do that in a much faster way, because at the moment it is me looking at something, understanding what I can find, and then giving that over. But yes, AI is reducing things dramatically in that environment. I've been playing a lot with ChatGPT recently, and that has cut some of my work by months. It's great. Probably not very secure though.
I think
we had a question on this side, and then we have one at the back.
Sorry, can I just?
Yeah,
can I just?
sorry.
Yeah, sorry, it's going to come in. So I think, yes, there is no doubt AI is going to be part of the solution. I think when we talk about digital twins, we are thinking about a combination of technologies. So what we need to understand is what are the different combinations we need for different things? Where do they add value? But really thinking very much from the beginning, which is obviously very relevant given a lot of the conversations that are going on about AI at the moment, is thinking about these issues right at the beginning, and how do we deploy these technologies in a way that is going to be trusted, that's going to be safe, that's going to be appropriately safe, appropriately secure, provide people with the trust they need, and make sure that we are doing this in a way that is also ethical and sustainable. Those are not easy things to do. They are very hard problems that lots of people are looking at, and we were going to need to work with people, some very clever people in this space. But I think it's absolutely right that we look at these things right at the beginning, rather than just necessarily deploying them, particularly in something like a national programme, deploying them and then wondering afterwards whether we've done it in the right way. So I think that there's a lot of work to be done in this space before we without charging headlong into it.
Thanks, Alex.
So have you identified a way for legacy asset owners going through digitisation or new build projects to deliver a data schema that feeds into the NDT dataset? And how do we incentivise that to get the asset owners to do it? Makes sense. Anyone?
Sorry, could you just repeat the last part of that question?
Yeah, sure. Basically, how do we get new builds, legacy builds to produce data sets that feeds into the NDT program? How do we get asset owners producing data that is better for the NDT side?
I think there's two parts in. I'll let Ian jump in, Ian Bailey jump in, with some detail if you'd like to. But I think there's two parts to that question. The first part is obviously getting the system to a point where those data owners trust that their data is going to be handled appropriately into the system. Once you have that, one of the big things about the NDT and one of the big things about the integration architecture is it's not quite what sort of data do they need to, or they need to think about the data that they need to describe to better improve their environment, rather than thinking about how they push that into the NDT. It's very much around. This is not really about saying we're going to come and park some NDT tanks on your lawn and you will cooperate. It's actually, can we help you improve your own data? And once you've done that, you can then bring that back through to the NDT in confidence using the tooling inside of the system, the adaptions, the mapping tooling that we described. I really think there's a slight change of conversation. It's around how can we help you get better at managing your own data, rather than saying, what do you need to do to put into the NDT? If
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that, because I think what we found before with the way that we were looking at the information management framework was, if you want to come and play in this space, you are going to have your data in this format and at this level of quality. And that's just not adoptable. It's not realistic that organisations are going to be able to do that. What we have to be able to say is, you can come and do this at the pace at which you feel comfortable. And rather than say all of the data must be at this quality, it actually becomes more important that the user can understand the quality of the information and therefore start making a decision about whether it's fit for the purpose to which they want to be able to put it. The advantage, obviously, as well with the the things that the integration architecture brings is that you can also start to improve the quality of your information and see the benefit of doing that before you necessarily share it. But what we need to be able to demonstrate is, come in, try it, and then see. And I think this is very true of the conversations we had on the Isle of Wight with the stakeholders. Was, well, actually, we'll do something, we'll show you, and then they start getting enthused by it and start looking at, oh, well, what would happen if, or could we bring this in? And they start to really do it from we can see the value of it and the benefit to us and the decisions we are trying to make. And that's a far more compelling argument than trying to persuade, which I think is, we're onto a lost winner anyway if we do that, is, come in and do all of this stuff, invest all of this resource in improving your information, and I promise you great things will happen at some point in the future. That's just not something that is going to be appealing or even realistic that organisations are going to do that.
Yeah, we'd very much like to be able to provide tooling with the core integration architecture that gives you the ability to improve your own operations, and then almost as a byproduct, you provide better quality data into the NDT. It's very much about working with your processes. As I said during the presentation there, if we come in and say, hey, in order to take apart, as Alex just mentioned, all you've got to do is change everything you do, you're not going to make that business case internally. So it's about showing, here's a tool set that will allow you to improve your information. You'll get to test that improvement. You get to build some capability on it as well if you want to. And when you're happy, you can share it with the NDT. It's a much softer journey for people to make a start on than the sort of the very, very high barrier to entry that was originally proposed.
Yeah, I just add to that with these kind of things, if you can shorten that risk-reward cycle, so you've got to put a lot of effort in, and as Alex says, in 2 years' time, you'll see some grand. What you want is lots of little incremental gains that persuade people, get them addicted to it, do a bit more. So it's building and building and building, and then tooling to make it easier. And all these grand ideas about everyone's going to know about 4D ontologies, well, they're not. You can't expect everyone to be a guru on that. So we've done a lot of work around producing open source Python toolkits for generating IES data simply. And then when you talk to the implementers building the apps, we thought they'd all be really cool and interested in graph databases, but they all know SQL. They want to use SQL queries. So we're thinking about making that available for the same data, and how do you do that? So just lowering the barrier to entry and then shortening that reward period for putting the effort in.
I think, even though obviously my microphone's over there, but I can stand next to it very briefly and just talk loudly. I think it's that incremental value thing, to me, is really, really important, is proving the value at each stage and then moving forward. And once you've proved it again, move forward again. And doing it in those little bits, massively important, because we can't go and predict a beautiful future in 20 years' time and not actually get there, because we're all thinking about things that are going to happen in the future and not concentrating on what we can do here and now to add value to all our organisations. Question from Max at the back.
Question and a comment. So I'll start with a comment, just touching back on the AI and how AI might be used here. I see the sort of the benefit of AI and machine learning starting off with as verification of data, taking that manual grunt work out that a human has to currently do, go through the spreadsheets, does this tally with this, does this make sense, using machine learning to make sure that data is coming in a format that is usable, is quality, the right quantity, the right time periods, all the checks and balances that you'd normally have to do manually, I see that's where AI is really going to benefit in the short term. In the long term, obviously, we can then have AI for prediction, AI for data modeling, and then building up additional information into those systems by aggregating lots of different data sets together. But to start off with, I see the AI being really the validation verification. And that really leads on to my question is, who defines what is quality data? Because obviously if it's not going to be contractually binding, hey, you need to provide it in this format, you need to provide it with this quality, who makes the determination that the data is of a high enough quality for it to support not only National Digital Twin, because with all of these different stakeholders, people want, oh, we need more granularity on this, or we need more time sensitive or time detail on this. So who makes that determination so that when you are providing data contractually in the future, because one would assume you'd have to have a carrot and a stick to make sure that people behave, who would make that determination of what is good data, what is of value?
So if I pretend I'm Matthew West, Matthew West was the guy we mentioned earlier who wrote a book on this subject. His book's called High Quality Data Models. And when you first read it, you think, oh, it's about producing data models that are high quality. But actually what he's getting at is, if your data models are good enough and rigorous enough, it forces quality into the data because it exposes the gaps at the point of production. So he's really keen on that idea, and I think there's a lot to it. I've worked with data quality for donkey's years now, and the typos and the missing fields, they're the easy bits to deal with. It's the stuff you don't spot, it's the semantic errors that are in the data that only emerge a year later when you connect it to something else and realise it's not quite right. I'm not sure what we can do about that for now, other than keep learning what these things are when they occur, and maybe we can train systems to pick it up. In the short term, we've got a data standard and we need a way to enforce the rules of that data standard and make sure people are producing data that's compliant. So there's a constraint language called shackle, and we're just starting a piece of work now to produce shackle constraints for the IES model, so you can automatically check the data coming in and get reports on where it's wrong, where it's good, where you've got warnings and so on. So that's some work we want to do. Alex was reading up on shackle the other day, I noticed as well. So we've obviously got fan on semantic web constraint languages now as well. So.
Stand close to you again to continue this quick question. So the IES world, if there's an organisation out there that wants to get more involved in IES and wants to be a part of that development process, does that come through Department of Business and Trade as well, or is that through? Is there an IES group that they can get in contact with and put their shoulders to the load?
I think DBT is doing more than anyone else at the moment, but there's also mod through DSTL. So DSTL hosts a GitHub site with the standard specification on it, and we run drop-in sessions and things like that for people to come in and talk about what they want in the standard and all that kind of stuff. So I would say probably if you're in the digital twin sector, Alex is your first port of call. If you're in the military, then DSTL. A chap called Paul Cripps in DSTL.
Brilliant. So I think it's well worthwhile getting other, obviously, a broader spectrum of people involved. Brilliant.
Definitely.
Okay.
Another question from the audience?
James Locke, Arcadis IBI Group. A lot of my question really just got answered related to Max's questions and that conversation around quality there, but I think there's an outstanding part. Just to clarify understanding, with respect to data quality, obviously you can't force something on your users. The idea is to encourage them. But in terms of the NDT and IS4, the standard you're using, does it have a strong and clarified way to, append and communicate the quality of the data? That's something that was kind of alluded to earlier, but I wasn't clear on if that's actually forced into your data formats so that other users can see.
No, it's because of its origins, and it comes from this kind of dark and shady area of police work, and police work's probably not dark and shady, but intelligence community and military and all that kind of stuff. That they deal with really messy, partial data, They're not sure about the accuracy of it. There's a lot of work going on at the moment on how do you model uncertainty in this kind of data, and how do you compare one opinion with another and try and work out what the base truth is. But what it will do is it will show you where those holes are in glaring technicolor. You know, there'll be a huge gap in your graph where that data is missing if it's not there. But it will allow you to put bad data in there, because sometimes that's all you've got. And that's there's weighing that pragmatism up of allowing in bad data. And I think probably, as Alex was saying earlier, over time you start to turn the tap off a little bit on the bad data. But to get started, you've got to allow a bit of some of the rough stuff in there to start with. I think that I'm probably gone completely against government policy there, Alex, but.
I think, Ian, if I just come in, I think also we've got to look at issues around authoritative sources of data. We're going to have to start thinking about that. We're going to have to start thinking about how we understand provenance. So there is a lot that we are going to have to pick away at and look at not only the technical solution around that as well, but the policy wrappers that we're going to need, the information we're going to need, the metadata, if you like, that's going to have to be carried to enable users to start making decisions about whether they want to use that data or not.
I think one of the other things that will drop out, it's, again, technically we don't have it yet, it's a piece of work that we're looking to start later this year, this idea of a sort of a data catalogue for each data provider or data owner, which they would have to maintain as part of being part of the NDT, which will allow them to describe the quality of that data and the purposes and uses it might be fit for. And I think, as both Alex and Ian said, you might have to start with a low level, but give people the ability to say, you know what, I'm not going to pull from that source because it's not authoritative. But in a very quick and dirty analysis, you might say, actually, I do need to pull through it because it's time sensitive. I think we've got to go through that. So technically, we'll build capability that allows us to describe the data, but it's the policy wrapper that will become really important there.
Brilliant, excellent. Thank you very much indeed. If there are no... Oh, we've got one more question. Excuse me. I shall do the running this time, Sandy. I can't believe I brought in a fantastic chair and I made her run up and down the room all the time instead of me.
Thank you, Ian. Steve Slater from Waste Group. Question I've got is, you talked about user adoption, and do you think that it will be mandated, the use of digital twins by the government for government projects?
Well, that's a controversial question. Well, I mean, government tends to it'll call things mandates when they're not really mandates. So supposedly we had a BIM mandate that really wasn't a mandate at all. I think if you look at the Transforming Infrastructure Performance Roadmap, they are potentially setting out some, warming the audience up, maybe, I would say, to the idea there might be a mandate around digital twins at some point in the future. Obviously, that's probably most likely to apply to central government departments. And the reason they tend to do that is obviously because it's a way of starting to move the market, because government, being such a huge client, tends to start to move the supply chain to meet that demand. So I think there's a possibility there will be some sort of, say, mandate in the future. But you're probably looking at that maybe coming in sort of in the late 2020s. It won't be anytime soon, because you've obviously got to have enough in place that mandate, in the loosest possible sense, could be met. So it has to be at the right time, but there will also, and you need to also warn people if it is going to happen, so that they are preparing for it.
Okay. Is there, along those lines, Alex, is there anything you can say to people to prepare for this? Things that they need to keep into their minds? Or is it just a watch this space at the moment?
I think at the moment there's no certainty there will be a mandate, so I think it is a bit of watch this space. I think there's also so much interest in this area anyway that there will be significant progress made, regardless of whether a mandate happens or not. I think the mandate could just be used to provide some consistency across that, I suppose, and I suppose to take sort of the principles that NDT. The NDTP is sort of setting out around, particularly, as I said, things like safety, security, trust, etc., and ensuring that when the government at any rate is procuring digital twins and connecting digital twins, that they do comply with those requirements. There's obviously also an issue around whether that would get, within certain sectors, whether things would get regulated. So things like the civil, nuclear, rail, those sorts of sectors that tend to be more regulated anyway, is there a role for that in there as well? I think at the moment, very much up for discussion. As I said, we are also doing this big piece of road mapping work, and we are looking at issues like that within the road mapping work. And we are looking for people who are interested in those particular areas to come and get involved and look at how we map that out and what that breaks down into from a sort of, so what does it look like at a strategic level, but actually in reality, how does that break down into individual sort of bite-sized projects? And we've clearly got a lot of issues that we need to be looking at, understanding how we deliver those. Again, if there are people that are interested in getting involved in that and understanding more about that road mapping work, again, please do get in touch, because we are going to need to pull on the expertise that is out there within industry and academia, as well as sort of the government input into that.
Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. And if there are no more questions in the room, I'm out of questions now. Sandy, anything from you? All brilliant. Okay, I just want to say thank you very much, Steve, Alex, Ian, and myself, for a presentation. Also, thank you very much for delivering the questions to some of our answers. Well, I think actually probably there were some more questions to our answers, as well as answers to our questions. So thank you once again for that. And what we will do is we're going to move on to our lunch break. Now, lunch isn't set out yet because we are a little early. Okay, we're about to bring it through, so that's not too bad. But otherwise, just to say thank you very much, Steve, Alex, and Ian. Give them a round of applause. Thank you very much indeed. And we'll allow you to get back to your day, wherever it is in the rest of the UK. Brilliant, thank you very much. So for the rest of us in the room, hang on, let me see if I can end that go to meeting. How do I do that? There we go, hang on. I'm good at this. Thanks, guys. It's not a, there we go. There we go. And there's Steve there. Brilliant. Thanks all. So the next timing is that we're going to break now for 55 minutes, and we'll be back here at 12:45 for the next session. So those who are online on the live stream right now, make sure you're back in your seats and ready to see what's going on in the world of the government. Hang on, if I remember this one. Information Interoperability Group. Other way around, something like that. Yeah. Okay, brilliant. Excellent. We'll hear from Paul as we get back from the break. Brilliant. Thank you very much, and we'll see you in 55 minutes. Cheers.
Is that going to cock everything up? If it is,
no, it's all right. We can end it here.
Yeah, you need to go back.
It's just my agenda slide. Brilliant.
We'll change the
Hello everyone, quick announcement from Jerry for you all, please.
For those of you that are vegetarian, vegan or gluten-free, your meals are right at the far corner. So please don't touch theirs, they're special ones for the special needs.
Started going,
something to eat, Sandy, before we... I should put that behind there.
So.
We're going, we don't need microphones.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we can proceed with the next session. More civilized than you.
Okay. So the last person back at their seats gets burpees. and that will be 1 burpee for every second that they are over the 12:45 and not in their seats. Everybody know what a burpee is? That will be a star jump and a press up. Okay, and every time you do the star jump, you're going to have to shout yippee. Okay. Yes, but I can deliver group training.
My COMIT membership has expired.
Brilliant. Right. Okay. So, thank you very much for being back. Almost on time. So you all owe me 60 burpees. Okay, every single one of you. So I shall collect those at the end of the day after we've had a few beers at the bar. So what I want to do now is I want to start the second session off by introducing you to our next speaker, Paul Wilkinson, who I've known for many, many years in various guises, whether that's through COMIT, whether that's through through ICE, Bentley, through the NEMA, as they're called now. Lots of different organisations, we bump into each other. Paul is a highly respected and accomplished professional in the field of construction technology and communication. With over 30 years of experience in the industry, he is widely recognised as an expert in construction collaboration technologies, social media and digital communications. You're wondering where that bio came from, Paul, aren't you?
ChatGPT.
Yeah, it was artificial intelligence, which is incredible. They got it all right. So, without further ado, I'm going to hand you over to Paul for the next session.
Okay. Right, I can hear the mics going, so thank you for that. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here to talk about interoperability, in particular about poor interoperability, which has been an endemic issue for almost as long as I've been in the industry, I think. I recall talking with Mark Bew, who later became chair of the UK BIM task force, back in 2003 at an International Alliance for Interoperability event at the Royal Institution of British Architects. About a year after that, this document came out, the NIST report. This was an American study that conservatively estimated that poor interoperability cost US industry $15 billion a year. These were costs that arose from avoiding poor interoperability, mitigating poor interoperability, or delays arising from poor interoperability. By interoperability here, we're talking about the ability to exchange and use information. So, you export information from your application, but somebody can't import it into theirs. That's the simple process. So I've been focused on this activity now for a couple of decades. The costs here of poor interoperability reflected on the slide. You can sort of see poor interoperability adds to project costs, it adds to project schedules. It also takes up an inordinate amount of individual professionals' time. Some civil servants, as a consequence of our inability to deliver consistent information, 60 to 80% of their time is used in resolving those issues. So we did a bit of a survey last year, the Government and Industry Interoperability Group. We collected some data. The thickness of the red bar is an indication of the issues that we were addressing. People had challenges in accessing information held in proprietary formats. They had issues in accessing and reusing information created with old or different versions of software. They had costs from exchanging, accessing and using information in the wrong formats, and they were wasting time, lots due to working with information held in proprietary formats. Some examples. One business had increased staff turnover because the people concerned were just frustrated at the amount of time they spent simply manipulating files, and it was boring. Duplication of work. One business estimated it spent $1.25 million over 7 years on repeat surveys and reproducing information because of poor information quality and poor interoperability. One business was commissioned simply to transfer information from one proprietary platform to another. And they said themselves, there should be no need for us to do this. You know, so these are the challenges we're facing. With these problems in mind, we aimed, as the construction playbook puts it, to support greater sharing of better data and deliver better whole life outcomes. We wanted to work with industry partners on developing a code of practice that would meet the kind of British standards definition of what a code of practice is. It's about creating foundations for good, to guide industry, reflect current good practice as undertaken by competent and conscientious practitioners. And one of the reasons I'm here today is this work is also foundational to the creation and management of digital twins. It enables the built asset information to be more easily interrogated without access to the originating tool sets that we use to create the data. The audiences that we were addressing, technology providers are an obvious one. They create tools. In many cases, historically, we use these tools to create deliverables. We didn't think about their ability to exchange them. We just wanted to deliver paper more quickly in the early days. When we wanted to start exchanging electronic information, it became more challenging. So we're dealing with a legacy issue across the industry. And we're dealing with a legacy issue, in some cases, Max and I were talking earlier, 2 decades after other industries have tackled the same problem. We're tackling this also with asset owner operators' needs in mind. They're procurers of information and often also technology buyers and users themselves. They're the ones who often end up having to deal with the poor interoperability challenges. And of course, we've got supply chain professionals. They've got obligations to create and provide information to asset owner operators. So our focus was very much on how do we exchange and use information across contract lines? How do we mandate it as a condition of contract that you provide interoperable information? Our secondary audiences included membership bodies, educational groups, and industry regulators, because things like the golden thread are going to be enabled by some of the work that we've been doing. With those 3 main groups, our working group comprised half of them were technology providers, a quarter were owner-operators, and the remaining quarter came from the supply chain. So we're very keen to bring industry expertise to bear on this in proportion to this group. The context here, there is a huge amount of guidance. We've produced reports, and this is just the last 5 years of, as you look at it, on the right-hand side, digital data and technology guidance, playbooks, national geospatial strategies, open standards principles, digital strategies, so on and so forth. On the left-hand side, we've got the value toolkit, tip roadmap to 2030 that Alex mentioned earlier on, construction playbook, so on and so forth, right down to data for the public good and building a safer future in the context of the golden thread. So this was very much about driving the process forward and building on what's already been done. From that context, and also thinking through some of what was coming from industry in terms of we need more open standards, we need better adoption of APIs, clients wanting better data control, ownership and management of their own data, and they need to avoid vendor lock-in. That sets some direction. So we're not in the process of creating detailed technical standards, IES4 type things. You know, it's not about ontologies and taxonomies. This is about delivering some practical steps that people can take in the here and now based on what industry practice already exists. So, you know, we decided we needed to underpin interoperability with some key principles that are written in plain language and easily understood. So things like longevity, security, again stressed this morning, data ownership, value and competition, all written into this work. We consulted heavily. There's a lot of public engagement. We started stakeholder engagement at the beginning of last year, ran it through the year, right through to a consultation phase in January of this year. So we ran a consultation period for 4 weeks. We had over 500 visits to the platform. 300 people took part in the consultation in the end, and there was strong positive support for the core principles and the supporting requirements that we wrote into the document. We had 117 written comments, And the comments were aggregated, anonymized, shared then with the group, and a consensus was reached about which ones to include on the basis, again, sticking with the point that we needed to keep practical advice, not boil the ocean or not dive deeply into detailed technical solutions. So about a third of the comments resulted in changes to the draft code. And the main areas of comment are shown in the examples. You know, we had people wanted to clarify what we meant about longevity. So, you know, can we still access the information, for example, for warranty, regulatory, professional indemnity, insurance purposes? There was a need to greater stress use of whole life data. So talk a bit more about ISO 19650 Part 3 trigger events was written in, and security has been re-emphasized. And we clarified the language also on open standards. You know, it's easy to lapse into talking about open data, open source, and open standards, not knowing that there's sometimes subtle differences between the three things. So our core principle is interoperability, sort of defined on the screen. The important bit is that information should be independent of the technologies or services used to produce or process it. You know, so this means, you know, you're not reliant upon the originating solution, whether we're talking about BIM authoring or whether we're talking about geospatial data, whether we're talking about exchange of information from surveys, all sorts of information covered in our remit. The 5 underpinning principles. Longevity is about that long-term findability, access, and reuse of asset-related information. That longevity, particularly for asset owner-operators, is key to helping them maintain and enhance the ongoing value and resilience of their estates and of their information. We've obviously got to protect security, confidentiality, and privacy. Information value is key. It's about enhancing the value of information that we create, not about reducing its value as it deteriorates over time. It's about ensuring enduring ownership and control by owner-operators of information about their assets, and also about promoting fair competition between technology providers and between the supply chain users of the tech. And for all 6 principles, we've created a set of technical requirements against them. So if you download the document, and I'll share a download link at the end. This is the context. We've got some sections which give more detail about each principle, explain its importance, relate it to particular policy requirements. Then we explain what the policy means for technology providers, and then the related technical requirements are detailed along with some footnote links so that people can find the associated supporting guidance. There are around 20 technical requirements against those principles, and they're spread across. So some of them apply to more than one. I can't go through all of them in detail, but for each one, the working group drew on existing guidance, for example, from the Central Digital and Data Office's Technology Code of Practice, UK BIM Framework, or other established good practice across government and across industry. The longevity grouping reflects the need to have reliable, assured data which retains its integrity and can be trusted. With trusted data, great things happen, is a phrase that we've used in NEMA. So that's really what we're focused on here. And the security grouping is underpinned by requirements from, for example, National Cybersecurity Centre and the National Protective Security Authority, previously CPNI. So the Interoperability Code of Practice, you can see here, outlines what the technology providers should do. Ensure their products or services support the exchange of non-proprietary information without loss, amendment, misinterpretation, or additional work for users, so that the integrity and value of information is not compromised. You know, that's quite clear and explicit, I think. And we identified a couple of areas, open standard formats and schemas, and that we included some examples in there, but this is not exhaustive. This is about creating some basic foundational points to help the industry move forward, and we did the same in relation to APIs. I'll rattle through the remaining 5 quite quickly, but you'll see the same thing. We have a principle, We set out what the technology providers should be doing in relation, in this instance, to longevity. And perhaps the most important aspect in relation to this one in particular is the golden thread point of view. But also we reiterate the need for information to be findable, accessible, interoperable and reusable. These are FAIR principles. You can read up on the FAIR principles, and it's something the Geospatial Commission is writing into its code of practice at the moment. Security, covered, as I mentioned, through National Cybersecurity Centre and the successor, the newly named CPNI and so on. So we have items here in the technical requirements about authorization, authentication, user rights and permissions, and so forth, the things you wouldn't expect, I think. Information ownership. This is very much about creating information as an organizational knowledge asset. You know, this is something that then could be reflected on the balance sheet of organizations and is then ascertained to have value. And it's about ensuring that technology providers help asset owner operators to assert and secure unrestricted ownership and control of their asset-related information, not being held hostage, not vendor lock-in in either of these instances. And the same pretty much applies on information value here. It's about helping contracting authorities maximize the value of information deliverables. And that means lean delivery, I think. It's not about complicated processes in transferring information between systems. Anytime you've got to do a complex process, it's not adding value. It's friction, to use a phrase that was used this morning. And particularly when providing long-term information management services, the technology providers should be maintaining the value of that information. It means not compromising its integrity, ensuring its continued availability for reuse. And finally, the competition point. This is very much about supporting industry bodies in being able to make choices between different solutions, not being locked into particular products or locked into particular product upgrade cycles as well. So this is very much about supporting also the supply chain. So they don't need to have a particular technology in order to deliver a service to a client. They are free to use whichever solution best suits their organization and their organization's budget. The impact that we had when we first launched was evident from some of the feedback we got both in trade press, both anecdotally fed back to us through the feedback from the consultation process. And we started also an engagement with Build UK about including the code as part of a question in the Common Assessment Standard. So this will be something that contractors will be asked about in procurement processes. And we've started also to talk with international organisations about whether this might, for example, become part of a flex standard or part of something that could be written into other guidance, maybe as part of the UK BIM framework. So the launch took place on the 17th of April at the Institution of Civil Engineers, and I described it as the end of the beginning. So we've got next steps. We want to expand awareness of the code. We want to provide a means for people to sign up to and support the code, and that includes procurers particularly. We think procurement is the strong engine to drive and mandate this down the supply chains. So we need to provide mechanisms to help people sign up to the code. We're looking to capture experience and industry feedback on its adoption so we can develop the code still further. Thinking about an assessment process so people can understand the extent to which solutions support their interoperable information needs. And really moving forward in terms of connecting with related initiatives, and that might include IES, for example, and exploring international dimensions on this. So that is the link to access the draft code. As you'll see, it's part of a page on the UK BIM framework. The gig is being reconstituted as a social enterprise under the NEMA banner, and so the content that we have created as the gig is currently available. It's being reviewed for potential inclusion in the UK BIM framework set of documentation and associated guidance. So I hope you'll take time to go and have a look at that, explore it, and we are very keen that people follow up on the process and perhaps getting involved in the process of stewarding the code going forward, promoting it to industry, etc. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul.
I'll take your microphone. Step in there and.
So I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Alison Watson, if you can please join us. So Ian will mic you up. So Alison is widely recognized educator and social entrepreneur, known for her pioneering work in promoting STEM education and sustainability in the construction industry. As the founder and CEO of Class of Your Own, a social enterprise focused on delivering high-quality STEM education programs, Alison has inspired thousands of students to pursue careers in the construction and engineering fields. Welcome, Alison.
Thank you. Okay, hi everyone. It's interesting when we're talking about data. I think there should be some kind of code of practice for the way we work with education. So Paul, I'll see you after class. Here's some interesting data, or did you knows? And you know this, I hope you know this, and if you don't know it, you should be very, very worried that you don't. So this whole thing for me around, kids will be studying for careers that they don't even know about, I think that's tosh, actually. I think they do know, I think they're out there, because this is a fact. Okay, we know that we're all going to live in cities. I'm not, and I'm going to show you why later. But we need to be more sustainable. We need to be building loads of stuff, apart from the British government, because they're clearly not getting around to it very quickly. So maybe these kids are our answer to that. But either way, chances are we're going to need all these children in some form or other. Even if it's for our own mental health, we're going to need them in construction in the future. But this is the problem. This is where we are now. So the future, they'll get there, but this is where we are now. The lack of information, actually, in terms of how to be people like us in this room and how to look forward to the future and so on, and how to deal with data. This is the problem. Kids just don't know this stuff. And I was talking to my lovely friend in the army there at the back, and it's the same as, again, if you don't know what to do with yourself and you're probably, classed as, academically challenged, you might be a bricklayer or you might join the army. Again, more tosh, because actually the brightest people in the world are in the army, are they not? My dad was a bricklayer, so be careful there. But this is the issue. According to universities, they don't need to run courses, so they're collapsing the courses. It's a bit of a state of a mess. And actually, when we look at this, we've just done a report on some of the countries that we operate in. Now, that tiny island that is called the British Isles, it's probably our smallest market for a tiny social enterprise that was born out of the Northwest. Because actually, around the world, it's the same problem. There's an absolute apathy to this. It's somebody else's problem. Somebody else will deal with it. And the data tells us that actually it's all right because, kids are going to university. But actually, it is a global issue. So I'm going to flick through these slides because the meat of the stuff that I want to talk about is on its way. So I set up this program about 15 years ago to try and overcome these issues that children did have a pathway directly from 11 years old when they start to form those first impressions of academically what they're going to do. And the fact that they leave primary school with all that holistic information and that holistic knowledge that feeds around one classroom and many subjects that goes from many subjects, and they're moving in these silos. So how do we bring it all together? And the one thing I've always said with STEM, science, technology, engineering, maths, is that we do it better than anybody else in the built environment. It's everywhere. You can look around this room and see it. So the whole thing for me has been about developing teachers. Teachers are absolutely our greatest ambassadors. They're the best ambassadors for what you do and for what you want to promote. Tell a teacher will tell 1,000 children. So it's not rocket science. So we've worked in this area, this field, for many years now. And even this, I'm a surveyor. I'm interested in data. I'm interested in information. We pick it up off the ground and we do things with it. And other people take our data and again, deliver their buildings or deliver their infrastructure. But the whole thing around sustainability, we actually started with an eco classroom, just a very, very small thing, because children at the time were being asked to, I think I've skipped one there, children at the time were being asked to comment on massive school programmes back when I was surveying in schools. And I think it's just too big. It's just too unwieldy. You know, that amount of information that is in a large school building, children just can't process that, never mind process a career. We do an awful lot of work with the NHS at the moment, and again, that sort of information that children need to design a net zero neonatal unit. Net zero is absolutely where we're at the moment, but you try to design with net zero in mind and do a very, very clinical, warm environment where there are no windows. You're probably not going to hit net zero. It's very complex, and yet children are coming up with some amazing ideas as young as 13 on how they could overcome those problems. And similarly with the ambulance station of the future, how is an ambulance going to go from A to B, reliant on, you know, having that battery that isn't even made here now? And, you know, how is an ambulance going to get from one side of London to the other through all that traffic and keep going? You know, so there's some great opportunities for kids to learn. And over the years, we've looked at all different scenarios, from stadiums becoming refuge centres to the whole thing around designing your own student accommodation, off-site manufacture. You know, this is 12 and 13 years old and so on. We do work experiences for the government, and ironically, the government asked us to do this because the government can't recruit now into property. So this whole irony of you know, government actually preventing a lot of this really, really exciting stuff to be explored in the classroom is quite frustrating. And then we've got a whole pathway that goes right through from level 1 to 2 to 3. Level 1's going to be working in prisons now. I've kind of argued, you know, why are we just giving offenders a paintbrush? We could be training them in digital applications and data collection. Some of them are in there for that in the first place. And again, with future infrastructure, you know, where is infrastructure going to be in years to come? This stuff, these themes, digital intelligence, cybersecurity, asset management, leadership, these are all things that our 16-year-olds are learning around now. So this is their world. So this was the question that we first asked. When I was surveying on building schools for the future, I kept saying, but imagine if children designed a school, how much different would it be? And similarly with infrastructure, if you are designing infrastructure and you are 12, you're not thinking about a car, because you can't drive one, and you can't drive one and probably can't even afford one for many years to come. So if you look through the lens of children who can walk, who might use a wheelchair, who might use a bicycle, that's the narrative that we have with children. So if children design schools, they come about it in a completely different way, especially around climate change and the environment, because they're all activists. In their little heart of hearts, they're all activists, but they don't necessarily know where to apply that knowledge. And of course, they could be applying it in their own environments, never mind looking at the rainforest, right here in a village like mine. So we're bringing it home. This is where I live. Now everybody knows I live in a tiny village in Lancashire called Sabden. And Sabden's an old cotton village, and here there is a lovely church. And these themes that you see in the middle, Upsy-daisy, can I close that down? I've got something on my screen. Yeah, so these themes that you see in the middle is how we started with an eco classroom, because we basically said to children that in your community, people don't know about the sustainable approach to all these things: food and drink, waste management, water, travel and transport, etc. And in my village, there is a lovely church. It's not really very well used at the moment. And in fact, probably 30 people go on a Sunday, and then people might get married there or have their babies baptised there, or indeed, sadly, go to funerals there. There's a very active graveyard at the moment. This church suddenly has a different purpose, otherwise it's going to close. This church is full of dry rot. It needs about £250,000 spending on it. But you can't justify £250,000 for the 30 parishioners who go there on a Sunday. So I actually talked to the vicar recently, and I talked to him about community use, because actually this community has a lot going for it. We've got farmers, it's a very, very much a rural community now. So we actually talked to some friends of ours and said, look, this church could be a centre for sustainability. Because if we are going to be sustainable and we're not going to gravitate to a city in 2050, because not many of us want to do, we quite like being in the countryside, but there is a degree of isolation. There is an issue with energy use. You know, we're all very, very worried in the cities and the villages about our energy. So what could we do about that? So brought in a whole load of school children and surveyors, and I just want to point it out, this young man was a plumber up until I got hold of him last Christmas, and is now trained to be a land surveyor. He didn't know about land surveying. So Alfie is now training, and is training with Site Surveying Services, which is the local surveyors that I used to work with, and Alder Range School just over the hill. And we are actually going to drive a smart village. So I'm just going to play this little video. We're going to be using a piece of effectively open source software. This is usually used for major planning in towns. It's now going to be used in a village. And with a bit of luck, this will play. Thank you, Ian. So we're basically going to work with the A-level class that we run in Alder Grange School, and we're going to use all these features, all these functionality to actually visualise the future of our village in 10 years' time. And there's a lot of interesting data that can come out of that, because working with the primary school children who will have a view, working with mums and dads who complain about all the teenagers and litter and so on and so forth, it'll be interesting as to how people in this community actually put in the information that they want to see that will change the future of a village. And if you imagine, our village is probably 1,600 people, so not a small village by any means. It's about 3 square kilometres. And I know there's a lot of irritating people at the moment who have issues, particularly with the way that towns are growing and house buildings going on and so on and so forth, and the actual removal of farmland for house building. It's been going on massively in Clitheroe over the hill. So imagine all the things that we could use an eco-classroom, i.e. a church, and think about that smart technology and smart information. The fact that our doctors only allow half the time now to get an appointment in. In Sabden, we were very lucky, we could get an appointment same day, and now we can't get an appointment same week, and sometimes even same month. We think about food and growing. You know, since COVID, Tesco comes in, Asda comes in, and yet the farmers are growing local foods. They're having to change the way they farm, because unfortunately people aren't using local produce anymore. The whole thing around food sustainability and buying in season. We buy what we want when we want because we just click online. But the whole thing around looking after our local community and loneliness. We have a lot of elderly people in the village. There is a sort of an old people's centre down the road from where I live. They don't turn their heaters on in winter because they're frightened of the cost of energy. And similarly, in terms of defibrillators and people using defibrillators, you're lucky if they even know where it is, never mind how to use one. So imagine if we can actually reach out to the community through the children and say, okay, using that piece of software, let's put that data in. What do you know? Doing a survey to the villagers. What do you know about health? What do you know about community? Who lives next door? Who is on their own? Because sadly, even in my road, there are about 20 houses on my lane, and I don't know somebody 8 doors down. And yet we're a village. We're supposed to be very, very insular, and yet not at all. We have farmers. This young man, Edward Gill, he sells raw milk straight from the cow. It has huge health benefits, apparently, raw milk, and yet people don't know he exists in the village. They come from all the way from Bolton, but they don't even know in the village that this exists. So actually putting health benefits, and indeed even looking at energy. We're surveying at the moment in the field next door to put geothermal energy in to power not only the church and the church hall and the church vicarage, but also the small housing estates that sits right across the other side of the field. And similarly with solar, you know, there's an awful lot of farms at the moment using solar energy in their fields rather than cows. They're getting a better return on investment. You've got the whole thing about NIMBYism there. Do people want to have solar panels in their backyards, in their lovely walks up to the reservoir that is near us? And the answer is no, until they think about how they can save money on their bills. And suddenly that whole societal, environmental consideration becomes about, you know, I don't want to look at solar panels, or do I? So that, and the whole ethics of solar panels, is it even clean? Do people know actually how dirty solar energy is in terms of mining? So you get that whole ethical response. It's a whole education. Mapping data in, so thinking about future of our village, it's a rat run from Burnley to Clitheroe. And at the moment, and indeed for the past 30 years that I can remember having lived there, there's always been an issue of that main road. And one of these days, one of these children is going to die. And it's a very, very real problem. We've had quite a few near misses. We've had the police in with the speed guns. We've trained local people to use speed guns. We've talked about speed humps. We've put 20 mile an hour or campaigned for 20 mile an hour. It still doesn't stop it. And yet, imagine if you had autonomous vehicles and you can slow them down before they even come to the village, or even keep them out. And these are the kind of arguments and issues that people have that children can actually deal with and look to the future when they actually become the adults of the village. So all this we can map as well. Where are the hotspots? Where are the issues? Even with history, we've surveyed the church. I mentioned there's a graveyard in there. So the primary school children are going to come in and do some land surveying. We're doing land surveying on the 20th of July, the last day of the school term. And we're going to map, not only geolocate where all the gravestones are, but actually talk about history, upload the data of the history. So every primary school child will basically take over a grave, research the history, a little bit of ancestry going on in our village, and upload that data. Because a lot of people come to Sabden from America, from when they emigrated in the sort of, you know, the families emigrated in the late 1800s and early 1900s, and they come back to Sabden to find out their history. Imagine they wouldn't have to travel that far. It's lovely that they can, but imagine if they could just access that data. And imagine if that data came from primary school children, the power that, you know, children can have in gathering that information. Biodiversity, we know it's in decline a lot of the times. Let's do a biodiversity study of not only the churchyard, but also the village. We have salmon in the river. We have these, can't remember the name of these little spiders, but apparently these only exist in Lancashire. Let's map where they are. Let's look at endangered species and let's look at the way that we treat them. So there's lots and lots of opportunities here. But I always come back to intelligence and that bright young thing who is going to go into the built environment or not because he's not good enough at maths or she's not good enough for maths. The capacity for helping children understand mathematics through all the geospatial activity, through all the data gathering, is colossal. So I actually do think that we can overcome some of these massive issues. You know, 250,000 people, children, enter secondary school without basic maths. I think we can do an awful lot of data sharing, data gathering. So there's this whole scheme about to start. We actually kick off on the 12th of June, so it's really, really exciting times. I'm proud as anything that my lovely friend Ian is going to be part of this journey. So where does it start and where does this all weave into the digital twin? Well, we alluded to the Isle of Wight earlier on today and what's going on in there. So I think it's over to Ian to give you a little bit of insight of where it all starts and where it can all continue.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Alison. We'll drag you back in a few seconds to thank you very much as well again. So don't go away because I might need to interrupt you again. So I was really excited when I was hearing about Alison and the fact that the deck world to me was moving away from what I would call a pretty picture, a 3D pretty picture of building something, but into the information world. Because to me, information is the power of that, and then connecting information to make good decisions even more so. So what did I want to do? We wanted to bring together a challenge for the schools on the Isle of Wight, and we wanted it to involve information. We wanted it to involve the National Digital Twin Programme. I particularly enjoy the resilience world and the critical national infrastructure world and the disaster humanitarian aid, disaster relief world. And so we came up with a very exciting challenge for the kids in the island and Hampshire. So the actual picture on here is relevant. We're not going to bomb Newport. So don't worry, okay? We're just going to pretend. So what are we doing? Right, okay, so on the 3rd and 4th of October, on the Isle of Wight, we're going to have teams of students come into a central location. It's going to be based around a real life scenario. They're going to be given a good part of the day to discover information about the area. Because I'm not going to give you the area just in case you slip out and tell them exactly where they need to study. But the scenario is that there's a construction site on the Isle of Wight within Newport. Okay, I'm not going to tell you where. During the construction, they find an unexploded World War II bomb. Bit like they did in Yarmouth last year. Okay, that bomb is going to cause disruption because people need to be evacuated. So therefore, the students need to understand and identify all the infrastructure that's going to be impacted, but not only the infrastructure, but also the people side, the social side, the society side. They're going to understand which people need to be evacuated. We've got vulnerable people within that environment. We've got emergency services, we've got food, we've got medical, we've got all sorts of things within that environment. But at the same time, you've got transportation nodes going through, you've got power, you've got water, you've got communications. They're all going through the central area. So they've got to map these things out and identify what they are, work out the networks exactly how I did over those 5 days. Whereas it was just me on my own for 5 days. They've got 1 day, but they've got a team of 5 people, so I think they're going to go quite well. Then they're going to be able to assess that and plan what they're going to do. Halfway through, the scenario changes. Guess what happened in Newport? Okay, scenario changes. It's going to build up more. They've got to work out different plans, and they've got to react to those plans. And then at the end, on the 4th of October, they're going to have to present back to a panel of experts all the information that they have gathered, all the decisions that they've made, how they made those decisions, and then prizes and victory will ensue. So it's a bit of excitement, but it's all around information. It's interconnected information. It's about infrastructure. It's about children learning new software, new skills, understanding new things, and it's going to be quite good fun. But I need some people to help me. Okay. During the day, I need some phone a friends. I've got some of the Royal Engineers there at the day. Okay, people who are experts in power networks and water networks. Okay, but if you've got people who know these things and are available in a Teams call for the day, that I can go, oh, you need to talk to a communications expert, somebody who understands how the telecom network works, well, not a problem. We can phone Andrew, okay? He'll be able to tell them. The kids can phone you up just for half an hour and go, help, how do we do this? And you can give them some help. I also need some tech companies that feel that you can add to that day. I've got some interesting people. You see that Topcon are going to help us do some scanning. We've got a company that are going to do some 3D printing of the area itself of that model. We've got the Bentley guys doing the kind of GIS-y type bit. Yeah, just get involved. It's good fun. And obviously I want to do some prizes. So anybody wants to sponsor a prize, come to the Isle of Wight, get on the hovercraft. I can tell you it's worth every penny. So exciting. And then come over to Newport, spend the day with some incredible, I want to call them kids, but they're not. They are young engineers. They are people who are going to be the future of what we are. And then come and join us for that couple of days and give us a hand delivering something really, really special. So sorry I've taken up probably a little bit more time than I should have. And I've also taken the end of Alison's presentation. But I am in awe of what she does. And I wanted to do something exciting to help forward that. So thank you very much to Alison for the presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. Up next, we have Dave. Okay, so up next we have Dave Harris. He is the Sales and Marketing Director of Sunbelt Rentals. He's passionate about delivering world-class solutions with innovative technologies and sustainable ways of working. Very much of a visionary when it comes to dragging organisations into the future, and he's currently revolutionising the way temporary works are delivered into construction. So I'm now going to hand you over to Dave. Oh, that's yours, Alison. My apologies. Right. Or yours, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, the video is going to play in a moment or two, Glenn, I think. Is that right?
It's next.
Yeah, okay. So, first of all, thank you for inviting me today, and I'm obviously going to try and tell you a story. The story's really got two parts to it. The first part, I'm going to be looking backwards. Okay, I'll move across, thank you. First part, I'm going to be looking backwards, and I'm going to start with a dog walk leading into test and trace, and then I'm going to give you an insight as to where we are in this story at Sunbelt Rentals today. And then I'm going to look forward to how Sunbelt Rentals believes it can contribute and help develop the National Digital Twin. I'm actually going to start with a dog walk first. So back in 2020, we were all in lockdown, and one evening I was walking my dog when my mobile phone went off. And it was a chap from the Department of Health. And he said to me, are you Dave Harris? I said, yeah, I'm Dave Harris. He said, I need your help. He said, I need you to help us build some test and trace locations in London. And I said, well, what the hell is a test and trace location? I've no idea. The chap explained to me, look, we've got a car park at Wembley and we've got a car park at the O2. And the government had decided they want to open a COVID test and trace program across the UK. And we need marquees, we need lights, we need generators, we need traffic control, we need waste disposal. And we're looking for a company that can help us pull all this together. Can you do it? And I just basically said, yeah, we'll do it. When do you need this? He said, well, we need you on site tomorrow. We need it open by within 48 hours. So I said, okay, we'll do it. So I put the phone down and I immediately phoned a colleague of mine, Christian Aldroyd, and I said, look, Christian, whatever you're doing, I need you to really help Britain. You need to get yourself down to London with some of your colleagues, listen to the Department of Health and pull together this program. So Christian said, oh wow, okay, I'm off. 48 hours later, we'd opened the first two test and trace sites, one at the IKEA car park at Wembley and the other one at the O2 Arena. And it was a great, wow, we've made it magic happen. And from that attitude and that ability to make magic happen, we then won a contract and we built out over 600 test and trace sites across the UK for the Department of Health. We invested probably over 100 million of capital in buying equipment and contracted with other partners to allow that COVID program to work. It was from that COVID program that we developed a central team within our business, which we call 360 Solutions. And 360 Solutions are a team that manage emergency and unexpected situations for central government, local authorities, big contractors. And 360 Solutions have done an amazing job just in 3 years. So 3 years of this story, 360 Solutions. And the video that I'm going to show you next just gives you an insight into the sort of work that that team are doing.
In a fast-changing world, the best laid plans can be quickly overtaken by events.
Instruction. You must stay at home.
The current avian flu outbreak is the largest in UK history. 3.1 million birds have been culled so far.
Battered by the sea, huge tides whip homes and businesses.
Members of the royal family have joined.
Central, national and local government need to expect the unexpected. Plan for the unthinkable. Be prepared for the unpredictable. Respond immediately when what if turns into what is. To do that, you need a partner you can rely on, expertise you can trust. Sunbelt Rentals has decades of experience providing rapid response support for any and every situation, from extreme weather events to public health incidents. When the dam at Toddbrook Reservoir began to fail following torrential rain, our team was on site within 4 hours. and worked around the clock to help drain away over 1.5 million tonnes of water. We designed and delivered. We set up over 600 more, with an average delivery time of just 12 hours. Supplying everything from fencing, accommodation and temporary power, to cold storage units and clinical waste disposal facilities. We also played a central role in bringing the lockdown to a close, providing a full 360 solution for the first event since restrictions began. A pilot music festival at Sefton Park in Liverpool, part of the government's events research programme on how to get crowds back to mass events. This included all the conventional assets needed to stage a major outdoor event, plus hand sanitation stations and specialist air disinfection technology. We played an equally crucial role in the UK's response to the largest ever outbreak of avian flu, providing the Animal and Plant Health Agency with round-the-clock support from our nationwide network of depots, with equipment retained solely for their use, available whenever and wherever they needed, day or night. We don't just have the ability to respond quickly to events, we can also help shape them. In 2021, we delivered bespoke, carbon-neutral infrastructure and diesel-free transport solutions for two of the biggest international events ever held in the UK. The G7 Summit in St Ives and COP26 in Glasgow. We were part of the team that designed and delivered the Queen's Platinum Jubilee concert in 2022, providing everything from crowd control barriers to powered access equipment. With deliveries scheduled around rehearsals, the changing of the guard and the trooping of the colour. We also played an integral role in Operation London Bridge, helping to coordinate events after the Queen's death and the state funeral. And our expertise was called upon again for the coronation of King Charles. Whatever the event, planned or unplanned, no matter how complex or challenging the requirements may be, our team will work with your team to create a bespoke solution tailored to your needs and budget. Just tell us what, where and when. Leave the how to us.
I think it's important to actually reflect on that video, because I think when I was listening to this morning's talks about data and about the National Digital Twin, I think for me as a non-data, non-digital guru, I keep thinking about the use cases. What scenarios are we actually going to pull all this together? How are we going to work together? And these examples, whether it was the bird flu with the DEFRA and the EA, whether it was COVID or some of the G7 with the Department of Media, Culture and Sport. These are the sort of scenarios where I think the digital twin and the digital twin's functionality, use and benefits will really come into their own. And I think it's useful to keep that in mind as we go on the journey together to developing out the digital twin and sucking in the data and the applications that will allow those benefits to be realised. This is really just an overview of the 360 team, and again I think they do have a part to play in how they can help realise some of the benefits. We put together a dedicated team. We've had to invest in a team of project managers that specialise in different areas. So we have some project managers, for example, that will specialise in transmission scenarios or event scenarios or flood scenarios, and they've built up skills by handling activities in those particular areas. We've invested in a central design team using AutoCAD Revit. Glyn Matthews, one of my colleagues, has built a library of over 400 of our rental products as BIM objects. And those BIM objects are used when we're actually designing solutions for the customers today. We can source, so again, we do most things, but we don't do everything. So if there are some niche, either labor or waste or security requirements, our sourcing team can bring those into the solution that's needed to create that temporary works package. And then obviously there's just an impressive list here, many more examples that are perhaps related to the private sector and not just government and public sector. The process that we've evolved over the last 3 years is pretty straightforward. Project managers meet the client or discuss the person in charge of the crises or the emergency. What is it you're looking to do? What will success look like? They then, after that definition's been agreed, they quickly move on to designing a solution and then working with our operations and engineering colleagues to deliver it on the ground. And finance and analytics will provide support and KPIs and information to demonstrate to the client that the promises that we made back in the definition stage are actually being delivered and realised. And some of those promises might be reduced fuel, reduced carbon, or saving overall cost of the programme. I know that recently I was involved in a scenario where the client was specifically suggesting that they needed 25 lighting towers and so much power to provide the solution, and the design team basically used BIM objects and AutoCAD to demonstrate that actually half the power was required and only 10 lighting towers rather than 25. And that initial design reconfiguration saved the client £3.5 million a year in their particular requirement. So the skills that we've developed and capabilities over the last 3 years that you've seen in the video that you've just heard me briefly talk about, for any temporary work situation, the phrase that we've evolved and developed is leave the how to us. We believe that in those scenarios in the future, if there is an emergency, if there is a disaster, if there is a large event occurring in your geographic area, we can play a role, our information and data can play a role in providing the solution. So that really just brings us up today into why I'm here. And then a few weeks ago, Ian and Glyn convinced me to make this short presentation, and we got discussing, okay, if we are looking to the future, how can a company like Sunbelt play a part in the development and the evolution of the digital twin? And what I'm going to do here, just building, and I've just taken this Telecent, their core. I suppose I see three inputs that we could play a part. Equipment data, and I'll just expand a little bit more on equipment data inputs in a moment or two. Something called Sunbelt City, which again I'll explain what that is and how I think it can play a part. And then obviously less of the data, but more of the human aspect, which is a dedicated 360 team that can play a part in defining and delivering this solution for the client. In terms of data, well, obviously we have a product data team, we have a customer data team. They're working as part of our digital transformation program to improve our own data. But if I just look at our equipment data, so we've got in the UK, we have £1 billion worth of assets within our rental fleet. 250,000 of them, or we refer to them as itemised assets, 2.8 million on non-itemised. So again, it's ensuring that we can provide data into the digital twin that can be accessed by whoever needs to have access to find this particular data. I'm just pointing out that 25,000 of those itemised assets have telematics devices and give off data about fuel use, idling, location, carbon. And we have a separate project, an IoT telematics project, which will bring all of that information and data back. And again, we would gladly share that with users of the National Digital Twin. The other thing, again, just looking to the future, more and more of our investment, and I think of clients' needs, is moving into greener products. So you can see here, over the last 3 years, we've probably invested 200 million in green assets. So these are battery, electric and solar, excavators, dumpers, battery storage units, large battery storage units, solar lighting towers. And we have a dedicated team developing hydrogen as an alternative source of energy as part of this migration to a green future. We can also provide data into the digital twin about our vehicles. We own just under 2,500 vehicles, and again, those vehicles aren't always in use. In emergency periods, if they were needed by a client or a customer to move goods or people around, again, you've got access to the attributes of all of the vehicles. The depots themselves provide overflow storage capability. So if you need a half an acre of space in order to temporarily locate resources. Again, you can go in, you can look at the internal meeting room configuration or the outdoor storage space that we can provide. And then again, we have access to a number of rehire partners, rental fleet data that we can flow into the digital twin. One of the teams within Sunbelt is our reporting and analytics team. They use Microsoft Power BI. They have created a suite of internal reports which are called Insight. Insight covers all aspects of our business. And this suite of reports is a fleet inquiry report. So again, I'm just trying to create a scenario in the future, an external customer coming in, looking at our data. In this case here, I've imagined that there's been some incident in Cardiff. The client or the customer, the chief of police, the fire brigade, is looking for some forklifts. You can see here on the top left, there's 839 forklifts in the fleet. Middle center, there's 204 available. The person obviously is trying to deal with a situation, having access to the National Digital Twin. He's in Cardiff. It can flag up to them, yes, there is forklifts available in the Cardiff depot. Paul Smith's the depot manager. Again, I'm just trying to create in your mind's eye ways in which the digital twin can have practical uses. You can do the same with the non-itemized fleet. I think there's a layer below that. So yes, we found what equipment that we want, but I may need to understand, but will this forklift or will this telehandler, will it actually lift 4.5 ton? Will it actually be able to deliver it 15 meters to some platform? Again, we, as part of our own digital transformation, we're upgrading all of the data that customers, clients can access about the equipment. That was one example on a telehandler. This is just another one. We do temporary structures. So again, this is just, I've found there's a temporary structure available in Bridgend. And again, you can either look at facts and figures and data, or even in some instances, models of typical layouts of temporary structures to understand, okay, yes, for my oil spill, I need a 20 meter by 10 meter temporary structure that can accommodate 50 people. I mean, just on stuff like this, 360 more recently have been working with overseas military agencies to design refugee villages in war-torn zones. It's been quite an incredible journey for them to get involved in putting stuff like that together. So that first part is Sunbelt saying we would be more than happy to contribute equipment and other data into the National Digital Twin and give access to clients and end users. The second thing is called Sunbelt City. So these drawings and diagrams being created by Glyn Matthews from Sunbelt Rentals and Vin and the Pixel Mail team. And they were put together quite quickly to justify a cost investment in building out Sunbelt City, a 3D world. So they're version 1, and this is going to become much more sophisticated. And this Sunbelt City will launch at the back end of 2023. So again, we would give access to the National Digital Twins users. So welcome to Sunbelt City. Surprise, surprise, it's actually a 3D city in its own right. So within this city, and again, I'll click onto the next slide because I think it's a better image. The idea is that the city is in blocks, and each blocks represents a different sector. Transmission, utilities, events, film and TV, oil and gas, rail, highways, but it also can represent different emergency scenarios. So for example, zone 12 might be a major fire in a city centre. Zone 13 could be a rail crash. Zone 14 might be a flood. 15, transmission cables are down because there's been high winds or high snowfall. The reason why you would want to create those zones is because you are scenario planning what is the eventuality, what do we need to do in each of those incidents. And by doing that scenario planning, and we did this with the EA on the bird flu outbreak. So okay, bird flu was really small in year 1. We met and we scenario planned. What happens if bird flu takes across the whole of the UK? What do we need to pull together? What equipment? What human resources? where is it likely to take place. So we were able to make investment decisions and plan ahead for that scenario. And again, just listening this morning, my view was that most of the scenarios that are the use cases that are going to be used in the digital twin, there's probably no more than 10 that are likely to happen within the UK. And therefore, you can actually create 10 zones where you know exactly what the health, the police, the fire, the mayor, the MPs, the local authority are going to need to do and need to handle. And therefore, we can optimize the digital twin so that its functionality is fine-tuned to the most likely scenarios that are going to happen. So just going back to Sunbelt City, this zone down here, again, it's an emergency zone 1 or construction zone. The way that this works, it gives you, first of all, it gives you obviously a high-level drone view. Then we've moved down and we've got an individual zone view, or as you move into that individual zone view, this is the scenario that we've foreseen: the rail crash, the oil factory fire, or whatever. And we then placed the BIM objects, so the most likely requirements for that scenario in this zone. If you are then, you're the person in charge of the disaster, the emergency, or you're just the project manager or the project director, if you're building a gigafactory, you're able to dive down. You can again look at various data inputs about the equipment that we've presented in that scenario. You can check whether or not the equipment or the people, because again, we were just saying that we'll have digital project managers and product experts within the zone or the sector. You'll be able to review that. Again, as part of our project plan, we will embed videos. So if, for example, in the zone that you're interested in, there's an energy output generators and battery storage units. If you click on the chap who's in front of that, a video will play and he'll just explain the benefits of this power configuration within Sunbelt City. All of the data will obviously be downloadable. This again is just another example of not just perhaps a single data point about a telehandler or a cabin or a laser scanning surveying machine, but this is perhaps a combination. So this is where we've got data about this green energy solution. So I don't know, but in this particular scenario in the future, the National Digital Twin is being used and the requirements are to come up with the greenest energy solution. The green energy solutions, as we all know, are continuing to evolve really rapidly. But what this one is doing is it's explaining that we've got a stage 5 generator, a battery storage unit, an energy management system, and we're using HVO fuel. And when you interrogate and click on it, it will actually then show you, for this configuration, this is the power output, and these are the fuel and the carbon savings that you can generate. The final view on Sunbelt City is where we've actually gone down the street view. So again, each of the zones will be created so that you'll either be able to go on a video tour or go on a tour on your own. One of the things that we found from experience on a lot of these temporary works emergency situations is people need to see a scenario of day and night. So what does it look like in the day, and also what does it look like in the night for a 24-hour operation? So again, you're able to model lighting requirements, safe footpath requirements, etc. The final bit really then, so they were the two data, either raw equipment data feeding into the digital twin or Sunbelt City in those scenarios, which I think are user-friendly. The other one obviously is then, if anybody needs help, we've got the 360 Solutions Uptime Centre. It's something that we've recently just opened. We've found that because we're 25 different product categories within Sunbelt, we needed 360 to not only pull it together, but a 24/7 operation. So if in the future, when the digital twin's up and running, you're looking for help, you've found some a package of requirements, you may still want to speak to a real human being, and then obviously we can provide a team to support that, either on the phone or what we're seeing is more and more customer interactions are moving to live chat. And again, within the Uptime Centre, we have a live chat team particularly younger people seem more keen to use live chat than the phone. So that was really just my last slide. We've been on a journey. It started with a dog walk. It involved a test and trace. We've evolved the 360 team. We've got our own digital transformation program underway. We're keen to develop all of our equipment, keen to support the desires and goals of the National Digital Twin in whichever way we can.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. That was very interesting. We are going to break for some tea time now. I'm sure everyone's looking forward to that. We are running a little bit early, so we'll give you some extra tea time. Is that right? Yes? Okay. Permission granted. So please be back at 14:35 after tea. Thanks. Enjoy.
Clint is our clinic expert, and he and Install and another chap are developing our library of objects. So that out to the people.
Yeah, so you can download the objects free of charge to use yourself. Yeah. Or we have our own design team that will help build these scenarios.
So obviously, rapid input.
Okay, is it on? Is it working? Can everyone hear me? We've taken an executive decision that we want gin and tonic earlier. So we are going to come back from tea at 14:25, which is 10 minutes earlier than I initially said. Is that okay?
You've got 25 minutes to grab a brew.
All good. We get more time at the bar afterwards then. Oh, I did it again.
No, it's all right.
It's about the third time that you've had to like come behind me and switch it back on.
I can't tell how many users. I can see it's got data, which clearly very just job. I don't mind leaving it until tomorrow. Lindsay might not be. But it was useful, I'll leave it. If it's not, okay. Yeah, I shut it down an hour ago. Thank you very much. No problem. We haven't
saw your ears prick up as soon as you mentioned 3D. Okay, right, Unity. I'm guessing it's built on Unity or is it built on Unreal? Awesome.
BIM is a mill. We don't need Unreal Engine because we don't need it to be that realistic. So yeah, we'll take this and even make it. So Unity is BIM recommended Unity is building.
Yeah, I need to introduce you to this. But yeah, I'd say this is the thing though, you're looking at data integrations and things like that. There's anything we can do to work with you to build that or promote it?
So our colleague Glenn, who has just got seated in our room, he is using my key. He is a member of COMIT. And he really worked on big objects and written around our product data. And he's also working with various research. He's working with him and but he's I know nothing about it really. He is our expert, one of ours.
I'm thinking we're not wanting to fix it without it, but when you want to start tackling the larger problems, then something you can run at you. So when you actually want to, how far have you deployed for us? It's still pretty awesome.
Construction zone is at the center and
scaling services and stuff. Cool.
So you're in there already?
That's why I encourage Unity to join. So I moved from a MEP services company to Unity 18 months ago. I want my first actually to Unity not just join Promise because the value of what we're doing is really the value of the work we're doing. It's 90% of our work at the moment in industrial systems.
Well, Vim and his team, his colleagues, they were very complimentary about Unity. They made a recommendation that we build it in Unity.
So locations like train thousands and that show the plans where the chair of technology for COMIT. So that's where my corporate hat's on. But as Unity, I am the EMEA ACO engineering manager. So I look after all. I know it is. I look after space robotics and things. I found I was completely unemployable at the end of it, so I went into teaching, taught virtual reality, sort of sashayed into construction, and that's how I got into this stuff. He'll probably end up doing what all good PhD students do, is they go and teach at the end of the day. Nice, yeah. Good language to fall back on. So we haven't got any statistical programs at the moment, but as the data analytics team grows, Unity was a platform that people build on, you build on your own platform. So within Unity we have our own creative teams called solutions, and we're client facing, so we work with people who want to solve problems rapidly, or someone who's been developing Unity and has run into a roadblock and needs to So, there we go. He's up behind you and hopefully will be joining shortly. I don't know if he is there yet, I can't see. At the bottom, CD. He's your speaker.
You do have their email.
Yeah, I know Glenn.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
So I'll do Chaz.
Yes.
Is that on? Yes. Hurrah! I get the microphone working.
Countdown to burpees.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Thank you very much. Almost there. I'm looking at you, Alison. I hope you're fit enough to deliver burpees. Oh, you're going to be doing them on the Isle of Wight, perhaps in a downhill type position, make it harder. Yeah. Right. Okay. Burpee competition on the Isle of Wight. Whose eyes start to bleed first? Superb. Right. Okay. Thank you for getting yourselves back in your seats on time. What we have next is a presentation from Chaz Davis. So Chaz has almost 30 years experience across all aspects of telecoms, IT services, technology, and now geospatial intelligence. Charles is focused on ensuring that EarthEye, which is the company that he works for, remains an agile and flexible company able to meet the changing needs of its customer as both EarthEye and the new space and EO industries continue to evolve. Charles has also experience of creating new markets, scaling up companies. He also holds board positions, advisory positions in data security and health technology companies. So I'm hoping, if we do this right, is I'm going to flick over onto here. I'm going to press F11 and hopefully Chaz is unmuted. Can you hear me okay, Chaz?
I can hear you, Ian. Can you hear me?
We can indeed. Superb. And if you want to share your presentation. Not quite yet.
It'll come, as I say. It'll takes a bit of time. But you're very lucky that I'm not there today, because I think I was in Singapore last week and I think I've caught some kind of COVID variant. So despite
yes.
the train strike.
Yes, I'm very pleased that you're not there and not here. And not there as well.
Good. All right.
Not quite yet.
Okay. Sorry, let me just. There we go. It's coming. Test stream. Should be that one.
Oh, here we go. And we've got you. Sweet. Okay, and over to you.
Cool. Well, hopefully something a bit different in the mid-afternoon to kind of wake everyone up. I'm probably going from looking at digital twins at the micro level. The data that you can go down to the IP packet level, you can go down to the data contextual level, down to sensors and so on. So really, I'm going to take you, I think, out of this world, about 500 kilometers in the orbit to show you kind of how we use that kind of data to be able to understand what's going on around the world in relatively near real time. So think of it as a very, very macro outer space digital twin. So I think that's probably the easiest way to kind of bring it in for everyone here today. So so I'm just getting, there we go. So Earth-i, what do we do? We are really these days a data analytics company. Ultimately, we take satellite data, as I've said, and actually it can not only just be satellite data, it can be aerial data as well as drone data and so on. But it can be different types of data that is up in space. You have a lot of signals intelligence, SIGINT data that's up there, but also you have optical data, you have infrared thermal data, you've got hyperspectral data, which is now the new exciting time within the space industry, as well as radar data as well. But our job really is to be able to take all this data together for our customers and fuse it together to give them insights and ultimately what we call information advantage that their competitors don't have. So ultimately, we're taking whole sorts of open source and commercial data sources, pulling those together. So we're specialists in remote sensing. We're specialists in kind of AI, the machine learning and computer vision, because we have to be able to fuse that together and automate it, process it and automate it to quite a high level of accuracy, and really be able to do all of that at a scale that I'll show you that's quite considerable, but also do it at a low cost. So for a lot of our clients, it really takes away a large pain point of working with satellite data. Satellite data is pretty well known for being very big, very few data standards, and no two satellites are the same. So it's quite a difficult data set to kind of get your hands around. So we've been around now since 2017. The team really came together to put together high definition color satellites, video satellites in space, which there is a demonstrator still going around the Earth at about 7 kilometers a second, something like that. And it's still the best color video that's ever been put into space. But we pivoted the business at that time due to investor demand into data analytics, into the downstream analytics of that. So really the great thing about our team is we really understand the sensors that are in space, because the team have designed sensors, they've built satellites, they've operated satellites as well. So we know how to get the most out of these things. And we do it for dual use clients as well. So we have most of our work is commercial with a little bit of defense as well around the world. So kind of the challenge that we set ourselves a few years ago was being able to monitor global supply chains. And we're kind of, the view here is kind of creating a kind of a digital twin of those supply chains wherever they were. And, at the moment we are now monitoring thousands of sites a day. They are dispersed globally in some very transparent countries and some very opaque countries. The aim is to revisit those every 2 to 3 days, worst case scenario, produce very accurate data, but also give a long history. Because if you really want to be able to look at the data, our data goes back to about 2016. So even if we start monitoring a site today, we can go back to 2016. So have a long history, but as I said before, have a low cost. And you find that, a lot of clients really want to be able to understand what's going on in their supply chains, whether they are looking at they're a miner who's looking at their clients, seeing how much they're using, looking at their competitors. If it's brokers, being able to understand how much people are, how much capacity there is in the market, all sorts of commodity and equity traders and so on. So they're all very interested in understanding of having that little, as I said before, information advantage, that competitive edge that this data provides. So how do we do that? We have a platform we call Savant, and that really does all this fusion, data fusion, and with the AI to monitor and report on those thousands of sites. We focus on kind of metals and mineral supply chains, so things like copper, nickel, steel, iron ore, soon to be scrap steel, as well as things like titanium dioxide and sulfuric acid, all very key things within people's critical metals and materials supply chains. And we kind of, if you look at the graphic on the bottom left, you know, the view is we look at these global sites. We use, as I said before, optical data, see what we can see, whether that could be smoke plumes, hotspots, and so on. Thermal data could be hotspots. Radar is kind of densities and so on. And we then kind of start to count things like those hotspots and their intensities, as well as exhaust plumes, as well as night lights and stockpiles and water exhausts and all sorts of things that are either primary, secondary, or tertiary indicators. And we pull all that data together, and in our insight engine, we start to be able to produce what you can see there in the yellow strips in the third box along where the red is ultimately saying, you know, we can identify if locations are active or inactive, yellow being active, blue being inactive. And from that, we're then able to produce in the bottom of that third piece, a view of being able to produce data for our clients that ultimately gives them leading indicators. So sometimes between 30 and 90-day leading indicators. Or the thing of what we do, it kind of condenses it. It is a complex operation. And as you see on the next side, this is a bit more for the technical people, potentially there are in the room. The aim is we take, on the left-hand side, data from all sorts of different satellite operators. We ingest that into our AWS platform, you know, again, highly scalable and so on. We process it, automate it, analyze it, and ultimately our clients then just take the data via API. The data is published on a daily basis, around midday every day, and so on. So, I think, as I said before, you know, satellite data is difficult. It does have completely different data standards between everybody. So I'll just move on to kind of show you a bit more of the kind of the basic things that you can do. You know, you can monitor. Here is a very high resolution image of Saudi Arabia. You can identify all sorts of different objects on the ground, object detection classification here in the middle, as well as land use classifications as well. You know, what's roads, what's buildings, what's forest, what's grassland, and so on. And that's kind of one of the building blocks of what you do with AI and Earth observation putting together. But taking that to another level, work actually we've been doing with Ian as well is kind of automated land class mapping and change detection at scale. So being able to look at here, we've got the Isle of Wight, and being able to understand how has the land cover changed over each, you know, on an annual basis over the last 5 or 6 years. And you'll be able to then use the machine learning algorithms to be able to automate that process. Again, working with one of our partners there, the UK's digital twin of biodiversity, or as carbon sequestration, and so on. And you know, on the bottom of this slide, so we've got the Isle of Wight on the top left and the top right. On the bottom of the slide, again, this is looking at very specific locations for clients to understand their assets, to understand, you know, how are their assets which they are returning back to nature, how are they performing year on year? Is the biodiversity actually coming back into those? So again, it's understanding that rate of change and so on. Going back to Savant now, which is kind of one of our core products. I've said here, we're going to be looking at steel. You know, we're monitoring between copper, nickel, steel, and iron ore about 1,200 sites a day. Those satellites, as I said, kind of revisit every 2 to 3 days wherever they are in the world. For our clients, what it allows them to do is ultimately make better decisions earlier, and ultimately increase their profitability. And there are big things here, especially in this day of fake news. It's about validating kind of market information. It's really understanding what your supply chain is doing. What are your suppliers? Some of our clients want us to check that their suppliers aren't telling them incorrect information about their production capabilities. It's about monitoring macroeconomic activity, or very regional or very specific areas or provincial levels of economic activity, and so on around the world. So really, you're able to bring out very large amounts of information using these very broad brush data sources to be able to give people an idea of how the world is performing, or different areas of the world are performing, and how they're changing. Ultimately, it's that what's important to them is understanding, this day versus yesterday, this week versus the week before, this month versus the month before, this quarter, and so on. And it's always just understanding those rates of change and those deltas between those that really allow them to understand how their supply chains are working. So at a high level, these are, I'll give you a bit more deeper dive. This is kind of how we look at 3 steel sites in China. These what we kind of call DNA strips, the yellow, grey and blue ones. They are yellow is showing there we've seen activity. Grey, ultimately with satellites, especially with 500 kilometers away, there is sometimes cloud, there is sometimes too much smoke or fog or pollution, or blue is ultimately, it was actually inactive, and so on. So from those and the intensity of the signals that we get, so instead of it just being a binary on or off activity, the graph above those, the line here in D-long steel, for instance, that sits above the yellow and grey and the blue, that actually takes into account the intensity and the volume of all those signals that we've identified, that shows you how active is that site as well. So you can see that actually before 2020, ultimately before COVID hit, it was a very active site. After COVID hit, it hasn't really come back to full production at that location, and so on. So the aim is you'll be able to go down to those individual assets and really monitor what's their normal level of activity, and are they above or below that, and then you can then aggregate that back up to understand how much copper or how much steel and so on is coming onto the market as well. So that's how we start to build it up. And the kind of interesting things that you can do from that is then mix it with other information. So this is we were asked to look at a Russian steel mill that really focuses on creating military grade steel, and we were monitoring this before Ukraine, and ultimately you can see here right in the middle, the Q4 21 abnormal. There's a big green peak in there, and that was them really doubling production before the invasion of Ukraine and so on. After Ukraine, the Ukraine war started, you can see that not only did production fall, but also sanctions did take in effect, but they only had an impact of about 3 months and so on, by which time the Russians have redone that. And also now, you can see from adding in kind of open source intelligence, which you've seen some of that earlier, I think today, and linking it to news items, you'll see they started paying overtime in kind of September 22, such that production went up again. And actually what's really interesting now is I was on a call this morning with our finance clients, in that the European steel production has significantly gone up in the last month, but it's nothing to do with Europe at all. It's actually due to the steel mills in eastern Ukraine, which are now under, which have been under Russian control, are really at full production, which they haven't been before, and that's really pushing up the amount of steel that's being produced for the Russian war effort. So you can start to kind of pull these kind of bits of analytics out of the data that we're collecting on a daily basis. Or what it or iron ore not iron ore, but scrap steel and so on, is being produced on a monthly basis or on a weekly basis, and so on, site by site by site. And that really gives people that granularity to understand, which suppliers should I be contracting with, which ones should not, and it gives them a kind of a good heartbeat to be able to understand who should I be talking to either get the best deal for processing my iron ore or copper concentrate or so on, or who should I be avoiding as well. But it gives them that kind of whole network of the global supply chain of what's happening. You could also go down, and this is something we've done in Belgium, taking a site and actually, and this is kind of taking from 500 kilometers away, breaking a site down like Dunkirk for ArcelorMittal here. You break it down into not just the site level, but also into the individual blast furnaces. And also the different types of industrial facilities there, because for information, it's quite interesting. So last year, for instance, a lot of the blast furnaces were off, but people thought they were on because they could see heat signatures. But actually, it was actually the coke ovens that were on that were producing gas that they were selling back to the national grid. So they just became a gas supplier rather than a steel supplier, and so on. So if you can start to see all this kind of level of granularity, as is shown here, you can start to really break down and get a much more accurate understanding of how each site is working. So the impact of energy prices in Europe kind of switched off, reduced the number of blast furnaces, people didn't use their electric arc furnaces so much, and so on. So that had a big impact to understand how much steel is coming onto the market, how much energy is being used, and understanding forecasting demand and so on. So, we can actually get to a very good granular level, from doing it from 500 kilometers away and doing it to a very high level of accuracy. So talking about accuracy, we've been working with a company, and we were able to understand that look at their weekly steel production in the US, and we were on average between plus and minus 2.5%, but that kind of went from about 4.2% to minus 2.5% variance. But we were able to give that data to the market kind of 90 days earlier. So to be fair, again, that accuracy is pretty good, and actually we've done some more analysis on that, and really getting that accuracy to plus or minus 2.5% is quite significant. So again, across 16 sites in the US, you're quite accurate when the client says, could we pay you not to publish that information, please? The other side of it is you can then start to, once you know how these things work, how much they're producing, you can understand how many Scope 1 emissions these sites are producing as well, to be able to validate it as well. And probably one point there, and it comes on the last slide too, is saying that there is no privacy from space. So you can look wherever. I mean, you can look yourselves. You use Google Earth and so on, but there are other things that are available to most people that you can go and have a look and see what's going on anywhere in the world whenever you want to, and so on. So depends on the resolution of how good that is, but you're still able to go and have a look around. So you can understand company production levels, and again, that helps some of our clients who have contracts with their supply chain to say, are you giving me that 70% of production that you have promised me, and so on. And we're able to then help them with that discussion. You can then aggregate all this data up to a country level. So again, understanding how well is a country doing, especially if it's a major proportion of their GDP. And here we take all this data in China, and this is also something where you've got to understand bias as well. So in a lot of reporting there is bias, and you can see here between what we see as China's production levels in blue at the bottom and China's reported production levels in purple. you do see that there is an element of bias within that. And if you take into account the amount of iron ore that's being delivered into China and so on, you can quickly work out what that delta is to understand what is the true number between what's reported, and that might move the market, but also what's actually happening. And at some point, there is a correction. A market correction does come along, and one happened on iron ore a few weeks ago. But you get that level of insight to be able to really understand what is happening. Other things that you can do, and this is some more recent work as well that we've been doing, again looking at supply chain and so on, and digital twins, looking at stockpiles around the world and being able to look at all those different stockpiles and being able to try and get a daily image of those, to be able to identify and validate how much, in this instance, iron ore is on the ground at those locations. And the graph on the left, although not self-explanatory, shows we're about within a plus or minus 5% of that, with data that is of a non-consistent quality. So it's quite tricky data for us to process and analyze, but we're able to take that data and really start to understand what's happening within it. So again, you can really start to pick out quite significant detail and valuable detail for clients around the way. The other side is then now also how we validate our data. So not only do we validate the data against company reports that are published generally quarterly, we also do it against industry reports that are sometimes quarterly, sometimes monthly as well. Some of the data is also weekly. And we find that actually, as you can see here on the left-hand side, we're looking at copper production in Chile. What we're seeing in kind of the light green versus the inferred versus the International Copper Study Group, we track pretty well across that. And if you then take it up to a country level, you can actually understand that we are very, very accurate against the amount of production that's there. But again, we're giving that up to the day as it's done, rather than waiting 90 days or 180 days, even for some of those figures. So, and this is something that we've not really released yet, but kind of coming out of that digital twin is, what we're doing is then actually saying, okay, well, let's answer some of those questions. So we've created from that and a daily buy-sell signal, a trading signal from all this data, to understand that, taking into account all the fundamentals that impact the copper price and also now the steel price, we have been able to produce a trading signal, a daily trading signal, that gives us about a 37% per annum return. And if you actually reinvest, it will be about an 85% annual return as well over the last 5 years. So $100 invested is now just under $300 and something, just under $300 back from that, just in making a simple way of getting a good return. And it just shows you how accurate this data is, even though it is quite macro and quite big, and it's not on the terrestrial, it's not on the ground. It can deliver significant insight to people along the clients, especially if you're looking at national critical infrastructure, supply chains, and so on, and really wanting to understand, am I going to be able to get this? As we said, we've had an issue recently with Turkey. A lot of the steel, they do most of the steel a lot of the steel recycling. So scrap steel goes into Turkey, goes into their electric arc furnaces in eastern Turkey. But unfortunately, eastern Turkey was the area most hit by the earthquake. So all those electric arc furnaces, we could see that they had gone off. We could see did return and so on. So you get really good but invaluable insight into what's possible by using these type of data sources. I'm not saying this data source should be used on its own. You can actually then layer it with other data sources as well, which is what, to be fair, we all do on a day-to-day basis. And then going on from that, I mean, from our side, it is, being able to kind of create these kind of digital twins of these global supply chains, and we have more exciting ones to look at too as well. So we're looking at things like scrap steel, aluminium, zinc, lead, cobalt, lithium, all these things that people are very interested in. But you can see now that the countries as well as companies are really wanting to be able to understand where all their supply chains come from, who's involved in them, how diverse they are, how resilient they are, also how secure they are as well. We have seen some of our clients' shipments suddenly disappear, and you're talking, tens of millions of pounds of copper just suddenly disappearing around the world. But the aim is to be able to take it, the real challenge for us is to be able to take that kind of circular economy and also be able to track from mine through to port, the export port to the import port, as you can see on the graphic, into the smelter, and then downstream into the consumer side, and being able to say, how do you actually provide that traceability through the whole thing? So that for us is another challenge ahead around traceability. But simply, there is no privacy from space, so you can look at anything you want to, but the data isn't good enough to be able to take, identify a person in any way, or any kind of facial or the number plates, or even kind of, very difficult to actually identify a car type or an individual car and things like that. So, but it is big enough to be able to kind of get significant insight into many areas in the civil and the defence side, quite cost effectively these days. But hopefully that kind of shows you how this kind of data, as I said before, as is macro data, it isn't terrestrial, it is from space. It can monitor these geographically diverse supply chains or projects, and without you actually even having to put a foot on the ground, or a boot on the ground. So there we go. And that was kind of it from me. I hope that was too fast for you, Ian, or I haven't missed anything you wanted me to say.
Thank you, Chaz. No, that was brilliant. Certainly an interesting subject for myself, I must say. So we're going to hold the questions till the panel after the next presentation. Yara, can I call you up for your side?
I shall stop sharing.
Yes, thank you. So let me introduce Jarek for you. He is a floor fellow, subject matter expert SME, discipline application specialist DAS, and innovation catalyst. He has over 25 years of experience in energy and urban solutions. He is focused on BIM and plant software, data-centric execution, digital twin and building information modeling, integrated project delivery, and lean construction. He is an ambassador of Floor's professional publications and presentations program, P4. He was named P4 Author of the Year 2020 and P4 Rookie Author of the Year 2018. Thank you.
I use the best method. Safe. Good afternoon. This is a great honor to me to speak today among people who share knowledge and expertise with openness to digital innovation. Today, the railway is in the spotlight, but I make some assumption. If Richard Beeching had known the digital twin in 1960s, he would never randomly started to make the Beeching cuts on railway. Critical infrastructure requires reliable information and responsible decision-making based on data. This is why I will focus on well-managed information in this presentation. What I will be sharing is majority my thinking connected with 15 years serving in Fluor and also understanding the impact of global infrastructure and the global projects, which makes a lot of nice tricks, but also some challenges which are not obvious. But at first, where we started indeed, it will be Euclid. What we are doing now, we have additional plenty of layers, but indeed without his plane geometry and axioms, we cannot be here. We remember that just yesterday we used these tools. Today we are using more computers, but can we imagine that the next part of projects in 10 years it will be only tables with data without any graphical information? Organization of information is one of the key aspects which we need to understand. Everything is starting from the chaos, but just where is the magic button? The magic button can serve us and can serve others. Also, just for me, as when I came from Poland, what is the kind of smart information, the metadata? For you, it's obvious. For me, without this, I do not survive first crossing. The same, the famous Mind the Gap in underground gives me some comfort that I know that the gap exists not only in Poland. But when you look about reliable information sources, we live in ChatGPT era, which makes for me some understanding that we can make more or we can make less. What we can make more, we can understand the question which I had to do with ChatGPT. It was whether an engineer is an artist or rather a craftsman. I did it a couple of times, and always I found something which makes me happy. But when we compare now to the Google, which is outdated, we can say, with Google we know the sources. We can check if we trust these sources. With ChatGPT, our assumption is this is true. However, you can imagine, it's like a Twitter. What is the most popular will be aggregated by ChatGPT. If something will be wrong, our input will be also wrong. What is big data? Big data is one of these words which we love, which we hear, but it's really challenging. We started from megabytes, gigabytes, terabytes, but due to the IDC Global Data Sphere, in 2020, almost 65 zettabytes of data was created or replicated. The amount of digital data created over the next 5 years will be greater than twice the amount of data created since the advent of digital storage. But with zettabytes, yottabytes, which are just theoretical at the moment, is coming to the first. And what with this black hole, which we know from the stars? We go to the place where we cannot control the amount of data if we do not find where is the noise of data. That when we go to the big data, there are 7 V's. The first is volume, which determines the size of the data set. But it is difficult to define a limit valve because the amount of stored data increases with passage of time. Yesterday we used terabytes, today zettabytes or even yottabytes. It can be said that the limit is the possibility of using traditional computational and statistical methods. When the data sets do not meet this condition, it is called big data. The second is variety. It describes one of the biggest challenges of the big data. It can be structured, unstructured, or partially structured, and it can include plenty of different types of data, which was earlier mentioned, from the text documents, spreadsheets, through social media, posts to XML, and other data formats. There is a significant task to organize the data which could be changed rapidly. A large volume of data is streamed continually from sensors, smartphones, and autonomous robotics, IoT, Internet of Things. The speed of processing data is related to their volume. Faster data generation increases their volume. it is important that critical data is processed without delay. For example, an autonomous vehicle data. If it will be delayed, we know what's happened. Veracity refers to the assurance of data quality and processes which filter and remove the bad data from accumulating in system. This goes back to data standardization and engineering data quality management. Visualization. Visualization provides an interactive way of presentation of vast complex data in simple and understandable form, providing information about trends, for example, analytical stock, market charts. We know that yesterday we used Excel, now everyone using Power BI, but indeed it's just the difference of providing our data. Value. The usefulness of insights. When data with merit can add value to decision-making processes. And the last one, which is also very important, is virality. It describes the time needed to spread word of mouth and data among people. For example, Twitter tweet in global range. Two factors are important, time and rate of spread. The system story, which I really like, the high sophisticated software requires a really high level of knowledge. Pre-filtered generalizations. That it could cause some root issues with the data which we're using. And that what we can do, it's according to this theory of systems, changing one component of a system affects other components of the entire system. This is a case where alliances tried to understand what was the most damaged part of the airplane. And for the people who tried to understand it, it was where is the hole. But here is coming the Hungarian statistic, Abraham Ward, who said, no, we need to use the places which we cannot see because this aircraft didn't back to the airfield. That it was just, very small flow through the time. This is the place when we need to have quality assurance. And according to ISO 8000, it should be implemented in 4 major parts, which is plan, connected with data quality planning. We do that we have real quality control of data. We need to check the quality of assurance, as well as the last, we need to make constant improvement, quality improvement. You can imagine that with small set of data, we have some processes which works. With large set of data, we need to build new processes. And also we need to have resources. It could be first train resources, but it also need to be data-related resources like IT. Let's look for level of information need. Can you imagine that color doesn't make difference? It's not factor which is used. I use these bricks just to show that sometimes we believe that factor which we use or property which we use is really important. Maybe it's important for us, but not in the context. Here, the shape and where should be plugged is the most important. That indeed we need to start, I think, in each company, in each environment which we work to think which data are required. How can this data can be managed and use it effectively in our context, in sharing or interoperability? Which are the real engineering authoring tools? We use a lot of tools which are not talk each other, but maybe it's the time to develop something new, just a general idea. How can engineers achieve consistent data? That is another challenge for engineers of today. Data modification. It's really easy to modify the data. However, from my experience, we're struggling that we don't know quite often who what did. That we need to know a special signature, digital signature, who did it, what he changed, when he did it, because then we can understand if it's a data workflow or documents which required this, where it was done, and why. And of course, how. This is really important, the first step to really navigate with big data. It's a lot of developers which provides many different solutions, and when we go to the digital twin, it's something which needs to be on the radar from the very first day. When we go to the metadata schema, there is a lot of options which we want to use. That currently the highest level is semantic, but it could be many different types of classification. We need to develop glossary, tags, data dictionary, and databases and attributes, which are rely on the business lines or countries or just something which is the most important in our local context. Schema and analysis. Data today is used in a new way. First, we can serve with multi-classification, more like in biology, including taxonomy, that we can combine data from completely different levels, which previously in engineering it was treated, oh, we cannot do it. Relational references, that we need to find what is relation between certain data. This is semantic, as I told. The ChatGPT is so charmed because it's used semantic. We cannot say that it's just written. We believe that someone is typing for us this answer. Real-time processing of data for IoT, for Internet of Things, as well as using artificial intelligence, which is enhancing big data analysis. Let's look for a second for digital transformation. We use it, I think, with digital context. It's the best illustration when we have a digital model where we have physical digital object updated indeed manually in both way, or where we are going with a digital shadow when automatically is transfer data from physical object to digital object. And something where we are going and we want to be the digital twin. Maybe in a few years we will have another new fantastic word, but the digital twin is for us at the moment go that we want to get full automation. We are still on this way. I notice we talk about data standards. It's something what we're struggling as well in company. That data standards were developed to enable the data transfer between all parties. And for example, in oil and gas, what was done by Shell is CFOS, which is called Capital Facilities Information Handover Specification. It's also developed currently DEXP, which is Data Exchange in the Process Industry. It's also this ISO 19526, which is Industrial Automation System and Integration. And also, maybe the most famous but not most liked, .ifc, the Industry Foundations classes. But it makes a lot of situations when we think that we can transfer the data, but indeed it's not going in that way. It's another problem on global scale. The large number of construction classification. Just in the US is for omni-class uniformat, master formats, and some additional. In the UK we have Uniclass, there are in Nordic countries co-class, about 20, 25 formats, and they still propose new formats in new countries. Also level of development or level of information need, which we need to think in any digital object is required. We have American standard, which is the level of development by our AIA, Architects of America, which is used, but most people, when I ask them, do you understand what is here, they say, oh, it's 100 or 200, but they really do not understand that it's not only graphic, it's also information. Or we have the levels from 1 to 7. And a lot of countries adding now this semi or semi categories. Also, ISO 19650 connected with BIM, it's not making it easier. I think it's making it more academic, but it's far away from daily routine which we want to serve. And the latest project, which is still undergoing the level of information needs, the new ISO, I think it will be really complicated, that for the people who want to do it easy, it will be not easy. With digital twin, we will have this option to get really good information about the urban area. First, we can use geographic information system. We can use laser imaging detection and ranging. Also, we have ICAF maps in many of cities with a long history that we can understand when it was the specific flood, what was the impact, which areas were. For example, in my country, in this area, quite often they built new buildings, which is just against the understanding why the historical data are so important. And also population statistics, which give us understanding where will be the vibrant area of the city or country and how we develop. All these layers are very important. Now, when I think about digital twin infrastructure, I think that historical data represent the past, while real-time data present and simulate the predicted future. It's also help us in development planning. And with these models or shadow or digital twin, we can avoid clashes. We can avoid interferences between different participants in the projects, or if we have on the government level, we can use the best data to avoid delay and obstacles when someone crash the pipe, which is the most important, or the, we can say, national phone lines, landlines, which serving to everyone as critical. Because we know when we have mobile, we need to have the second option, what's happened when we have no power. Simulation with AI. It's really impressive what we can get in AI, but we need to understand that it's algorithms. It's not someone with double brain. It's just what we request from this tool, it will be providing us. But on construction site, we can predict size, location, and impact on environment. We can prepare several variants. We can ask for several variants of the schedule and the size of the crew. You can imagine for planners, it was a long of time to prepare it. It took months or weeks. Now AI can make all these algorithms in 1 day, sometimes even shorter. It also can be used to quickly update it. Modularization on stick builds. With large-scale projects like in America, quite often it's better to make it in certain place and transport because the labor rate is so high. In Europe, we don't have so often this situation, but also we have rivers. We can make it in some places where we have really good welders and transport it just to the site. We don't need to make it on site. And also something which for me is critical, the advanced work packaging. We need to think also about digital twin, how we can combine some information to special packets which help us to make in many different areas the similar scope of work without reinvent the wheel, without doing again the same engineering. Another issue which is coming with the new methodology of digital twin and all these industries, scale up. With Industry 4.0, we, especially pharmaceutical, we can have a really fantastic model of data how to produce some diabetics or biotechnical drugs. However, the problem is going when we go from the laboratory scale to the large scale. That is another challenge which we need to use Also, it could be in context of construction, how to quickly enlarge the model which we have for the small site to the large site. The simulation which we can do quickly. Single physical object to a city or even to a country or continent. But this using of one object, we can leverage to the plenty places. Reduce time and impact on environment, that it will be business map of processes or large-scale models. Also predictions. What if scenarios in this one of previous presentations, it was what if start to be what is. But I think it's what we need to understand. We have, based on historical data and current status, we can check if it's going in the proper way or not. Ongoing monitoring of processes, that it could be analyzing the impact on subsequent processes delay acceleration. Since 2018, Fluor uses IBM Watson. It was developed something which is EPC, engineering, procurement, construction, project health diagnostics, how it works in general. It's grab the data from engineering, from other parties, and it makes the information which other future process can be delayed. That before we go to that point, we know that it could be delayed, and we can change the scenario. Dashboards and reports. Power BI and similar tools enable filtering and analysis appropriate to the management. It's more and more often the visualization of data statuses from the database. Monitoring, of course, Internet of Things. Monitoring physical object and immediately update status in digital object. It is our goal with digital twin, what we want to achieve. Provides back correction to the physical object, that we know that something is greatly protect this. Critical infrastructure, that how we can use it. This Isle of Wight, it will be, for example, fire, flood, disaster, terrorist attacks, or war. It's more or less is what's going now in battle in Ukraine, where the brainiest Ukrainian people use indeed this critical infrastructure, the knowledge to predict and protect with fighting with a stronger country. Also, intelligent transport system, which can serve us in many aspects from current situation. But there are also risks. More operation can be performed, but why optimize the information? We are lazy. When we have better computer, we do not serve better data. New version of software, digital twin or whatever, new schema specification and relational tables. We need to upgrade it. We avoid upgrades. Search algorithms are based on pre-filter information. Filter keywords can eliminate important information before it reaches the addressee. The cost of data storage, limiting of updates and monitoring inputs, and of course IT security. With this discussion, which was previously, I noted two very important things which we're thinking about now, that it's internal set of data. For example, engineering provide in company to estimating, procurement and supply chain. And it must be developed in company because this is the context of company. But also it will be external data, like what should be shared. And this must have a layer where we think that security, unified format out and in, that our internal data, when we start to push out, it's going with a safe format that we can communicate. In my understand best understanding, digital twin in a life cycle is going indeed before the engineering, because what is operation and maintenance is like circle. Operation and maintenance need to provide the proper question, the proper data which they want to achieve before we start engineering, just in concept, because everything must be written down, and we need to start from that position. If we start at construction, operation, maintenance, no one from engineering will provide it. Maybe we need to have double resources to create in construction phase engineering. that it's really important all parties, when we divide it from CapEx and OpEx, with the digital twin need to understand this is everyone, CapEx and OpEx must be involved, and they need to treat that it's not save cost if we make less in engineering construction, because never they will have this information. The best example is Berlin Airport, when they have delay 7 years because they wanted to save some money. And I think one railway in London as well. That summarizes it. Well-managed information is the key to the future, and digital twin, and I wish everyone from us that we go in this direction. Thank you so much for your attention. It is a great pleasure to be there. Thank you.
Even more bigger thanks really from me to Jarek, in the fact that we had other presentations lined up for that moment in time. In fact, I went through 3 or 4 companies trying to get them into that slot to G them up. And he stepped in with only 3 days to go. Not only wrote the presentation, but flew over here to deliver it as well. So awesome. Thank you, buddy. Really appreciate that. So what we're going to do now is we're going to move into the last bit, the panel session. So I want to introduce and just bring up to the front, if I can grab Paul, Jarek, Chaz will join us online, Dave and Alison. I'd kind of like, grab these chairs and kind of like bring them a little bit closer over here, because let's make it a little bit more kind of like cozy. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hand this microphone to you when I ask you a question, and then we've got a, kind of like a bit of a roving one from around there. So yeah, kind of like bring them into a bit of a kind of like a semicircle-y type thing there to allow us to. Yeah, then Alison will be, and then Chaz will be above the top. There we go, lovely, and then it'll be there. Brilliant, right. Okay, so, firstly, thank you very much. Have we got, oh, hang on, we need to bring Chaz up on the big screen, hang on. Alt-tab to there, bring to that one, and there he is, hurrah! My word, can you hear us all right there?
I can hear you, can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely spot on. I am blown away by the technology, Max. You've just pulled a blinder today to bring all this lot together to allow us to do this. So, yes, let me just grab my notebook full of questions. So we've got a very wide variety of presentations from there, but all aimed at supporting the National Digital Twin world. So I'm going to start in my questions. My blimey wise, I've written so many words and notes in here. Paul, just a quick question on the gig to start with. Now, you mentioned there was a presentation back in 2002, which was the NIST report that came out with the £15 billion, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Obviously, that was then. Has there been a new look at that and a fresh at that of how much it's actually costing us today? Because obviously back in 2002, our digital world was actually quite small. And I think it's the same when we look at our on-site communication stuff, and the fact that we used to just throw kilobytes of things backwards and forwards, but now we're sending gig and terabytes backwards and forwards. But what was your, has there been a new study on the kind of the value side of that?
Not that I'm aware of, but at the time, I extrapolated what that 15 billion for the US would be for the UK, and it was about $1 billion for the UK economy. Now, if you upgrade that forecast to where we are today, we're probably talking about double, if not triple that. Anecdotal feedback suggests that in many projects, the costs of poor interoperability are measured in, potentially in 6-figure sums. We're talking hundreds of thousands of pounds in terms of man hours and technological investment to overcome some of the issues. But it's not been surveyed in a rigid,
survey of the magnitude and depth of detail that NIST went into. You know, obviously as a government-backed organisation, NIST was able to invest a substantial amount to ascertain the impact on the industry at that time.
Brilliant. So, I mean, when we look at that, sorry, I'm just going to, on the interoperable side, you're going to get people to sign up for this charter. How are you going to persuade organisations that this is what they need to do? Because to me, I think one of the problems we've had in the BIM world is we've all said, you know, this is a great thing to do, go and do it. But not many people have done it, or it hasn't become business as standard. I love the way you're, sorry, bit of a side as well, I love the way you're saying plain language with everything, because we've stopped writing plain language in standards and it's just gobbledygook. So plain language is just what I want, thank you. But, sorry, where was I? Yes, how are you going to persuade them to do that?
If you remember what I said earlier about managing exchanges of information across the contract line, I think if you put a requirement for interoperability in the contract, you start then to procure interoperable information. You don't get paid unless you provide interoperable information. So I think it's a mandate that would be contractually applied rather than just a generic mandate of the kind that we had with the BIM mandate, and which was it had some impact, but didn't really deliver in terms of the major change that we were expecting. I think if you put pound signs against the opportunity here, you know, you're going to get the designers, contractors, subcontractors, all of whom have to provide information. You know, and if they're not going to be paid because they haven't provided interoperable information, that's going to be a very powerful persuader.
And, I mean, sorry, one more time on that one. Is how would you define that interoperable information? Because you can say you've got to provide interoperable information. Well, they go, well, actually, I can provide you with an Excel spreadsheet, so it's interoperable between me and you because you can read that and I can read that and everybody can read that. But that's not really delivering the kind of value that we're hoping here. Is there some sort of panel that defines that interoperable? It's a woolly question. I'm sorry.
Yeah. We put in place some technical requirements, which were at this stage examples of the types of good practice we would like to see encouraged. So, you know, one of the ways in which you would not be delivering interoperable information was that if you were, for example, exchanging Revit files. Revit files, for example, are not going to be something which is going to provide longevity. They're not going to be able to be accessed maybe 5 years into the future, the next time that a version is upgraded, or Autodesk suddenly change their licensing arrangements yet again and hold yet more data hostage to fortune. So, you know, it's about avoiding that provision of proprietary information and urging people to shift to open standards as a way of ensuring that future users can continue to access the information, use it, exploit it, and deliver extra value from it.
Thank you.
Definitely, and I think it's about driving those companies to incentivize them to have those standards, because certainly in our industry, that's what we're driving through our contract performance management right at the procurement process. So, yeah. I've got one for Alison around the education. So if you look at the pipeline of when we plan to get the National Digital Twin actually up and running and make it a reality, how do you think on the education side, on the skills side, are we able to match that pipeline with the skills coming through?
I think so, but I think the mismatch actually isn't necessarily with the skills. I've always argued that, you know, kids invariably have these skills that we probably didn't when we were their age. I think I kind of come back to Paul and mandating, because you've got to mandate in education policy that we will embed this kind of information and therefore education into the national curriculum. I think until, and it's got to go right back with teacher training, because actually it's not about what the kids are learning, it's about what the teachers are learning to teach the kids, if that makes sense. So you've got to go right back into university. There's been a national outcry on initial teacher training at the moment, putting it back into the hands of schools, or is government going to lead it, and so on. But I come back to mandating in procurement. I mean, at the moment, you know, we've been challenging for years that if we want to really, really, really influence education, it has to be right at procurement level. You know, everybody in this room has an awful lot to give to young people and to teachers in terms of education, but we don't have to do it. We don't have to behave well around schools. We don't have to behave well around a Section 106 any more than we have to behave well on just kind of, you know, doing the usual careers fair. So for me to really, really, really harness the power of the National Digital Twin and really, really give teachers an enormous opportunity to use it as an education tool, it has to be mandated not only in education, but also in terms of all the people who get involved, contractual side, industry side, and so on. So we are at the moment partnering with the NHS. The NHS wants to be transformational around construction. They want to be looking at modern methods and using digital twin data. Again, it's now mandated that if you are going to work and build a hospital and be in any of that supply chain, you are going to work with us and education. So it's quite powerful. It makes you look at education in a totally different way, and you can generate your own pipeline because you are actually, you know, on the ground in the classroom with the teacher, influencing the way that teaching and learning is delivered and indeed received. So, yeah, bring it on.
Another quick question on that from me. I seem to remember talking to you a little while ago about actual qualifications that the kids might be able to get from this. Is there any news on that? Anything in the pipeline?
Yeah, there is. I mean, it depends how deep you want to go, and I think you might want. I think you might want your gin and tonics first, Ian. To be honest, it's a heavy discussion. But basically, the government's. I think in fairness, the government. And I don't say this very often because it's been very, very hard since 2010 to influence anything around the skills agenda with the government. But from 2025, children are going to have three choices. They're going to have straight A-levels, and sorry to be kind of bashy with the science of education, but you've probably got children, you need to know that. 2025, you can do the straight 3 A-levels, you can do the T-levels. Can I just have a show of hands who knows what a T-level is? 2, 3 and 2.5.
I can guess, but
okay.
I don't think I actually know.
Not very many. Okay, well, who's got teenagers in the room? You better figure out T-levels. Okay, or there's an alternative. Thankfully, there's an alternative. It's called an alternative advanced qualification, which means that children can choose an academic route, but at last an AAQ is an alternative academic qualification. Even the word alternative worries me. It means that young people can actually study an academic route, look towards Russell Group universities, because let's face it, every school is Russell Group or bust. And if you're not Russell Group, then at least choose a university, because you're not going to go down the apprenticeship route. So at least now there's one chance from 2025 that children can access a more skills-based but academically focused qualification. So things are looking up, but I think the bigger challenge is not necessarily qualification, it's education of teachers and parents to know what's out there. The fact that we've just demonstrated that nobody knows what T-level is, but according to the government, it's hugely successful and everybody knows and everybody's going down this route. So watch this space in.
Brilliant, thank you. So I've got it's first a comment for Dave and then a kind of a bit of a question. I love the way that you're doing the Sunbelt City bit and being able to visualize things, because when you're and I do liken this, and my conversations with Max in the past has been, if you're looking at a situation and you need to react to it quickly, the best way you can do is look at it in a gaming type environment, because what do in that gaming world? We get people to make snap decisions very quickly with very limited information, using the visualization in front of us of whatever information they need to do to play the game. And in a way, that's what you've done. You've provided the information they need to make a snap decision in a very visual, very quick way that can be plugged into other systems. So the kind of like scenarios that you're working on there, is the thought that those scenarios could be plugged into that national digital twin, the big box of boring? And is that the thought where almost the action happens, and the fact that they've got the equipment to deal with that situation in that location, able to present back to whoever needs to make that decision at that moment in time?
In a nutshell, absolutely. So the idea for this came from seeing and observing how Salesforce actually works with a part of its application called guided selling. So with guided selling, you start with a blank sheet of paper effectively, and you program Salesforce to ask a series of questions, and it comes with the right product or the right service that you need. But putting my sales hat on, that's a really slow way of making a really big sale, because I need to do that for one product. Then I need to think, what is the next product that I need in this scenario? So for me, it's an end solution at the very beginning, i.e. a quick quote or the visualizations that you've seen, and then allow them the ability to either add or subtract from that starting template to fit their emergency scenario, event, disaster, or whatever. So for me, what we're doing is trying to do two things: speed up the whole process, suggestive sell the solution, and do it in a fun way, because again, going back to one of the big challenges for our business, like probably most businesses in the room, is attracting talent into our organization. If we want to attract talent into our own organization, we need to have much more digital, user-friendly ways of working. And I think providing tools like this and making the digital twin more like a gaming engine will be much more acceptable and accessible to young people who ultimately, based on the 2032 timelines, they're the ones that are going to be using it anyway. And if I could just go back to the point about mandating this in the procurement phase, I actually think there's a phase before that, and again, it's something that you need to think about, and that's about lobbying government. So it's something that we as a business historically would never have really got involved with. But when you look at, say, mega projects of $1 billion plus, from a sales perspective, we need to engage 3 or 4 years before that. It's got us into working with central and local governments. And I think associations like this need perhaps to be educating members of parliament, government departments about what your vision and your goals are. And you should be doing that now before the Labour government, for example, gets in power. And again, I don't know whether you and others in this space need, because if you lobby and you win the argument, then it will be mandated in procurement. But it's an area that most businesses steer away from because they're so frightened of political engagement. My experience over the last 2 or 3 years since those interactions with the Department of Health is MPs and people in central government need to be educated. They need to be educated by people who've presented here today. And they seem to be really keen to soak up knowledge and advice. What should we do when we get into power, or if there's a change of government? And I think that's how you'll win that argument about mandating it in procurement.
One of the things about the Government and Industry Interoperability Group was that it was funded by government. There was an appetite amongst not so much the MPs, civil servants. Civil servants are there for the long term. They that in many cases they become experts in their field. So lobbying those civil servants, raising their awareness of the challenges can be incredibly powerful. And that's really where we're seeing our attentions moving forward. But the code of practice was kind of putting a marker in the sand, starting the process of then moving forward. And we want to keep government engaged in this process, get them inputting to it, so that they don't drop the baton. It's important that interoperability continues to be stressed as a requirement for the industry, so that we catch up with industries like aerospace and automotive, which have got much more joined up, integrated supply chains, where interoperability is far less of a challenge than it is in what is still currently a very fragmented sector.
Thanks. So I'm going to jump over to Chaz. So you can, I don't know if you can hear us. Yes, excellent, he's awake. So I really learned something today. I learned that Chaz probably knows more about our company's production and where our stockpiles are than probably we do ourselves, because we have copper, nickel, iron ore across the world as well. So I wanted to ask, you mentioned about how hard the satellite data is to work with, but you also mentioned you got different types of data. So is it possible to overlay those types of data over time and look at, for example, where you've got the high grade stockpiles of iron ore and where you have the low grade, so that you could then look at the supply chain network across the country scale to source those high grade stockpiles? Because obviously high grade iron ore is important in wartime, for example?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you've got to think satellite data, like anything, it's just, you can fuse it together, so adding different layers, so you can add different resolutions and different sensors on top of each other. So, a standard image that, satellite image is really 3 channels, kind of red, green, and blue, so RGB. So that's what we call multispectral. But you can then move into hyperspectral imagery, as I mentioned, and that can go up from 12 bands up to 300 different bands. And when you get into those different bands, you can start to detect different materials, because they'll give a different spectral response from on the ground. Now, in regard to I can't answer your question exactly in regard to the grade of iron ore, because I'm not the expert on it, but we did a lot of spectral work on iron ore to identify different materials on the ground, because sometimes there will be different materials in the same port location, and sometimes they won't. So it does really depend. I'm afraid there's no hard and fast option, but you can use a difference. You can use a different approaches, such you can use hyperspectral, I said multiple bands. You can also then try and get some radar response, because if you're talking things like scrap steel, you can get really big chunky bits of scrap steel as well as shredded, and they will have a different kind of spectral response. But also you can use just optical imagery, and you'll see from a different you'll see just visually that they will have a different kind of look with them as well. So there are lots of different ways to kind of bring these different bits together, and the aim is to really automate it to a certain level. You'll never be 100% right, but to do it automatically and get 80-90% right is a good position to be in. So it is possible, and the question really is how important and how valuable is it for you to know and so on where they are, and that's always kind of the big business case piece of just trying to make sure that you get your answer to the right level of accuracy to the cost point that you want.
And I think that sort of level of information is the kind of thing that we start to define in our digital world and our BIM world, and then better understand. What I really like in my brain on that sort of supply chain intelligence is when I'm looking at disasters, is things like bottled water, things like PPE, things like drug production, understanding those factories, because they're part of the supply chain back into our infrastructure to how we react to disasters. And so therefore, if those things aren't available, or we can't see that they're available, sometimes a company will tell you that they're available, but they're not, because they're building up their own stock levels or price on the exchange rate. So being able to see that and plug that information into our own reactions, I think is good. Anyway, no, enough of me. So I've got one more question from me, and I don't know if there's any in the audience at the moment. No, is none online? Guys, were there any questions online? Okay, none online at the moment. Okay, Jarek, with cracking presentation, love it, so much in there. Is there one piece of advice, and I'm going to go back along the whole panel here, advice to give to people or organisations that are embarking along that digital world? Okay, and I'm going to come, obviously, advice to organisations embarking on the interoperability world, on planning within their temporary works, within getting engaged with the education side, and also getting involved in that intelligence side. What bit of advice would you give them when they go start off on that world?
Recently, I think most about the Kennedy and Apollo program when he thought in decade we will be landing on the moon. And when I think about interoperability, about school, about what is going, we need to understand what will be legacy of ours in 10 years. With the support of other countries, it's required to make this such a huge change. Because for software vendors, when we have talks, probably you have the same, they say, oh, we don't want to change just for one standard. That the impact must be much more higher than one country, but I think it's the only way to change it. And when we talk about organization, about everyone who wants to participate, I don't believe there's this other way. We can stay on the side and look that is accelerating the digital transformation, or we can jump on the boat and say, yeah, we are going, knowing that it's some limitation, that something which was developed in the past, for example, STP file, which we use in structural, it was fantastic. It was just to everything what you required. .ifc is not the best. However, when we think about all industry, it makes more sense. And the interoperability which you work, I really interested to read it, but I think is the path forward. We cannot make, and the same with schools, with smart cities. I think it's the only way that we integrate more and more the data, information and education. If we go to the past, to the point where we have only smart city, but we will have not smart students or pupils, how they can use it. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass that down to Paul.
One thing I think organisations, but particularly the asset owners, can do is think whole life. I think look long term to when you might need to use your data over the life cycle of that asset. One of the resources that you would find on the GIG website that I shared earlier is a case study on the Environment Agency. And I know you referenced the Environment Agency and flood protection works. Now they're going to need information. People out in the field will need information about flood protection, coastal protection works for decades to come. And so they're already thinking long term. They're already putting in place the building blocks to enable themselves and their people in the field, their local authorities, insurance businesses, all use that kind of data to share flood risk. And that's the value of putting data in the place that's interoperable, shareable, and enabling other organisations. They're not thinking in an insular internal process. They're looking at sharing. So the open data principles apply here, and I think that's really where if you start to think with the long term, open data becomes the logical response, as long as it's not commercially or security wise sensitive.
Brilliant. Thanks, Paul.
So my piece of advice is that I would sex up the end vision of what we're trying to achieve. And what I mean by that is I think it's very easy to get caught up in the data and the digitization and the technology spiel. But if you actually think of UK PLC, and I know you mentioned a global basis, but just for UK PLC, for our economy to grow, for productivity to improve, for the capability of the UK to attract inward investment, we need a national digital twin so that we can work more effectively, efficiently. We can develop skills and allow us to compete on a global stage. And I think that message needs to resonate through politicians, CEOs, CIOs, and educationalists. It can be a very glamorous of refiring up UK PLC, in my opinion. I think waiting to 2032 is just absolutely ridiculous and far too far in the future. In our company, we would be saying we want to do this in 2 or 3 years, never mind 10 years. And can we afford to wait 10 years to have something that can reignite UK PLC? I don't think we can.
Yeah, personal opinion on that, no, we can't. We've got to do it sooner rather than later, but yeah, you're right.
So I think my piece of advice is just don't assume that, you know, you can just walk into school and go, how can we help? Because schools, the biggest feedback I get from people working or trying to work with schools, we can't get into schools. You can get into schools, but schools don't know what to ask for. So when you're going in and say, how can we help? They don't know what they don't know. So everything that we do in the future has to be mapped to national curriculum. It has to show what is the value, and I keep talking about cost versus value. There is a true cost of not acting now, of waiting until 2032. Value education, value your input, but for God's sake, make it understandable. The teachers don't know what to do with this great big thing that you're going to give them. Map it into national curriculum, show that there is a worth to what you're doing, and help the teachers learn. Don't worry about the children will just come. Work with the teachers.
And I think that resonates with so many things. Having been involved in the kind of the BIM world in the past, a lot of it has been we've missed telling people what the value is, and we've missed telling people in plain language what they need to do to get to it. So, hell yes, definitely make sure people understand that value proposition in a language that they can understand. Thank you. And Chaz.
I think, like everything, it's don't try. You've got to understand what data you already have, and you probably don't know about in your organisation, because it's usually sometimes quite hidden. And understand what what information you really need versus what you think you need to kind of get to the first iteration. I mean, we've built digital twins, you know, in telecoms for a while, and you know, generally I find that it's only the third iteration you really then get something that is highly valuable, because you can't because I just said you don't know what you don't know until you find out you need to know it, and the question is, how do you collect? A lot of the issue is, how do you collect that information? How do I actually get my hand on it? How do I make sure that information can be collected in a standard way? Because there's always a manual intervention somewhere. There's a mandrolic element to it all. It's never always just full of data. So to what level of accuracy also do you need to get that twin to, and that data? So I would say that you've got to avoid you've just got to jump in and start working out and be very iterative in your approach, and don't try and boil the ocean, as someone said. And but once you get it working, it really is. It becomes significant.
Indeed. We got one question in the room.
Yep, from the audience.
Indeed. We got one question in the room.
Yep, from the audience.
Sorry. What positive disruptive outcomes can the panel see from a digital transformation aspect? So, for instance, a plumbing company we've worked with recently can see that if they can get on-site data real time, rather than selling a cheap replacement pump and a panic on the capex cost, they can look at OPEX cost. Better pump that's going to last longer, for instance, if they get that data. So it sort of changes things. So whether it be the cultural aspects on the outreach or other things, what would you like to see a disruptive outcome be that's positive?
My thinking is, after this 25 years in the industry, that we going in the good direction, especially with my colleague. Over the last 3 years, we developed the standards of data required for civil structure and architecture we're starting. And it's a game changer, because if you involve all parties, procurement, estimating, supply chain, just internally in the company, it's a different context than the UK, but it will be the same. It's scale up. Just you understand what they really need, and you limit the data which you produce, and no one look at this. In many organizations, when I'm joking a little, but it's like that. You have 10 layers, and you produce the data. The another person remove some data because it's not required, and finally you can ask why the person from the 10th floor didn't ask me that produce only 10% of data. That with changing our mindset, where we are going with digital twin, clearly definition what is interoperability, because it's defined what is really required, we limit the data. We also can push the software vendors that they apply it as a standard. And I think it's the pain of a small companies and organization. We cannot cope with software when we have, I will do not call them, but 3-4 major companies, and we cannot talk to each other. We use .ifc, but we know that from one, it will be different in another, and we spend again the next day, or we use ChatGPT, please make me a code how I can convert. That I think is the goal, but we need to be united in vision that it's not coming tomorrow. It's for next few years, but I'm really positive with, indeed from my hard work, that that's the only sense. You need to define what is in American style or what is in metric, and you make a clear conversion and what is really required. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, we've got a minute.
I was just going to couple one disruption which is currently ongoing and suggest that this might be something usefully to pair the two together. Modern methods of construction. That gives big opportunities for people to produce standardized information about standardized components, and then we start to incorporate that into standardized approaches to how we deliver our infrastructure. I think the two of them together also starts to drive then production of standardized, we used to call them BIM objects, but let's move much more towards interoperable approaches to creating manufacturers' data. So it drives through the process, and ultimately the disruption will be to the software vendors. They will be driven to the process where they've got to support interoperability. They won't compete on formats. They'll compete on the usability, efficiency, and functions and features of their software, not the height of the walls around their proprietary format.
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks, Paul. I think we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much. So I just wanted to say thank you very much to Chaz, Alison, Dave, Jarek, and Paul for their presentations today, and thank you very much for answering our questions on there. Thank you. So as we sort of wrap up today, first of all, thank you very much to those people in the room, but also, we've got to go on this side, Sandy, so we're visible to the camera.
Oh,
we're going to stand right in the middle. And also we'll drag up an Alt tab to get a, isn't it? And the next one. Next one down, there we go. There we are, lovely, good stuff. Just purely, before we get on to the awards, was to say thank you very much for those people who braved in the rail strike today to get into the room and to attend today, depending on how their travel went, whether they were able to attend the full day or after the other day. Thank you very much online, everybody, for dialing in, and hopefully you were able to hear everything clearly thanks to the magic of Max and his marvellous mechanical mouse organ at the back. You'd have to be at a certain age and a certain demographic to remember the marvellous magical mouse organ. No, you don't really. Some of you do, anyway. So it just sort of leaves me to, oh dear, that's in my pocket, and that's going to be not very good. There we go. It's all right. Just, it was having a bit of a feedback moment. That's all right. It's probably just because it's in my pocket. Okay, for helping me. That is sort of, I don't know what is going on that. Thanking Sandy very, very much for helping me out today and also helping me out yesterday. Getting all the presentations in, getting all the bits and bobs, rearranging things, redoing my mess up on the agenda. Just the times changed a little bit.
Basically turning his world upside down.
Yes, indeed. And organising me, which was very, very, very important. So thank you very much, Sandy. Absolute star. I would have been a gibbering wreck without you. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hand you over to Stuart to do a few final bits for the day. And then we have a bar over there sponsored by the awesome people at Site Desk.
And if I can just add one thing on top of that, the bar is open until 5 o'clock because we have this room until 5 o'clock.
Unless we can all sit on the bar and not sit in the room, we're going to get thrown out. Okay.
So try not to disturb Stuart's presentation, but I think you can help yourself, but listen at the same time, please.
Hey, listen, you're stealing my thunder. So, let's start at the beginning with this. So the Star Awards, these are the Special Technical Achievement Recognition, looking at personal contributions of COMIT members who have given immensely, I'm going to use that word immensely, because it covers everything, mostly of their own free time. Now, we haven't done this for a little while, giving awards out, that is. We recognise people all the time, we just don't tell them. So, supporting COMIT in achieving its aims and ambitions. We haven't done a conference since, as Jerry just tells me, 2019 for, well, we know why. There are some very exceptional people in the COMIT community, and we need to recognise them. Okay, so I'm stood behind here basically because I've got shorts on. One or two have noticed me hobbling around all day, mainly sat accompanying Max at the back and pulling a few levers as well. Okay, onwards. So the Star Awards are presented this year to the various members in recognition of their contributions, their achievements to COMIT, and I'll say it since 2019, but it goes beyond that. The other thing I'll say as well is the awards are sponsored by EMS. Now EMS have done two things today. They've provided backup insofar as a 5G network, Lawrence? Yes. Yeah. Which has worked silently in the background. Not many will have noticed it working away, but we had to bring that in to basically facilitate the day and, well, stream the thing out and stream it in. I think gratitude to Fulcro for providing all the gear there and Max for running the thing. Can I have a round of applause? Let's do it. Because I think, to be fair, Max has done a sterling job, and it was spinning 10 plates at one point, both last night and 15 this morning, and it's worked really well. So thank you. So listen, I'm just gonna advance these slides. As Sandy already mentioned, the bar is open. Do we want to get a drink now before we continue? Do we want to do that? Let's do that. Come on. But don't go away. You must not go away because we've got some awards to give out, as I just mentioned. But I will also say, where's Matt? Matt, where are you? Hey, listen, thanks to Matt for sponsoring the awards. So Site Desk, can we have a round of applause for Site Desk? Oh, he's already got the first drink. Fair play to you. Yeah. Thank you. Am I allowed a beer up here? Yes, please.
What do you want?
Whatever.
Not too many, you can't walk.
Is there an IPA? Yes, please. Oh, whatever. Just get me whatever. As long as it's not a pint of gin. All right. Don't you dare get over there. Oh, look, see.
IPAs, I'm afraid, buddy.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Have you ever seen this before? Cheers.
Cheers. Put the COMIT awards back on so I can have a picture with you. Alongside the, yeah, so we can get a picture for that, me and you.
Me and you? Hang on. I'm all
Oh, you can
tethered.
Take a good camera, can you? Can you send it to us then straight away?
I'm all tethered up.
You tethered up.
Sorry? Max is gonna distribute them, yeah. Yeah. I'm yeah, you stand there as well. Hang on. Where's it gone? There it is. How's that? Cheers. Oh. I feel like the pub landlord here. Al McMurray, yeah. Al McMurray? Al Murray, yeah.
Yeah, this is how we're going to have it tomorrow.
Yeah, notes, yeah. So.
Just turn your mic off. Turn up.
Okay, shall I tell them all to come back?
Tell them to hurry up.
Yeah.
Where is your gloves?
Cheers, nice to see you. So, Can I encourage everybody to come back to your seats with a drink?
Okay, if you've got your drink, ladies and gentlemen, you want to grab yourselves a seat. I'm now going to give you the microphone. Got your drink, back in your hands. Wait a minute. Have you not got your drink yet? No, okay, so you're still waiting for your drink. Okay, no worries. We'll get there. But you can sort of kind of like turn and turn the
Chat.
bar and
Turn and chat.
turn your faces this way as Stuart delivers.
Okay, so where were we? We were at the bar. We've moved on from the bar, so I'm now going to introduce, where is Vanessa? There she is. So, Vanessa, what can I say about Vanessa? She's over there. She's a tech evangelist. She's a marketing PR ambassador. She's a chair of the IOD and a number of other things. And she represents EMS, who are here today, and Lacana, both COMIT members. Vanessa is experienced in construction technology with a demonstrated history of success in product design, etc., etc. And what do we get from Vanessa? Inspiration, creation, optimism. Is that fair? Of course it is. You wrote this. Thank you very much for doing this today. Very much appreciated. Now, what Vanessa's going to do is I'm going to read through the individual slides here, and Vanessa is going to very kindly hand out what she's got in the bag. So, first up, Steve Slater. Steve, a recipient of our first Star Award for this evening. Now, let me just tell you about Steve. For those that don't know Steve, Steve is an IS operations manager at Waits, and he also heads up the chair for construction position at COMIT. And in addition to that, Steve is the chair for the COMIT to 5G project and heads that up as well. And has been doing so for the past year or so, and has assembled a great squad that will move the project to success. So I'm not going to read the rest of that, but Steve's been involved in COMIT for, well, certainly for the entire time I've been here, and that's 20 years. And thank you, Steve. So a big round of applause for Steve. Thank you. Thank you, Steve. Thank you. So I did mention that nobody knows, nobody knew. I think it was only myself and Jerry, and maybe a couple of other people knew who was on the list here. Yeah, so they were surprised. The look on Steve's face there was great. Thank you, Steve, for that. So the next person, before I put the slide up, I'm just going to say a couple of words. I've known this gentleman for a number of years, and he's contributed immensely to pretty much everything that we've done. He's experienced in delivering multi-million pound change projects, which include designing and delivering new software systems, updating processes and implementing these across various organisations. He loves to share his experiences through presenting and organising events. And he's certainly assisted in a lot of events that we've set up and run in the past. What more can I say? Glyn Matthews, round of applause. You're very welcome, and thank you. We need a few words before you sit down, please. I know it's impromptu, but give us your best shot. Oh yeah. Where is the microphone?
There you go.
And now the end is near. And
Hang on.
I face.
That wasn't in the script.
Sorry. No, thank you, everybody. That's a real surprise. I can't remember how long I've been involved with COMIT. Probably like Steve, about
time.
the same sort of time. Got dragged into it. Met a great. I mean, you can't meet a finer group of people, and everybody here has helped out with various problems. You know, we all help each other out. It's not one person giving. Everybody helps everybody else out, and there's a great community. And yeah, it's really good to be part of. And thank you for this. This is a real. This will go on my shelf. Everybody will be able to see it on all my conference calls.
Cheers. Thank you, Glenn. Okay, so the next one's a bit of a challenge. Well, it isn't actually, but the next gentleman is, he's been involved in everything, again, for quite a long time. He's experienced in product direction. He has a proven track record developing cutting-edge immersive VR tools. He knows exactly who he is now. Max, you've been a proper pillar of everything today to prop the thing up, make it work. Max has done an extraordinary job of reproducing, refreshing, and giving us a proper website. Not that we didn't have a proper website in the past. It's just that, you know, bringing things into the new century. Max, fantastic job. Thanks very much for today, and hopefully more again tomorrow. Max, this is for you. Come on down, as they say. The price is right. I told you.
Some prior warning would have been helpful because I was juggling slides at the back and didn't realise. Thank you very much. I'm also going to be putting on this on my shelf, like Glyn. I've just newly redecorated my office, so I've got a shelf for this. So thank you. I joined COMIT in 2012 as a student member when I was working with... Yeah, new guy, yeah. That was with Jennifer White, very wet behind the ears, rather antagonistic, but great group of people. Seen COMIT evolve over the years, joined as the Vice Chair of Tech 5 years ago, then became the Chair of Technology 4 years ago, and yeah, it's been great to be able to help shape things, so thank you very much, and the membership is what makes this community, so thank you everyone for being such great people to work with and looking to do some amazing projects over the coming years. So thank you.
Thank you, Max. Thank you. Well, that wraps up the awards. Well, actually, no, it doesn't. Because the next person here... Jerry needs no introduction. I have to say, shining light in the industry for 4 decades. And 2 of those have been with COMIT. Now, anybody associated with COMIT knows Jerry. She has a psychology degree and gets on well with everybody. Jerry, congratulations. Thanks very much for everything. Awesome job. Hey. The other thing is 20 years of being a star. So that's a 5-star in my book. Well done. Thank you.
Yeah, I've been involved with COMIT from day one, so just shy of 20 years. So, yeah. And I've loved it. I really loved it. So thank you very much. And
You're very welcome.
You rotter. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Hang on. So, just before you go away, Jerry, I dug this picture out of the archive.
Oh, glory. That is lovely.
And there's other people that were in that picture in the audience. Not all of them. Some of them are going to be here tomorrow. But Richard over there, look. Give us a wave.
They were so mean to me on that, because being kind of the female, I was bombarded. And I had...
Still got the bruises, right?
I had a lot of bruises from that time, so I'm never doing that again.
Till the next time. You're very welcome. Thank you, Jerry. Yeah, ace paintballer, Jerry. I have to say that. You're an ace paintballer. That's pretty much it. Unless anybody else has got anything else, we'll just network and enjoy ourselves. But hey, before we finish, I'll have to say again, thanks to Max, excellent job. I mean, that was literally, it was juggling all day. It really was. Max, fantastic. Thanks to Ian and Sandy, tremendous. I mean, some of the compliments and suggestions we got online were, sorry, do you want that? Yeah. Were brilliant. So great, and I'm told we'll have same again tomorrow with more people, hopefully with the trains restored, and yeah, some great presentations.
It's on.
Yeah.
I was going to do this tomorrow, and Stuart doesn't know this, but during the COVID period, he kept COMIT going with all his regular webinars and that, and behind the scenes, he does so much for COMIT, and today wouldn't happen without him either. And we're a great team, the two of us, good at holding it all together. So I bought something for you as well.
Thank you very much, Jerry. Thank you. That's lovely. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yep. Thank you. There are some things on the table, actually. Jerry, would you mind bringing one of those things off the table whilst we're in the process? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. What's happened there? Hang on. Hang on. The mouse has gone AWOL. Hang on. The mouse has vanished. Yeah, this is beyond me. Yeah. Yeah. It's vanished.
So we just need to hit present again.
Yeah, but the mouse is not working.
Go left. Go left. Go left. Go left. I saw it for a second. They're good. Yeah, you got it. There we are. Perfect. You pressed the other button. There we go. We're sorted.
We have the technology. Sandy, whilst Ian is away at the bar, I'm going to give this to you. This is for your chair role today. You were chief chair. He was your accomplice.
Thank you very much. I didn't expect this.
Yeah, you're right, welcome. You're welcome. Okay, that's it. More drinks at the bar. Thank you.
Oh, boxes. Oh.
No, I gave the boxes.